Alrighty, chat. Good job. Absolutely crushing it. Hello, hello. It's Phasmo Day. The wheel hath spoken. And we've got Mom!
Hey!
Woohoo! You think your brain just ran away? Oh no! How's everybody doing though? Hey everybody.
My brain does that a lot.
Yeah. But yes, hello Wolf and Nightshade and Archie! How you doing, dude? Always good to see you pop in. Hope you're doing well. Doing pretty good myself. Today's a corset day. Feeling cute. My hair's cooperating on day 2 of the curls, which is lovely. Hey,
Love
Rabbit.
to see it.
You do love to
Rabbit!
see it. Indeed, indeed. I left my handkerchief too far away to grab. Okay, there we go. Also got lime green pants on today, so that's fun.
Woohoo!
Ooh, trying to make some emotes. Fun, fun. Thank you, Nightshade. Thank you, Wolf.
I've been cleaning house. Woo.
She's been doing so good. She made the snack platters this time, so we are all snacked up. My arms are screaming at me for lotion. Dry skin never fails.
Oh, I did get a workout in today, though.
I did too. Whee!
Woohoo!
I put on lotion so weirdly, I feel like, because I don't like it on, like, the palms of my hands.
You're fine.
Okay.
You probably put it on smartly.
Well, like, I want to still be able to eat my food and not be eating as much lotion. That one's great, Angie. That's just scream. Very cute, very cute. There we go. Which was being really weird. I couldn't get it to unhighlight messages.
Now I can see it. Very cute. I love it. It's your little dude. Just, yep. Yep. Screaming into the void. I love it.
A good scream.
You do. Sometimes you just...
I might have to add that to my list. I need a good scream.
Yep.
We added some green peppers to our snack platters this time around, chat. Not sure how I feel about it. I think they're tolerable, though. And because
Tolerable?
they're
Good.
Yeah, because they're good for me, I will tolerate their presence. Your hair and beard had a disagreement on what color they should be naturally. Your hair is brown and beard is ginger. I have a friend whose hair is like that, too. I feel like that's actually fairly common for some reason.
And my dad's was like that.
Yeah.
Before he went gray.
Okay.
Yeah. Pop's hair, dark, dark, dark. And beard, ginger red.
That's so funny. All of, like, the pictures of him are, like, all, like, sepia and grayscale, so, like, I've never gotten to, like, see it like that, so I'm just like, what? Pop had it like that, too?
Yep.
That's so funny. You have that, too, but with blonde hair? Yeah, I feel like it's a lot more common than I thought it was. Like, I don't think I've seen it that much, but, like, yeah, I have a friend like that. Apparently my grandfather's like that. I don't think my immediate family is like that, though. Voices. Yeah, no worries, peace.
No, I definitely have a feeling that, like, if I were a dude and grew facial hair, I would definitely have... I know, but I definitely would have the ginger beard, because I have a lot of red in my hair naturally.
You and I both have a lot of, like, crazy amount of highlights in our hair.
Yeah.
Now, my hair and my light disagree on what color my hair is.
Well.
Because as far as the stream camera is concerned, my hair is orange right now.
Yeah. Which
Now,
is silly because it's.
in my camera's defense, there isn't not orange in my hair. It's just not all orange right now. It's orange and
No.
green. It is both. I will give it that. But it's really not pulling any of that green hardly. Like a little bit at the roots, it's thinking about it, but largely it's showing up orange, which is funny.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I'm trying to like pull my hair more to like the front of my headset so that I can like actually enjoy how curly it is and not just have it hiding behind my headset.
Oh, Wolf, you're so funny that you think that women don't have hair anywhere else.
Yeah, no, we wish.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but that wouldn't help your situation a whole
It would
lot.
not. It would make it a little bit easier, but not nearly as easy as people think.
You definitely might think, it might help with the facial hair some, but I know some women that it still probably wouldn't help a whole lot.
There are some that do have stronger follicles than others.
Yes.
And part of that's just like, for the ones that don't, it's just because we don't like shave for it. Like I know a lot of guys, they don't start that way either, and they have to like, but you're fine, Wolf. You're fine. We don't actually, it doesn't actually bother us in any way. We're just informing you that it is not.
I was just trying to be funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're totally fine. But no, like, if we actually, like, shaved for it and, like, stimulated the follicles and attempted it, more women would probably be able to grow facial hair than people think.
Yeah.
We just don't take all of the steps to actually try that.
Nope.
Alright, let's see here. So, because we don't have a lot of gear, though, we'll probably stay on the smaller difficulty.
Yeah.
Do you... I don't think I have anything to add. I tried to turn it on auto add, but I don't think it added anything.
I turned mine on auto add too, but
okay.
I don't know. I don't have a lot.
Neither do I. Let's see if I can at least grab us another light. Do I need to buy? I wish it was more clear what I have and what I need to buy. Because in loadouts, it shouldn't show anything that I don't have. And it does, which is annoying.
Well, maybe showing stuff that I have, maybe?
No, it's just being weird.
Yeah, Nightshade, I'm pretty sure that my dad could too. If he let it. Most of the time, at this point, though, with all his gray, he passes for Santa Claus.
Okay, what did I just buy and add? Okay, there's 2 photo cameras, a parabolic, a motion sensor. It looks like I got a second flashlight in.
Okay.
I think worst case scenario, we have enough to at least get the job done.
Okay.
I wish I could add a tripod, but I don't think I have access to one yet. Yeah. Don't appear to have access to any sort of tripod yet. Okay. Garbage equipment it is.
Yeah, I don't think I have access to... I'm a lower level than you do, so I know I don't.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
I guess the question is...
Should probably go to an easier house to start with here. Keep the difficulty low. Just let me know whenever you are ready to do things.
Oh. Well, here.
Are you actually ready, though, or are you still doing stuff?
No, I am about as ready as I'm probably gonna be.
Well, notice that. Gotta open my crackers chat.
Check the equipment and get it up before investigating. There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby.
I'm enjoying these snacks.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Ellen Craft responds to everyone. Get sanity below 25. What?
You should probably make sure you have me muted in game.
I thought we did that before.
Yeah, but you have to redo it with every lobby.
Oh, well.
So just hit escape, and it should bring up the menu with my little card.
I see your card.
You can hit the volume to make sure the bar is all the way down.
I did it wrong.
What? How'd you do it wrong?
Ah, here we go. I tried to click on something else. It's fine.
No, click on the microphone.
Yeah,
What'd you do
fine.
to me?
I fixed it. Nothing! Okay. Volume turned down.
Okay.
Alright. So responds to everyone. It wants to get an average sanity below 25%. Have a member of your team witness an event. Have a member of your team escape the ghost during a hunt. Ha!
Alright, daily tasks. Discover the ghost type. Play with another investigator. Capture a 3-star photo. Get a 50+ photo reward. Alright. And then also weekly tasks.
We have... Okay, we have... Okay, we do have...
No, we don't have a lot. I'm sorry.
Alright.
It's all garbage.
No, we will... I would like to say we'll survive, but we'll figure it out.
We super won't survive. It's fine. Grab the key. Let's go.
Oh, man. These crappy little cameras.
I know, and I've got the shitty EMF reader, too.
That's right. To be honest, though, I prefer these thermometers.
Okay, let me grab our keys just in case. Yeah, we got the bad flashlights, too.
Hence, we turn the lights on.
Alright, let's see. What are we working with? Okay, it's not the music box. Make sure you keep an eye out for the bone as well.
Right. You're right.
I am right.
You're always right.
I could destroy my sanity.
Okay. Let me take a picture of it.
Oh. Do we got... Thought maybe there might have been some EMF movement, but it's really hard to tell because it just constantly, like, wiggles.
Yeah.
I need you to be more than EMF 1. Yeah, real easy way to find out if where the ghost room is. I just grab the mirror and...
So
Are you touching doors? There's a plate on the ground in the kitchen.
There's a bone in the garage.
And I don't think plates and stuff start on the ground.
Okay, well, I will be in there with my thermometer.
Yeah, I'm not
I got the bone.
Seeing any EMF. Okay, took the picture and picked it up.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, temperature is dropping slowly.
Slowly but surely.
It's going from 20 to 15.
Okay.
Well, it's in between 20 and 15, so it's definitely not, like, creeping down
Come
fast.
check, like, over here.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I'll go check the basement.
It's going back up over here.
Check more by where
Weird.
the plate's on the ground.
Yep. I will stand here for a moment. It's going back down ever so slowly.
Okay. Well, since we have
So
worse
don't-
equipment, I might just grab the mirror real quick. Put this down just in case. Alright, let's see. What room are you in?
Okay, made it all the way to 15 here in this
Kitchen.
corner.
Cool.
Well, we figured that, but...
Well, I just wanted to confirm it since we weren't getting a whole lot.
Alright, I'm gonna put the camera down here on the counter, maybe. That works.
And yeah, I was specifically looking at...
And I'll put the thermometer here as well.
Okay.
And we'll go pick up some book and stuff.
Yes, more stuff. Hey, Peace, do the wooden crucifixes work the same way as the nice ones, or are they more like a you get one shot sort of deal? When they
And
set
then
on
you-
fire, do they just, like, combust entirely, or what are we working with? Okay, my sanity's only 69. It's not terrible. We
So,
have nothing to
I
fix
don't-
that with, though.
Don't know what I just grabbed, but you know.
That's fine. We'll
I'll let you
figure it
grab the
out.
video camera. I think I'll let you grab the
You
video
only
camera.
get one. Noted.
Okay. And the glow sticks don't last forever, do they?
The glows. Oh, another plate got thrown.
Woohoo!
Ah!
Likes to throw shit. Maybe a type of ghost that
Alright,
likes
well,
to throw
thank
stuff.
you.
What was that?
It threw another one. This
Well,
time, like,
should I pop
while I
the glow
was... Yeah, here, let me get the light for you.
Alright, how do I...
Go ahead and turn your flashlight off. Yeah, and the glow sticks are fine. Yeah, it's hucking plates. I don't know if we get fingerprints on plates, though. Can you write in the book?
No, but I'm like looking for footprints and stuff too, and...
Oh, I don't have salt, damn it.
Neither did I. We haven't earned that yet.
I didn't do salt yet.
Did I just throw this on the floor or on the counter?
Yeah, it's fine. We can pick it up and reshake it. Glow sticks are pretty much the only good early item.
So how do I put the dots, or whatever this is, on the thing? How do I set this? I don't know what it is. It's a box thingy.
Oh, work's getting fucked with. I don't think
Aha.
it's a dots. Oh, I think it's a motion sensor.
It's a motion sensor. Okay.
Yeah, so if something walks through it, we'll know.
Okay. Well, now I want to see if that thing, because it threw the pot, huh?
I'm breathing. I'm breathing. Where's the thermometer?
It's on the counter right here.
That's really high.
Yeah, like I said, it's 20 everywhere else in the house, but it's 15 in the kitchen.
It's 20 here.
Well, it was weird then. That's... Well, the glow stick ended up on the floor. That's fun.
How was I seeing any amount of breath at 20?
Ooh, EMF.
Oh.
EMF.
How much? How much?
It was like at 3 or 4.
Damn, this thermometer is not even trying. This do
Come on,
be rough,
EMF,
though.
go off again. Can you write in the book? Can you give us
Activity
the
was
sign?
just at a 3.
Can you give us a sign? Huh?
Activity was at a 3.
Okay. Probably when it threw the Hoober Doober.
Probably. Alright, let me grab a video camera and try to put the dots pen down.
Yeah. And I guess I can try to get it to talk to me on the box. It's an everyone ghost, so...
Let's see, where do I want to put... Thank you for throwing more things.
Ooh, activities at an 8.
Oh, that's different now. Okay, interesting. camera-ing?
Now it is.
Okay. Is that an okay position?
Now it's not.
What?
There, now it is.
Oh, it's just too dark, Mom. Change
Oh.
the view.
Aha! Yeah, that's probably okay.
Oh, dots! Dots! Dots!
Dots? Okay.
The moment I turned the pen on, I had it walk right in front of me.
Nice. Okay, dots.
That was convenient.
Now, I did not catch it on the camera, but that's alright.
I think it was too close to me for the camera to pick up what was happening.
So do we need to turn the camera to where you were standing at?
I mean, it's a mostly fine view of the kitchen, I think. I can turn it a little bit to have a little less counter. I can try.
Let's see if I can get it to talk to me here on this little thing.
Okay.
Where are you? What do you want? How old are you? Where are you? What do you want? How old are you? Are you a man or a woman? Where are you? Are you a woman? Are you a man? Okay, those ones don't light up. Where are you? Are you here? What do you want? I'm not getting anything. It doesn't mean
Camera
anything, but...
position's any better than it was. Okay, that might be getting my breath again, which is annoying because I don't think it's... Yeah, it's barely below 15 still. I don't like that change. You can't... I guess maybe you can... I don't think you can see your breath above 50 Fahrenheit. I don't know about that.
I'm not really seeing anything with the glow stick.
Yeah, check... It hasn't touched the lights at all.
Uh-uh.
Aw.
Oh, dots for Heckenster, huh?
Yeah, I was hoping to get a picture of it, dang it. Ah, rude.
Oh, you need to pick up the camera.
I'm holding one, I just didn't have it out.
Oh.
I forgot my plan.
Oh no.
Do it again.
Well, it's 10 degrees right here.
I keep getting my breath over here, but I don't know if it's going to be any colder over here.
Over here? Over where they're throwing stuff?
Yeah.
Maybe we should put the book over here.
We can try to move it, yeah. Can you write in the book?
Oh, we still haven't found the,
The mirror.
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay.
And you got the bone already.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Come on, do the dots again. You dots are so good.
It dots real good.
It do dots real good. Oh, hell.
Fucking rude! We're fine, door's open.
Okay. Good, because I can't run for crap, apparently.
Oh.
Ah, shit.
Oh, I think it vanished the moment I took the picture. Dang it. I don't think I actually got the picture of it. That was rude. 2 events right after each other.
Yeah, that was really rude.
2 separate events.
Whoa.
I thought for sure the second one
Okay.
was it hunting when it was that close together. Oh, my sanity is bad.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, guess I'm in here now.
Well, let's see. Well, we witnessed a thingy.
Finally, proof of a ghost! There's nothing in that picture.
Oh no. Okay, so we have dots,
Well,
and that's all we have.
Well,
That's
with
great.
that, it could be a phantom then, because phantoms disappear.
Yeah,
when
if
you
I
take
did
photos of them.
actually get the picture, then
Oh yeah. So does Phantom fit with dots?
It does,
does.
yes.
Okay.
and even though it's throwing shit, it's not a poltergeist.
See, what would you need for phantom? You would need spirit box and UV to
Crab
finish
apples.
confirming it being a phantom.
I've been trying to do that.
Damn, it is loving them dots though.
Just in case I die, I'm gonna go ahead and mark Phantom in my book.
That's not a bad idea. It doesn't hurt.
Man, and you just have tier 1 dots. Me and my sister had a
Crap.
hard time.
No! Did you die? The door's shut! Door's open.
Hi.
Oh,
geez, I got out just in
you
fucking
fucking
time.
just got out! Oh my god.
Okay, it is trying to eat my booty, guys.
It wants to
Like,
nibble your biscuits.
I would not go in there, Arcane. Your sanity is lower than mine.
I know, but we need
Does
evidence.
that count? Hold on, does that count? Did I escape a ghost hunt?
No, they didn't see you.
It laughed in my ear. Rude. Hey, our sanity is both really fucked.
Yay!
Crab apples. I say we go with our guest and we leave.
Why don't watch the camera for a little while and see if we can get anything off the camera. You know, other than more dots.
What'd you
Me
get?
and my sister had a hard time ever getting dots with that tier 1 dots pin.
We got them, but damn.
Yeah, it is loving.
Yeah, I see that. I'm going, man, I wish it was that easy for me and my sister to get dots with the pen. We struggled.
No,
our
we were
butts
struggling
off
with your
trying.
nice dots.
We will forever use the bad dots. Oh my gosh. Oh, heck. I'm scared to go back in there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the kitchen's a really bad spot to try to get UV.
I know. It's also a bad
It's
spot
not
for me to try to do
touching
anything.
It's not touching any cabinets. It hasn't touched the light switch.
You don't have salt, do you?
No.
Nope.
Sad days.
You know,
No, because
we could just
suck.
guess and leave.
We could.
You could.
Wait, I
There's a
didn't.
high chance.
It didn't break the crucifixes, though. How did
Is
it
it not in-
hunt?
Well, that tells me that it's
Maybe it's not in the right room?
spot. Yeah.
But the dots.
Yeah, and the temperature dropped in there.
Plus the range of the range
I
is
put 2
smaller
in
for
there and I spread them out. Fuck you, game. All right, let's just
All
go.
Well, let's see. What does it say for Phantom?
Ultraviolet and spirit box. We did good enough.
Looking at your Phantom, at a Phantom will drop your sanity. Yeah, we're going with Phantom.
Cool.
Let's do it.
Bye bye.
I don't care if we're wrong.
Better
We got the
alive and
object.
wrong.
Hey, we got the object, we got the bone, we got the sanity drop, and we witnessed an event, so...
Close enough. We did it! Woo!
I've got some jobs ready for you.
That's hilarious.
Look at that.
Look at all that money we got.
Look at us go,
I
chat!
leveled up and unlocked salt!
Woo!
Yay!
Let's go! Give me the salt! Alright, here's
Gosh.
the code. That's not the code. I was gonna give the code. Chat. Stop that! Bad game! Let me copy the code and put it... Oh. Alright, let me make sure I mute you. Or game can just keep trying to turn the screen.
Muted, woohoo.
Alright, I'm guessing you probably want us to take our garbage off.
Nope, piece is stuck with our garbage.
We have a healthy combination of garbage and nice stuff. It's fine.
Yeah. Totally fine.
Okay.
Also, I figured out my problem last time
Oh?
when it wasn't adding the certain things that I wanted to add.
Yeah.
I didn't have any of them.
Oh.
What?
I guess that would affect that, yeah. It's why I don't like the new UI for the store is I can't tell how much of what I do or don't own.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I
Go
guess
to your
that's
thing.
what this. I guess that's
See-
the numbers on the left
the-
is how much you own.
Yeah, the little box with the 3-digit zeros, the numbers. That's how many you have in your inventory.
Guess.
I guess I could get rid of the crappy camera, though, couldn't I?
You're fine.
Okay. Oh.
Alright, let's see. Where do we want to go? We've got big houses, we've got farmhouses.
I'm not a fan of doing, like, the big places
Mhm.
if we only have, if we don't have another person. So, like, I don't know if the school's open yet or not, or the other place, but
Yeah. Peace house.
but any of
though.
the houses should be fine.
Okay. Let's do the hard to hide in house.
Okay.
Alright. Whenever you guys are ready up.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Okay.
Well, I guess we probably should have done the better
There have been
crucifixes, but oh well.
reports of a cursed object nearby.
Oh well,
Be the
time to
reason
die.
of the ghost was
A
summoned.
photo,
Yeah.
Take a look.
crucifix,
You may be able
EMF
to use
reader.
it to your advantage.
Thermometer, camera, flashlight.
Mom, do you want the nicer flashlight?
Then I guess, unless you want it.
No, I'll let you take it. You gotta throw the other one.
Oh, didn't know. I thought I could put it back, but
No, I'll just
No,
pick
you
it
can
up.
put it back,
It's fine.
okay.
It's mine now.
but yeah, you should be able
Okay.
to put everything back. You just have to put it in the right slot.
Oh, well, that's probably not going to happen. That requires me to have a memory, or at least a better memory than what I have.
Alright, I picked up the car keys.
Okay, probably smart.
Pieces rushing to find the cursed object.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess it's in here.
Aw, it's not the summoning circle.
Lame.
I went straight to the basement when I saw you rushing rooms.
I found the bone.
Nice,
Does anybody else
nice.
want to pick it up?
Either a Ouija
get to pick
board
it
or
up.
a mirror, then?
Oh, the Ouija
Probably
is in the garage, normally.
Whoops, that is not what I
The
meant to
mirror and the Ouija board are in here. Yep. it's
I
in
heard
the
a ghost.
bedroom. No, you heard the mirror.
Oh. Where's that at?
Oh, in the laundry room area. Turn left towards the shelf. It sits against that wall.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Well, yeah, I threw it there, but it sits against that.
Did you already get a picture of it?
I did not. I just used it. I don't have
Oh.
a camera.
Where is it?
I got a picture of it. Alright, so you said, where do we go?
It's in this blue boys' room back here.
Gotcha.
Alright.
Behold, my
threw a-
shitty EMF reader.
It threw a ball at me before I even looked at the mirror. So.
Woohoo. Yeah, temperature's
Radius on
dropping
this is
slowly.
not that bad. The ghost's just an asshole.
What?
The radius on the bad crucifix is not that bad. The ghost was just an asshole.
Temperature's dropping down to
Yeah,
almost
it
10
can
now.
be.
I'm still gonna grab the second one, or we're gonna be in trouble. Because it's not that great. I do have to get one on both sides of the room to cover that whole room.
Yeah.
Can see my breath. Temperature dropped to 5. Still dropping. And there's a sigil and it says, feed me black stones and the fire will grow. In return, I will heap the snowed in hell and home.
What the fuck are you talking about? What?
In the
writing
bedroom.
on the blackboard or the
Yeah.
whiteboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a clue for the symbols and the
EMF is going, but I can't see what it's at, and it's up high. Like 4 and 5.
You write in the book?
It's like just 3 and 4.
It was up high. Not that. See? You missed it. Damn it.
Trying to get your
What does that
nicer
one
one to
say?
also read, but it's not having it.
Temperature's not getting to 0. It's staying right at 3.
Okay, we'll want to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it there for now.
We got a 3.
See, that looks like it might be almost a... Come on. Is that a 5? Oh, maybe not. I'm gonna pick it up.
Highest I'm getting is like a 3.5.
And now it stopped because I'm touching it.
That's not. No, it just ran. It just no longer. Oh,
Oh, it's right in the book.
Ghost writing?
thank you. Your camera, Mom.
Yeah.
Ghost writing.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Alright. So is ghost writing the only thing we have so far?
Yeah.
There's also an orb,
Oh,
which since mimic's not an option is true, so Mayor Revenant say.
cool. EMF is not an option. UV
Okay.
is not an option. So it's freezing temps, dots, or spirit box.
It's an alone ghost, so if we're gonna spirit box, we have to do it alone. I feel like it's gonna be freezing temps, but who knows? Because it's not quite getting to 0. I hate when it's that picky.
Yeah.
So do you want me to go in there and try to spirit
The
box it?
piece just zoomed.
Where are you? What do you want? How old are you?
Like 1.5.
Ah, crap.
So. Well, the door's
You're
still
fine.
open, so.
Okay.
It's just making noises at you.
I don't like that. Somebody else want to use the spirit box?
Someone turn off the light in the main room?
Either probably the power got turned off then.
Yeah, you just turned it off.
Power is in the basement, right?
By
Or
default, it would turn on
garage.
the power.
So, who wants to spirit box next?
I'll try it.
Here, I will throw it on the floor outside the bedroom door.
Power's back on.
There, come get it.
Well, I can't remember. Does this game still have the power effects spirit boxing?
Not power in general, just lights on in the room.
Okay.
You have to be in the dark.
That's new then, because it used to be that the power being on or off affected it.
No.
Interesting.
They changed that a while ago where it's only...
Okay.
You just need to have the lights off in the room.
Okay.
Are you here? Where are you? Hi, thank you. How old are you?
It's an alone ghost, so.
Are you here? Alright, spirit box.
You got it?
I knew it. I had just read all of the
Mayor.
mayor's stuff and was like, yeah, it's the mayor.
Okay. So,
It's 'cause
we
I
still need to capture a ghost or prevent a ghost from hunting with a crucifix.
Because, yeah, a mare is the source of all nightmares, making it more powerful in the dark. It'll have an increased chance to attack in the dark. Turning lights on around it lowers its chance to attack. That's why the power got turned off.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I read that, I was like, high chance. And you're like, spirit box. And I was like, uh-huh!
Yeah,
What
well.
else we need? Capture a photo of the ghost. And crucifix. Alright, come on. Need a crucifix, ghost. Nom the crucifix. There we go.
Oh,
But did it actually do it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Turn the power off again.
Yep. So the question is do we want to try to catch a picture of it, or do we just leave?
You got it. Alright. We can go now.
Oh, we can
Take a
go?
picture.
Oh.
Yep. You can go.
Zoom!
Alright.
Well, that's convenient. Ghost
job,
is so
Keith.
willing
I
to
am
oblige us.
I'm such a
Yep.
coward. It's like, get out of my house. Just here. Just go.
Ghost's like, get the fuck out of here. My god.
It's like, that's all I have to do to get out of here? Fine. Sorry I took so many bad pictures trying to turn off my freaking flashlight with the camera in my hand still.
Yeah, you're fine.
You know.
Alright, everybody double check your journal. You got mayor.
I have mare.
Alright.
You on keyboard or controller playing this?
I'm on keyboard.
Alright, press T. If you have anything else in your hand, T will turn off your flashlight.
Okay. I'll try to remember that, but, you know.
Yeah, if you switch to holding, like, so you've got your flashlight and so you're holding a book, you can T to...
Okay.
Yeah, T will turn off your flashlight.
It won't work if it's in your hand, so you have to have something else in your hand.
Okay.
Yeah. You can only turn it on and off with the click. If it's the flashlight is actually in your hand.
Yeah. Alright. Let's get out of here.
Mhm.
We're so good at this.
For future reference, T if you're holding anything else will turn your flashlight.
T for torch.
I will try to remember.
Welcome back.
Oh, and I was thinking T for toggle.
That too.
Yeah, that works as well.
Look at all that monies.
Woohoo!
I almost leveled up again.
I got close.
Hooray! Rookie complete 10 contracts.
Ooh.
Alright. Let's do one of the farmhouses. We'll do the smaller one.
Sounds good.
Oh,
Oh, I got a sleepy puppy.
Okay. Do we want to...
sleepy puppy.
I can take my bad crucifixes out.
So, the very first time I tried to play this game by myself. Yeah,
Did it work? Did I take mine
Yeah.
out?
it was raining and thunder and lightning outside.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. It was bad.
You did yourself a startle.
I did. It was really bad. I was like, nope, I'm not playing this game. I went and got Sam. I was like, you're gonna have to play with me.
Also, you were also out in the office alone.
Yep.
Oof.
Yep, I was out away from the house in the outside office, alone, during the thunderstorm, with the metal roof,
Yeah.
and all of the creaky sounds.
Alright.
Oh.
There is a ready up button.
Ah.
Oops. My bad.
Ellipses.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. New intel.
Alright.
Reports of light
We
switches
all get a flashlight this
possibly
time.
harmless, so be careful out there.
Yay.
Alright, let's see. Sanity below 25, photo of the ghost, incense near the ghost.
Smudge stick, the ghost.
Everyone goes.
area.
Everyone goes to Jim Halstead.
And another mirror. How convenient.
I am on my way.
Woohoo.
Is the power box outside?
No. That's
Okay.
always there. It's just an aesthetic thing.
My brain just like
Okay.
ceased.
Oh, it's just in this living room.
Oh.
That's fun.
Now put
Well.
the mirror down. I want my EMF reader back. Yeah, it's like over here. It's like in front of this couch.
Oh, I've got the bone
Standing on the.
in this bedroom
Where are you
over
at?
here.
Is it in the master?
It's right behind
the
this door
master
here,
bedroom.
yeah. It's right on the floor there. Boop.
Okay. Do you want to pick it up? I'll take a
I don't
picture.
care.
But do you want to
Doesn't really matter who
Well, I didn't
picks
know
it
if
up.
for your collection? That's fine.
Okay. Like,
But yeah.
rocking chair.
Oh, I love it when the rocking chair rocks. Where's it at?
Take a picture of it. It's an interaction picture. Oh,
Oh, but it
stopped.
stopped.
2.5.
Well,
Rock again. Do we have the UV? Can we check the chair for UV?
I don't think the chair shows anything.
the chair never has anything on it.
Okay.
It's only 12 degrees in here. At the lowest.
Mm,
Weird.
Game, are you really gonna do this to us? The mirror shows where the ghost is, but it's not actually where it's at. I hate when it does that.
Well, the rocking chair did rock. Mine's dropping over here in this corner. Mine's at 10. And still dropping. Is it 9?
Alright, so it's just not in the general area of where.
So you might want to put a
the
crucifix
monk
like
was.
over here.
I will, I'm grabbing another one. We have the better ones, they have range.
It stopped at about 6 or 7 degrees. I'll put it right there on that box.
Are you here?
Just
Where are you?
threw a cashew.
How old are you? Are you young? Are you old? Oh, hi,
Scared
sir.
me.
Damn it, I didn't get the picture. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Oh, he washed with the salt.
I tried to get a picture.
Well, no UV. Alright.
Okay, there. There's a crucifix on each side of the room.
I got a 1-star interaction, but that's it.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even ask yet. Thank
How
you.
nice.
Alright, ghost writing, no UV. Only EMF 2 from the.
We're at 4 degrees.
4. That's a heckin' cold.
3.5 over here.
Yeah, I'm at like 3.
Horrifying ghosts and crime.
What the fucking radio?
Tragedy struck. Injured in a close-knit gunfight. Act of violence.
Yeah, the fucking radio just turned on in the other room.
Oh, it turned it onto the wall.
Yeah. That scared me because that was like, that's like a super clear, loud
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna leave this camera here. Got
Oh,
the
the
chair
chair.
rocking.
Okay, good. You got it.
Alright, I'm gonna leave the camera here now, though, and then I'm gonna go see what else we might
2.7
need.
degrees.
Okay. Well,
Getting
keep
closer.
watching it.
Yeah, 2.7 in both sides.
So the temperature lowers while the ghost is around. Is that wasn't that one of the things?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do we need the video camera in there? Do we have one yet?
There's one in there, but
Yeah, I
you
put
could
one
put
in
another
here.
one if you wanted. Because I can put one in there facing the other direction. Doesn't hurt anything.
Lots of seeing the breath going on.
Yeah. Nope.
You know, I figured out why I like the orb pen better, is that it doesn't keep rotating.
Yeah. No, I'm the
Or not the
same
orb,
way.
but the dot.
I don't like that it rotates either. It just doesn't have a good range is the biggest problem with it. Shit.
Did it say something?
No, I'm trying to throw the dots pen into the chair and it keeps flipping over. There we go. Tiny dots onto the couch. So helpful.
Thank you.
Temperature's at 0.6.
That kind of counts as freezing.
Negative 0.9. There we go.
There we go. Freezing temp. Demon, Morai, Revenant, and Shade.
God, I swear, everything's a fucking revenant.
Hey, last time it was all everything was a fucking demon.
No, it's just that, like, revenant's always an option, is all I
Are
mean.
you here? Oh, spirit box.
Oh, well,
That's a Mori then.
there we go.
Which means I'm cursed now.
Oh, lovely.
Yay.
Oh. Are you? How does that work?
Get a spirit box response.
But no, then what does it do to you? That's what I was...
Oh, it drains your sanity faster.
Ah.
Like, really fast.
Well, we're supposed to get our sanity average down below 25%. I missed getting a photo of the ghost because I suck. And then cleanse the area near the ghost using incense.
That one should be
Which I
easy
guess
to
we could do that
The
pretty
ghost doesn't really
easy.
need to be present. Womp, womp, womp. Sorry, that just gave me big, like, me theme song energy.
Yeah. No.
Alright, I also have a camera to be very helpful.
Yep, I picked mine up again. Or somebody's.
Show yourself.
Please show yourself. That way we can leave.
Don't tell it that. Maybe it wants us to stay.
If you want us to stay, show up for a picture. If you want us to leave, show up for a picture.
Stand where I can actually escape if I need to.
Ooh, that bottle's rolling.
It do be rolling, though.
It'll be rolling a lot. Look at that. Nyum. Is that you playing with the bottle? The ghost is playing spin the bottle.
Here, ghosty, 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 ghosty.
I tried to taunt it by walking closer, but you know, I'm a coward, so.
I guess I could just wreck my sanity.
Just turn off your flashlight?
No.
Pick up the mirror.
Oh. Oh, that too. Ugh, I hate that sound. Hate it with a passion.
Oh,
Well.
alright.
Where is it? Where is it?
Oh, camera.
Did you get it?
Yep.
You got the camera picture?
Yeah, I took the picture of the crucifix.
Oh. Okay.
I'll take another one. It counts as an interaction when you take a first one.
Ah.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, we prevent. Oh,
Oh.
hell.
Okay.
That's
How
that's
bad did
not
I
great.
fuck my sanity?
Probably not that bad. It just probably got angry all of a sudden for some reason.
Well, the incense probably wore off.
That too.
That too. Because
Show
the
yourself.
mirror only takes like
Coward.
yeah, like 5% every second. No, it's less than that. Maybe it is 5%. Closer. There we go.
Good hunting.
Let's get out.
Now we just need to sit around in the dark and wait for our sanity to drop.
I'm
How do I
gonna
get
go
out of
check
here?
what we're already at, just so I know what we're working with. Mom, door's over here.
Yeah, I got turned around. You know me.
Alright, let's see. What are we working with? Oh, yeah, no, I'm all the way down at 15% peace. And you're
That's
at
just from
40.
being in there. Yeah, I was gonna be a little higher than everyone else. I guess maybe not.
So you need to
But-
go back in too, Mama.
Yep. You can stay out here, though. Stay safe.
Yep.
That way one of us can at least get away with...
I'll keep an eye on the sanities and the whatnots.
Did I at least get a good picture? That time?
It wouldn't matter.
Guess it
All the
didn't
pictures
count.
was. It counted. It just all the pictures in the book were already full, so it won't.
Whoop. Well, crap. I did not make it into the house.
Well, that's fine. This should help drop Peace's sanity.
I mean, the average sanity has to be 25, so if Peace drops low enough without dying...
Contrary-wise, if Peace dies...
Door's open.
Yes, if I die, you get it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good. Get out.
Come on, run!
We get it.
Yep.
Oh, we did.
You got just low enough.
Sir, stop. Stop at the door.
It's like, no, you can't leave. You must stay and play with me.
Alright, make sure you guys have Moroi selected.
I have it selected.
Also marked.
Alright, let's
Away.
get out of here! Winners!
Whoop, whoop.
Do we get chicken dinners?
Never!
Nope, sorry,
Darn it.
tonight, pork roast.
Welcome back.
Oh,
I prepared some
and
jobs for you.
barbecue sauce.
Well, it's Pepsi pork roast, so it's kind of pre-sweetened. But you could definitely add barbecue sauce. But it's cream of mushroom soup, and then
I
A can of
unlocked the
Pepsi.
intermediate difficulty and tripods!
woohoo, and then onion soup mix, the powder mix.
Mm.
Yeah, and then you add the little sweet potato, not an actual sweet potato, but like the little red potatoes and carrots, and you cook it in a crock pot all day long till it falls apart.
Oh, it's gonna have mushrooms in it.
Time to
Yep.
suffer. We'll go back to a small house though.
Oh, this should be fine. This is what I play on all the time.
I only get to put mushrooms in it when my son is going to go visit his fiance.
Does he not like mushrooms?
Nope.
He likes the flavor, but not the texture. So
Cool.
I either have to dice them up super, super fine so that they're not noticeably in there, or I
don't know about flavor. I know I don't like them texture-wise, though, for sure.
And so a lot of times when I use the cream of mushroom soup, I will strain it to a strainer and strain out all the mushrooms, and then I put them on the side for my husband and I.
Alright, so heads up, Mom. I put it on intermediate now.
Pain and suffering. That's fine.
It's not that. It's not really that much worse than amateur. Only differences is the time before it starts hunting is lower. We only get 2
Right.
minutes before it'll start hunting now
Mhm.
instead of 5.
Okay.
The power will be off always at a house, so you'll have to turn it on.
Mm-hmm.
Rude.
And there'll be few less hiding spots. So some will be filled sometimes and sometimes not.
It's fine.
It's really not that bad. This is what I play on all the time, so. Oh,
It's
again, ready up button.
I thought I
Dang
did.
it.
Did I not?
It was me. I was the one not ready.
Right. Check the equipment. Get set up before investigating.
Oh no, we've got a shitty flashlight again. Oh well.
New reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here.
Somebody's stuff got added before mine.
May be able to use
Yeah,
it
probably
to your
mine.
advantage.
What's that?
What?
What's what?
Oh, that's a dots projector. Okay.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one.
I was just. I don't think I'd ever actually kind of really looked
Alright,
at
let's
it.
go!
All right, chat. Time to torture
Alright.
Mom because she doesn't know how to hide.
Woo! Oh, it's 8 degrees in the nursery.
Oh, fun.
It's 8 degrees everywhere because the power's out.
Oh, you right.
Yeah.
Although the temperature's dropping in this bedroom. It's 5 degrees in here now.
Let's go. Let us find the bone is in the laundry room.
Laundry room bone.
All right, power is on.
Okay. I'm gonna put this thermometer down in here. I'm seeing my breath.
It's
Alright, laundry
there's a
room.
Summoning
Still-
circle.
Laundry room.
still
The
pretty
most
cold
useless
everywhere.
cursed object
Alright, where's the summoning circle at?
in the basement.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta give it a few minutes to warm up before the.
Well, that
temperature.
sucks. That's all I have to. I hear doors.
Yeah, the one room I was in, it was
Oh,
the temperature
your
was
fucking
dropping.
Doors.
Oh,
So in here,
this door.
in this room,
EMF 5.
Oh.
this room, the temperature was dropping
Did I
earlier.
not pick up?
Yeah, it's 3 degrees in here.
That's a good sign.
5.
That and it touched that.
Yeah, I'm not getting 3 on the bigger one.
I am
Now
right
I
here.
am. There it goes. Oh, I did it right next to you when I walked in and it didn't.
Are there
Yeah.
fingerprints? No. Alright, well, it's probably in this room. It was EMF 5 from that door touch, though.
Okay. Get the crucifix. Make sure that room's nice and covered.
Yep.
And then wait to see which one burns first.
Yeah. Grab some salt. Um, So are there other questions I can ask other than the questions that I already asked that it'll actually answer?
You write the book?
Oh no.
Where are you?
Generally stick to the ones
Ooh,
I
it threw a
use.
picture on the floor.
It's 2 degrees now.
What do you want? How old are you?
1 degree now.
Where are you? Who are you?
Ask if it's angry.
Are you angry?
To that one.
Ask how old it is too.
How old are you?
Point
Then
8.
You can also ask specified, like,
Is
are
it
you
alone or
young?
together?
Are you old? Oh, that's a
Are you
great
young?
question.
Minus
It's an
0.3.
excellent question.
Are you old?
Increasing temp. Gen Shade Oni twins.
What's the other evidence we got?
EMF 5 and temps.
No, EMF's
Oh, I
the
didn't
one
know
that
we had
missed.
I didn't know we'd got an EMF.
Yeah. EMF
Okay.
5 and temp. Which leaves us with Gen Shade Oni twins.
So it can't be ghost orbs.
I forgot to put the salt down that I brought in there. Whoops.
Oh well.
How do I do that again? Or did somebody already do it?
No.
I grabbed some more.
Was it F?
There's
yeah,
one.
Should be F.
2, 3.
You write in the book? Oh, it walked in the salt.
Alright.
Where is Critter Chic?
I'm trying to grab. Oh, never mind.
No
Footprint.
feety prints.
Alright, so no UV.
Oh, it books.
Book. Where's the book? Where's the book?
It is a shade. Shy little shade, huh?
Alright.
I wonder it's not done much.
Look outside and mark that in my journal.
Zoom. Run outside.
Ghost writing. Shade. What do we still need to accomplish in here?
A lot.
Capture a photo of it.
I think we need to witness an event. Yeah, witness an event, capture a photo.
Okay. Can you show yourself? We would like a picture of you for our scrapbook, please.
Smile for the camera.
Say cheese. Ooh, shut a door. Oh, you're shutting doors.
We just need a picture, Ghosty Goo.
Please
I'm
show up to
coming
the
in with a
camera.
shitty camera. Don't make me get the one to get the picture. Better do it fast.
Oh yeah, you don't want a Polaroid. Those fade and don't. Nah, they're awful. You really want a good picture. Come on. I think it would be funny if it could drain your digital cameras and you had to use a cheap Polaroid afterwards.
That would be kind of funny if when the cameras spazzed out, they didn't work.
I think so. I think it'd be kind of a neat little. So you always had to bring one of the crappy cameras with you if you wanted to get pictures.
And hey, Polaroids provide a timeless classic appearance. Thank you very much.
They do. Ooh, played with the light, didn't it?
No, that was me, sorry.
Rude.
That was my flashlight. My biggest issue with the Polaroid is I can't tell where I'm aiming.
Yeah. That was fun.
Pretty much with it, you just find your little circle cursor in the middle of your screen and point that
Yeah.
at the center of what you want to take a picture of.
Yep, pretty much.
And Bailey.
Oh, that time it turns the lights on.
Well.
That was peace.
No, that was me.
Oh, you're next to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
I'm over in the corner here.
Yeah, I was staring at you for some
Don't
reason.
even
I thought,
know your own mother.
No, I don't. We are all gorgeous ladies and don't look that different.
I know. We're boo boo ball. That child will live rent free in my head for all eternity.
For the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that TikTok piece.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, so it's
amazing.
because we quote it so often. I should probably give another refresher explanation for people. So it's this toddler standing on the edge of a pool. She's got all her floaties on, and they're terrified. And their parent is in the water, and they're like, "All right, repeat after me. I'm big. I'm big. I'm brave. I'm bae. I'm beautiful. I'm boo boo ball."
So like a mist just appeared out here and it breathed on me.
It's probably cold.
Oh yeah,
It breathed
That-
on me.
yeah. What the mist you seen was the breath. You can see it coming towards you before you ever hear the breath sound.
Creepy.
Yeah. I've ran from it before. It's just like, no, I don't want to be breathed on. Just run
No!
from the breath.
I think next time I'm gonna try to get a picture of the mist. That's kind of interesting.
I don't think it does. If I remember right, it doesn't do anything.
I'm gonna go check our sanity and just see what we're working with.
I'm gonna go light the
Oh,
thing
cool.
in the basement. I mean, what? Did you get a picture of it?
No, it ate a crucifix.
No.
We're at 31, 19, and 30.
So don't go play with the thing.
Oh, apparently we had it we witnessed event. Oh, your breath, the breath it breathed on you.
Yeah.
was the event.
Well, I guess we don't have to try for the
I
photograph.
was
We
gonna
could
say,
just
if
go.
you light
It-
that, it's gonna hunt.
I know.
You get like 3 seconds after lighting it before it hunts you.
Well,
Yeah, I've
what
never
was
been
our
able to
average
escape it.
sanity?
I don't know what.
We have-
Oh, it's 17 to 25. It
Oh, yeah.
jumps back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't light it anyway. They made that a thing where
That's
your average
stupid.
sanity needs to be like above 80 to light all the candles.
I beg to differ. Only the craziest people light circles.
Right. You have to be a special level of crazy to do that kind of shit.
But also
Oh look,
with
there's an
it
event
being
happening. It's probably showing itself while we're not in there to take a picture.
Asshole.
Sorry. I shouldn't be like
I
that.
don't know,
But alright. We've got everything marked.
yeah. With it being a shade, I think it's gonna be hard to get a picture of it anyway because they're shy. Ghosts.
Yeah.
Don't like to
Alright.
show up.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
ready.
I think there was just too many of us in there. We definitely would have to do a single person if we wanted
Well, it says it's an everyone ghost, but yeah.
No, I'm because it's a shade.
Oh, yeah.
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 Let's just go. Make sure you have shade marked.
I do.
Yep.
You heard someone say sacrifice peace to the ghost?
Gladly. I'll go sacrifice.
I mean,
myself to the ghost.
I suggested it earlier.
I'm not sure how long our comment's been up now, but you know.
It only just popped up a bit ago.
Okay.
Yeah, not very long.
I leveled up again.
I unlocked the prison. We'll never go there. It's too big.
It is.
We definitely need a fourth if we're gonna do the prison.
Blazing, thank you for the hydrate and the posture
Oh,
check.
speaking of a fourth.
Chaos crew. Chaos,
Chaos crew.
crew. How you doing, Blazing? Well, look at that. We survived an intermediate.
We did.
Yay.
Oh, we did almost everything except get a picture.
What was being chanted? Chaos Crew!
Chaos Crew! Come join us in our misery and suffering. We're going to sacrifice peace to the ghost.
Oh, I should make sure I take out my garbage flashlight.
I mean, what?
Okay, I took out the extra garbage flashlight. Give you a sec. We can do that. I'll wait.
We'll totally wait. If we get to have the Chaos Crew riding once again, we will wait. I don't have a lot of time, but I'll play for a little bit longer. I can play at least one round with everybody before I have to go get ready for my date night.
Fun.
Yeah, we're going to the Best of Seattle comedy competition.
Jenga, no!
What?
My Jenga fell.
Oh no, you've lost.
Look at all these bones we've started to collect. Alright, I still have a few cursed items not in my collection.
What don't we have? We don't have a.
Why are you throwing Jenga pieces at me?
I'm mad!
I also don't have the tarot deck showing up in my collection.
You haven't picked
Which
it
is
up.
stupid.
Yeah, you have to use
Yeah,
it.
whatever.
I beg to differ. The monkey's paw is in mine and I haven't used it. I've only ever picked it up. So as long as you
Oh,
touch
yeah,
it, it
with-
counts.
Yeah, with the monkey paw, yeah, you touch it. But like with the summoning circle,
What did you
have to
just laugh
actually
at?
use it.
Oh. Your laughter's not picking up on your mic. I just could hear you in the other room and I'm like, what?
Sorry.
But yeah,
Right.
to get the summoning circle, you have to use it. To get the tarot cards, you have to use it because it counts all 10 cards that you can draw out of it.
Oh, jeez.
Rude. I threw
Shows
that
them.
and it didn't hit anything. Rude.
And what's the last thing? Oh, and the voodoo doll you just have to pick up.
Throw it from a little further back, Mama.
I did, and it
'Cause I
didn't.
know
What
it
is
works.
this fan of blocks you have
Isn't it a
made?
great fan?
It's so spread out. I'm surprised you've managed to get this much coverage.
Nope.
Wow.
Nothing.
I've been
You have to
spinning
leave this
really
one here.
nicely.
This one has to stay.
I will
This has
not.
to
I will
stay.
not take yours. Don't worry. Let's see if I can get it to do the thing again.
Oh, hello? Maybe?
Maybe.
I'm not hearing anybody.
Don't hear them,
I
but
thought
I
I
see
heard
them. They did join. I see them.
We can't hear you.
Yay! Chaos!
Hello!
Drag.
My ears!
Oh.
Chaos Crew. Chaos Crew.
Safa!
My ears!
I'll put the code in chat.
Hello.
Hello.
How have you
Wow.
been?
Oh, just enjoying my break
Love
from
breaks.
everything.
Mm.
We need those sometimes.
It's been a while since I played Phasmo.
Same.
Yeah.
Where'd the other one go? It flew off the edge and it's just vanished.
What
Am
other
I
one?
in?
Are you in? You are in.
You are.
Oh,
We
okay.
see you.
Oh, I think this is the one you're missing, Mama. It landed right behind it.
Oh, rude.
Oh my goodness, what is going on in here?
Nothing.
Throwing stuff. We're throwing stuff. No big deal.
Nothing happened.
Goodness gracious.
Oh yeah, make sure you mute everybody in the game. That way you can only hear them.
I got one in!
Only hear them through Discord. That way you don't get repeated sounds.
Doubles. Who doesn't love a good double voice?
Double, toil and troubles.
Almost. That's okay. I finally got one. I'm happy.
So is this supposed to be here?
Is what?
This
Oh yeah,
block?
that's
This
mom's.
special block?
It-
Oh.
I threw it there.
Ah yes, perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Indeed.
I did great. It's exactly across, like perfectly. It's great.
Oh my goodness.
Oh really?
I
Now we're
forgot to
throwing bowling
control.
pins at people? You're trying to kill us. Beware, Peace. She's throwing
it's
bowling pins at us
cartoon.
now.
Cartoon violence.
It is. It's funny because it's fake.
Exactly. One of those pins is going rogue.
I think the ghost got it.
As I am remembering the controls.
Refamiliarize yourself, for sure.
Indeed.
And then we jump right into like the high school or something.
We could.
Or to prison.
We could. You joke, but we could.
Or at least a campground. You know, our favorite place to sacrifice peace.
Oh god, the campground is so big now. Like, they made
It's
it so
horrible, I
much
hate
harder
it.
to navigate. Damn, these get some distance on them.
Yeah.
You're going to Camp Wawanakwa?
Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Oh my.
I don't actually have the campground unlocked, though. Peace would have to take us there.
There's Maple Lodge campsite, which is the bigger one, and then
Oh, man.
Camp
The-
Woodland, which is
That
the
bowling pin
smaller
went
one.
all the way over here.
It had places to be. Alright.
It's possessed.
From downtown.
Oh my goodness, I keep forgetting you can't jump in this game.
Nope, no jumping.
Yeah, no.
A
The space takes you to the corkboard.
Yeah, I 100% did the same thing earlier for some reason.
I tried to like jump and catch it.
Alright, let's see. Oh, can I take the last garbage flashlight out? No, we're stuck with one garbage
No.
one. Okay.
I might be able to take it out. Hold on.
No, it's I think
might
it's
be mine.
No.
No, it's mine.
No.
Nope, it's mine.
What?
Oh.
One flashlight is always on the truck.
Oh.
It's the starter items. So until you like upgrade the flashlight.
Yeah, until I
it'll
unlock
be-
better ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be the garbage flashlights.
Rude.
Garbage day.
All the garbage.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, they've got some really crap stuff. That we should make all the starter
was
gear
it?
in there and make Blazing have to use it all this round. Except the dots. I like the garbage dots.
I'm down for that.
Blazing's at least played since the update, because their level's like 17.
Well, whatever.
I'm barely legal.
Oh. Alright, where do we want to go, though?
I'm up for whatever.
I should turn my mic down because I might scream.
That's fine. How about we just start with a nice, simple 3-story house?
Okie dokie.
Can we do a 0-story house?
No. Oh, there's whatever that is.
What if the ghosts don't have a story to tell?
What did you select?
Oh no,
I'll
is that the
never tell
asylum?
You're never telling.
I think that's the asylum.
Ready for action.
If it is the asylum, Mom, you can be a bus driver.
I have done the asylum. I'm mostly okay with it.
Oh, hey, I can tell what you selected. If I go to the other board, it says it. Alright, everybody ready up. Mom?
What?
You gotta ready up.
Oh, it unreadied.
I did.
Oh yeah, it unreadied all of us.
Oh,
Whoops.
Actually, give me just a sec.
Oh, okay. Peace, you'll have to re-ready.
Welcome, traveler.
Oh, I see.
Can I interest
Alright.
you in a fine potion today?
Potions.
You can handle my potions, traveler. I forgot how to activate equipment.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's gonna
Okay.
be fun.
Yeet.
Is this my favorite house? No, it's not.
Sorry.
There's only one house for this mouse.
Alright, I'll take the shitty flashlight.
Get set up before investigating. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a
Alright,
closer
let's see.
look.
Capture a photo.
Investigation.
Parabolic microphone. Witness an event. It's so foggy.
Somebody took my thermometer.
I didn't do it.
It was I sent the cat.
That's all right.
Oh, I put it back.
Oh no, it's fine. Take it. I will take something else.
I'll take the Googles.
The Googles.
I got it. We're good. All right, take the thermometer and let's go.
The Googles make you see in the dark.
Yeah.
Did the door
Maybe
just
I
shut?
should just
Oh.
give up like the bad flashlight altogether and use the see in the dark goggles.
Oh look, it's a bone right as you walk in the door.
Oh, I don't think I have that bone.
Oh, is there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Oh,
I took a picture of it and took it.
it's fine.
You get the next one. You get the next one. But I found a bone.
Did you find the cursed object yet?
No.
no. Working on it.
I don't know where it would be in
Oh.
this house, so
I found it.
where's it at?
Peace can't have it. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
well.
Crap.
Is it
Hold
time
on.
to duel?
Hold on, I need to touch it. I gotta touch the butt. Where is it?
Come touch the butt.
Where is it at?
Upstairs.
Oh.
It's just the monkey's paw.
Oh,
Yep, down this way.
I'm so lost. Okay.
Alright, pick it up and then eat it.
Take a picture. Do I have to drop something to pick it up?
Yeah. It's an item.
Your hands are your
Okay,
all your things.
Do
are-
that.
I wish for clear weather.
Well,
Would you stop that?
Oh, it didn't work.
it did not
Wish for
work. I
clear
don't
weather.
like that. Oh god, not again! Peace
the
your
door
sanity.
closed.
Why?
Oh no, it didn't.
I'm leaving.
Why is it no work? I wish for clear weather.
Oh god! No!
Yep. Y'all fucked.
No!
Hey, it's clear. It worked.
Yeah, what's Peace's sanity now? Sanity's all the way at 54.
Oh, that's not bad.
Honestly, yeah, for 2 failed wishes, I expected a little bit worse, but...
Well, the thing is, I don't think it takes sanity unless the wish is made.
I feel like it should, but maybe that's just me.
My Googles do not work. How do they work?
Hold T.
Ah.
Oh, they make a squealing
Yeah,
noise when they power up.
You'll also want to remember that because they do technically count it as an electrical thing, and the ghost will still.
Ah, I gotta make sure you turn them
Hunt
off
you
with the
down
ghost
if they're-
hunts.
Fight me!
Yeah.
Alright, are we getting any evidence anywhere?
No.
Oh my
fuck.
god!
Oh.
Did you find?
Okay, it did not
Right.
like the piano.
It screamed at someone.
Where,
Oh,
what, did
oh,
it scream
I got
at you?
3. I've got a 3.
You've got a 3? Was it in the
it's-
garage
It's
specifically?
like at this door, so I don't know which room it is.
Okay, well I'm just gonna throw the book.
Here, there was
I have to-
4 from.
It's over
You said-
here because
Can you write in the book,
temperature's
please?
dropping.
I was like, did someone else use the piano,
Hey,
or did it do it?
I did.
You
That
did?
was me.
Oh,
And then it
okay.
immediately got pissed off.
Alright, well, I'm gonna
Yeah,
put
it's
this
over here. Temperatures are dropping.
temperature in there. Okay, I'll move.
Okay,
Oop.
okay.
Wait,
EMF
hold on,
4?
no, it-
EMF 4?
It's stopped.
In
The
here?
garage
Yeah.
is warm.
I've got EMF 4 though.
Yeah, the garage
Twins?
is very
Which-
warm.
Could be twins
Which
though.
thermometer?
I'll
let's
get a
see.
crucifix into both rooms.
No, the old-fashioned thermometer takes a while.
Oh,
It's definitely in the garage, guys.
is that EMF 5? It is EMF 5.
Oh. Yo, yeah, and Super 5 now.
Okay,
Alright,
it's
so-
dropping down.
Let's vacate the premises while we,
EMF 5, we said, yes?
yeah.
Okay. And then we gotta see if the temperatures continue to drop once we leave a thermometer in there.
Yeah.
It's fluctuating in the same
Oh.
area.
I meant to leave the camera for anybody that might need it, though.
Oh my god!
What?
Don't die.
Hmm?
Hey, you need to leave the thermometer in there,
Door's
you.
still open, so.
They almost killed me.
Oh yeah, the bad thermometer has to stay in the room because it goes so slowly, so the longer it's in there, the better it'll read.
It breathed on me again, guys.
Perfect.
Alright, I'm gonna put this
There's
with
the
that
camera.
then.
I'll put it right here because the garage, the temperature just shoots up. It's right in front of the door.
You write in the book?
Oh, you can't see anything outside with these goggles on.
I'm fine.
So, my sanity's a 0, guys.
Oh, that's fun.
Hmm.
Yeah, and Pieces is a 24.
How did yours drop so fast?
Because it breathed on me a lot.
Probably because she was standing in the garage, which means it might.
I mean, I was
be-
standing in the garage. Go ahead and take some stuff, Mom, unless you just want to sit in here.
I'm gonna sit and watch the thing for a little bit and see if I can see dots or orbs or anything.
Alright. I'm gonna put the shitty camera in there, too.
I don't have a camera. We never got the power on, did we? Maybe we did.
I don't
Yep.
think so. I don't know if we ever found the
Alright,
power.
I did turn it on. It's in the basement. I did
Oh,
turn it on.
okay.
Alright.
I'm gonna put this camera facing.
Is there an event going on in there, guys?
Oh, we're safe, we're safe. Yeah, it was singing at us and the lights were flashing. I thought for sure we were getting hunted.
Is it actually?
No, the
in
door's
here?
open. The door's open.
I don't know. It appeared in here.
Oh, the car's going off.
Oh, everyone goes to this. Alright. Are you here?
Let me see if I can
Where are
find
you?
the car keys. Oh, you got them. Okay.
I'm
How
trying
old
to.
are you?
You're trying to.
Are you
Okay,
young?
I picked them up.
You can hit the car piece.
Are you old?
I don't hear any destruction
Where are
going on
you?
in there.
Oh,
Hi,
Oh,
sir.
it's the door's still
You're
open.
Oh,
fine.
and
Yeah.
one of you needs to take the parabolic
How
in there
old
and
are
see if
you?
you can hear it.
Yeah, I'll come get the parabolic.
Where are you?
I like using the parabolic.
I do too. That's a
Why
fun
are you
one.
trying to kill me?
I wish it was better.
Doodly doo. Da 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 da.
Oh,
Captain, did it already walk through salt?
it did.
Okay.
Well, what was that?
Never.
Oh.
It goes.
Oh, you can see the black light really clearly on here.
Well, there's no more protection from crucifixes in here.
Oh. That's probably fine.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I just turned off the power.
I am the power.
Oh,
I got the
Power.
oh there's fingerprints.
You can change it if you want. Ooh, fingerprints. All right. What type of fingerprints?
Finger or a handprint, I guess.
It's
Did you get a
foot.
picture? The camera's in there. The camera's just outside the door in the piano room.
What am I taking a picture of?
Oh no,
fingerprints?
the
Oh,
mimic
that's a problem.
is. The mimic is on there.
Goodbye. How did it catch me so fast? I don't think it
You're
was
dead?
in. I don't think it came from the garage.
Oh, you're not dead. Peace,
I'm
you're at
dead.
0.
I'm dead.
Oh, now
Did
it's
you
showing
down
you
the
as dead.
stairs to the basement?
No,
Peace, you're at 0
past the
sanity.
front. I walked past the front door. It's either fast as fuck or
No, I think it appeared somewhere else. It
Yeah.
sounded like it appeared in the living room.
yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, because the temperature was fluctuating over
It
there.
might have moved. What do we have for evidence right now?
UV,
EMF and ultraviolet.
Okay.
Oh,
Jin Goryeo,
Myling,
Obake or
Obake.
Myling. Mylings are vocal and active, quiet when hunting prey, more frequently make
It's a Goryo.
sounds.
That's not.
It's a
Goryo
Goryo.
pass through
It's
dots.
always Goryo.
Projector using a video camera is the only way to see it. I think someone's in danger.
It will only show itself on camera if no one is nearby, so everybody would have to leave to be able to see it on camera.
Where did it spawn?
Bull.
let me in.
What?
What?
Where did you even die at?
Sounds like you're
I
in the piano
called
room.
bull game.
You were at 0%. That's why you died.
I was hiding though.
Ah, well,
Oh.
there it goes.
Oh,
that
hi.
you
pressing
can't
the
hide
wrong
from.
button.
Oh hi, hello.
Hi.
It is my
Let's
turn
see.
to die.
Goryo only show on
No.
camera. They're rarely seen far from their place of death.
The bone was in the
Obake.
dining room.
Obake are terrifying shapeshifters capable of taking many form. They take on humanoid shapes to track their prey. When
The farther
with,
away.
Can I-
Sorry.
when,
yeah.
when interacting with the environment, an Obake will rarely leave a trace. Sometimes this ghost will shapeshift, leaving unique evidence.
Jin will travel faster the further away you are from it.
I guess it could be, but
I don't think so because that requires temps and it's warm as crap back here. Where
It also says that turning off the power will prevent it from using its ability, so...
like, look where I
Hey.
died, because it didn't grab me till I was here, and it fucking came
Yeah,
up on
I-
me.
And the thing is, I was in the garage when it started hunting when you died, and it was not in there because it was not loud enough to be that
So-
close to the garage. So
Oh,
I
what
think it
difficulty is
spawned
it?
in the. This is intermediate.
Oh, I thought it was easy.
No, we turned it up one because we're crazy. Oh, I see where you died. You died in the locker.
Yeah, it is cool. I was hiding.
Oh, maybe it just spawned in the piano room, and so when I started running, it was already on my ass.
Very possible.
Was it quiet when it hunted you?
I don't think it was quiet. Like, I think it was making noises.
Because the Myling's quiet when it's hunting, but vocal otherwise. And it was very vocal with me.
Oh, you're both in the house right now.
I'm in the truck.
Oh, this must be Peace then. One of these is.
What? This is me.
This is you. Okay. I wish there was a better way to differentiate who was a ghost and who was...
We need no legs as ghosts. We just need floaty ripples.
I wish it would just
From
make
the-
us more,
the
like, cloudy. Just, like, like, transparent-ish.
With a chance of meatballs?
Exactly. It's hunting?
Oh. Hide.
Lovely.
Where
Oh, it
is-
came out of the laundry room.
It's in the What?
It
I
is
mean, that's
running
where it left the handprint.
back and forth.
Well, you think when it's done.
It's going upstairs?
Hunting. Throw a thermometer in the laundry room area.
Okay.
I think it's gone.
And then come take. Okay, you took sanity pills. Okay.
Because it came from there, so I'm wondering if the temperature is cold in there because it's warm in the computer room, piano room, and the garage. But it came
So
from
yeah, right up here,
the,
turn left, try that room.
Yeah, throw it in there and see what.
Yo, did I just see my breath? Yeah, it's cold in here.
Yeah, but
yeah.
unfortunately, that doesn't mean anything. But if it's cold, that at
You gotta
least
take
is...
an actually thermometer in there if you can.
I think he has one. Now it's just a matter of if it comes down. You might
I feel
want
like it's
to
gonna
open.
hunt
So you might want to open the door so we can better keep track if it starts hunting you.
Oh, I can go open the door back
And
up.
then I wouldn't stay in that room since that's where it's spawning.
Oh, yeah. Oh!
Hi, that was me.
Cool. Now
Oh
the
no,
door
I was just
shuts.
hoping that it wasn't gonna shut on me.
He was throwing a lot of things while he was hunting too. He like messed up the table.
Did you get a thermometer in there? Did you get?
Yeah, I threw it on the washer.
Yeah, go ahead and check it now.
Yeah, your sanity's the highest, so you're gonna have to go check it. Because even though I took a sanity thing, it only brought me to 34%.
I just realized I had my mic on, so I'm glad I didn't say anything while I was hunting. Oh, the door's already open. I was trying to find the door. Let me put this down for protection.
We've already had it go through salt.
It's still going down slowly. It's not at freezing yet. But it's close. It's halfway there.
Do you want to move the camera that you're looking at over there into that room so that
Try
we
to
can
get
maybe
a-
put
Try to get a book
maybe
in
put
there.
some dots? Yeah. Is book one of the things?
Hide.
Oh, I saw it on camera.
And it's talking so much while it hunts.
Oh my god, it's totally on
Take
camera.
this off. Take this off.
Oh god, it's so fucking fast. Holy shit.
It is. That's why I'm thinking it's the one.
Not that fast.
That's
It is actually
pretty
really
fast.
Oh.
It's still hunting.
You haven't seen fast then.
If that's not fast, I
Door's
am
open.
scared and I hate it.
Door's open.
Yeah, you should be.
Go ahead and take sanity pills if there's any left, you guys.
There's
There
none
are.
left.
Oh, there's none.
I took 3.
Block. Oh.
That's why she only had 1.
You're still at 58.
I
Blazing.
hate that that's not fast piece. So bad.
Okay.
Oh no!
I don't.
Oh no! You can hear it.
You can.
You hear the
If you can
footsteps
get.
go.
If you can get the dots in there too, that would be great. But if not, it's whatever. There's a dots pen that should be in that piano room,
Oh yeah, I put it down.
and then we can see if we can get dots maybe.
Do I have any more salt left? I didn't know if I used all of it or not.
There's one more in the truck.
I would turn that back to the right. You're really trying to focus on that room there.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's just not a great.
Oh.
It is what it is.
You'd really have to get the camera in the room, but it's such a small fucking room.
I'm just hoping we get
Oh,
dots
good.
in there and that I can catch something maybe.
Yeah.
I am ready to protect myself.
I'm in here to listen for noises and door shuttings for you. turning on lights.
That's always
Oh,
fun.
thank you.
Hide. Oh no. Oh, the smudge save.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, not so much, not so
goodbye.
much.
I'm
Oh,
going!
no.
Door's
I just
open.
kept trying to go
It's
towards the
too
same hiding
late.
spot.
No. All right, I'm going with Jin, and I'm leaving.
Peace, is that what you think it is too?
I don't know, because we haven't gotten
I think
recent
it's a
temps.
Goro.
Here, let's relook at the evidence here. Let's see, my leg. Very vocal and active, rumored to be quiet when hunting prey. I don't think it's that. It's been really talkative while it hunts. Doing the where are you bullshit.
Okay, so it's definitely not a Myling.
And it's done it every time. So I don't
Okay.
think it's a Myling. Obake. Terrifying shapeshifters, take on humanoid shapes, interacting with the environment, rarely leave a trace. Sometimes they'll leave behind unique evidence. What is the unique evidence supposed to be? What is
The
that?
extra fingerprint,
Like
right?
a print.
Oh, that's the extra
six-fingered
finger.
handprint.
Okay. Okay.
Did we get a picture of the handprint earlier?
It was not six-fingered. It was just a normal one of
Is
the
it
Okay.
guaranteed or
other-
just a chance?
It's a chance. It's a rare chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Unless you
forget what
force
the
it.
percentage
So I
is.
mean,
Yeah.
it's possible that it's still that.
But I've not seen any orbs.
If we can't get a good camera angle, though, it's hard to. If we've been in the wrong room and.
I
Yeah.
forgot about looking at evidence.
All right,
So
Goryo.
Goryo is my safest bet.
Goryo are the ones that you have to see the dots on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it closed the door on me. I can't look into the room anymore.
Oh, I forgot that we're still in the game.
Yes. Rarely seen far from their place of death. And then Jin. Territorial, attacks when threatened, travels at a significant speed. Will travel at a faster speed if it's far away. Turning off the power will prevent it from using its ability.
So one thing I do know about the Jin
Right.
is that if you have an EMF detector, you put it at the power box, it always gives you EMF 5.
Uh,
Oh,
So if you want to get a quick Jin, just put the EMF at the power detector and just see if the power goes out.
yeah,
And
I'm
if
not
it's
going
EMF
in
5.
there. I'm at 19% sanity. That's not happening.
God, unfortunately, though, it could be like any of those three, really.
I would say that our best bet is either Jin or Obake.
I'm leaning more towards Godio or Jen.
Yeah.
Because Arcane said it messed up the table as it was hunting, and Obake's don't like to leave a trace. They usually won't touch a lot, even when you're hunting. I've found.
We got a new person in chat that said Jins won't turn off the breaker, and that they give EMF 3 when trying.
Oh, 3, I thought it was 5.
But yeah, anything that uses power
Thank you,
as
Phoenix.
to use its ability doesn't turn off the breakers often because they want to use their ability.
Yeah. And the breaker did
Yeah.
go off, didn't it?
It's
Did
still
it turn
on.
off?
I honestly have no clue. I died.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm down here at it. It's still on.
Okay.
We got the power.
So I guess it hasn't turned it off.
Lights out.
Might be
Turn
a
on the
Jen.
radio.
I'm
Gorilla
gonna go with
radio.
Jin.
Alright, well, hold on. Let us make sure ours are marked with something.
Yep. Yeah, of course.
I think I'm gonna go with Jin. I think it was fast as fuck.
Just let me know when y'all are
Gorilla is
ready.
Always correct choice.
No, we don't think the power went off.
Alright. I have
Okay.
my option marked.
Alright, are you going with the Oreo? Or the Obake, I mean?
I did go with Gordio.
Okay.
Alright,
Everybody mark?
We have
I think we
So
were
we've
split
got
50-50.
split decisions here. We got two
That's
Goryos,
alright.
Watch
two
us all be
Jins.
wrong.
It's gonna be the Obake.
Or a
Alright, here we go.
Myling,
Show me
even though
Obama!
It's always Goryo. It's never anything else. All ghosts of Goryos.
I'm rocking
That's why it
myself
starts with
in the
Gs.
back of the van crying because I'm the only survivor.
Jin, let's go! I
Okay,
told you it was
Yeah.
fast as fuck, boy!
I'm taking my win. I didn't die. I'm good.
Let's go!
Yeah, Goryo!
I would just like to say, if y'all had gone with me, one less person would have died.
I mean, you're right.
That's all right. That's all right.
I should have turned
That's how the game
around
was
and
played.
hit somewhere else instead of trying to go all the way to my hiding spot. But you know,
Blazing,
gotta be
blazing.
consistent.
I can never hide. It's fine. I will not judge anybody for not hiding because I usually stand there in the door frame going, "I'm trying to run. Why can't I go anywhere?" And then I get died.
no!
Because you've somehow shifted your keys and fingers on the keys and you're holding E instead of W most.
Right. Okay. I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna go one more time.
One more time.
One more time, and
What?
then
No,
One more
turn off the
time.
radio.
and then I have to shower and get ready to go to my date.
Let's go with the spooky farmhouse.
Luckily, my
Come on,
date
Town.
really likes me.
Some shivers down your spine. If you don't be careful, I bet Mango will take your time.
Hmm.
Oh no, you got eaten by the ad gremlin. I'm sorry. That's awful.
I have to run ads every hour. They run for 3 minutes. I can't choose how many to run though.
Before starting the investigation.
Dang.
And
10
unfortunately,
for that 3
Unfortunately,
minutes.
it's not even consistent. Like, I select the 3-minute
No, okay.
ones and it runs whatever it fucking feels like. I don't even know what the point is.
Judy Buckley is an alone ghost. Have a member escape a hunt, capture a photo, repel the ghost with incense while it's chasing somebody.
Of course, it's an
All right,
alone
that's giving
ghost.
me gas just thinking about it. That's lovely.
Zoom.
That's all right. I can have heartburn tonight. That's fine.
Oh, jeez.
What's
Oh, I
not?
forgot we gotta turn the fucking power on for the thermometer to work.
Oh, I found the bone.
My thermometer will work.
No, it
have
won't.
a
I'll play
camera?
fetch. Where's the bone? I'll play fetch.
Grab it.
The thermometers
a picture.
in general don't work. They're gonna read the same temperature.
Let me grab it. Anybody
It'll
of you
still
but me
drop.
should grab it since
Yeah, but it
I've
doesn't
got
help
the
that it
entire
starts at
skeleton
fucking
already.
6.
Where's Blazing? Come get the bone.
Oh,
Okay, the power
I'm
is
upstairs.
on.
Yeah,
where is
well, I'm
it?
gonna grab the bone then. It's downstairs
Wait.
in the first room on the left. Ooh. Cold,
Isn't that a
cold. And
movie?
temperature dropped.
room on the
Temperature
left.
dropped. It went to 4.
You gotta wait.
I don't know.
You gotta wait until the house evens out.
Bone, bone.
Temperatures are not going to show accurately.
Oh wait, do
Oh,
we have the
Ouija
picture
board.
for it?
I took the picture, yes.
Oh,
Found a Ouija board.
Where's that at?
Oh,
Where
did I
are
just
you?
Totally miss. Oh fuck.
let's
Alright,
get it
where
from
is it?
sorry.
It's in the back, Mama.
Upstairs or down?
Downstairs.
Well, according to the Ouija board, it's in the attic.
Lovely.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I was on my way up there. And I'm almost there.
This is a thermometer, Nightshade.
A thermometer. It's for measuring the thermos.
It's just not
Yes.
great when the power is.
Turn on the radio.
Okay, I
It's
took
like-
a picture with that.
I did turn the power on, but everything is still 9 degrees, and it's like that's not helpful.
Probably because all the doors are open.
I don't see any ghost orbs up here. Lights out. Turn on the radio.
I'm just playing this one last round.
Open all the doors so that we have a better sense of when it's hunting.
Oh wait, I do see a ghost orb. Never mind.
What, you see an orb?
Yeah, that's right over here. Yeah.
We just have to understand it might be a fake orb.
At this point, the ghost orb is useless until we have any more evidence.
But we still need to remember it.
Yeah, don't forget
Yes.
it. Just don't rely
One person
on it.
should probably put it. One person should probably put it in their journal
There we go.
Turn on the light.
Ah, there you go.
I did. I like light.
It's 3.5 degrees up here.
I've got 2.
Evil.
Oh, I got freezing temps, guys.
No light.
What?
Is there freezing temp?
I have 1.5, 2.2.
Lights out.
I do
Gorilla
not
radio.
have.
It might be 1, but I thought
I
it went
have
all the way down to 0 for a
1.1.
minute.
I don't have 0.
Technically, even at 0, it's not freezing temps. You need the negative sign to be freezing.
I don't have either, so it doesn't really.
Because me and my sister have gotten like 0.0 on the dot. I was like, oh, it's freezing temps. Marked it. It was not freezing temps.
Yeah, 0. Not 32. Who used 32?
I don't know. I've always used Celsius.
The
in
attic
this
is
game.
such a large
It's
space.
easier to remember.
It's throwing
It
paint
really
cans.
is. Paint can.
It's an artist. Ask if it's starving.
They're all starving.
I mean, I've got a lot of snacks.
I want snacks.
Are they bug snacks?
What's
Nope.
that? What's it interacting with? Oh crap!
You're fine. You're fine.
Doors open.
I want to take a picture.
I really hope I don't scream. I am trying to keep it composed for now. But those screams that come out of nowhere, yeah, those are like unadulterated screams.
I think the rocking chair was moving. If anybody's got a UV light,
There should be one
I
up
don't.
there.
I wouldn't want to look at that.
It
you said there's
also-
one up here somewhere.
Yeah, it also doesn't leave fingerprints on the rocking
Oh.
chair.
You just want to take
Crap,
a picture
apples.
while it's moving.
It leaves other evidence in the rocking chair.
Oh,
Oh, shut up,
I'm dead.
door. Alright.
What?
What? Oh, well.
What?
I'm dead.
Yeah, you definitely
Oh.
are.
Yeah.
It's spiked.
Okay. Did you at least see where it
Unfortunate.
spawned?
No, I couldn't see anything. It was frickin' awful.
Behind her, most likely.
Oh, peace. You have 4% sanity.
I'm fine.
You
This
write
is
in the
fine.
book? So my crucifix clearly was in the wrong spot.
We may have.
Like I said, I think the rocking chair was going. And the temperatures were definitely. I think it's over kind of where my body, but I don't know because I didn't see it, but the lights were dark on
There's
me,
the
even with my
crucifix
flashlight
spot.
on. Yeah, get a picture. The camera's by my body somewhere.
We may.
Are you
have
here?
A Ure.
Oh, this isn't a lone ghost.
Sorry.
Well, that's
Yes.
Fine.
Temperatures are not freezing.
Is the good dots already inside?
No.
No.
Is this the dots? What's the good
Uh,
dots look like? Oh, is it this bar? Oh yeah, it says dots projected.
Oh, I see it. Okay, it's running around. It's going downstairs.
It's hungry. It wants a snack.
I don't know where it went after it went downstairs. I can
Too
hear
bad
it.
I'm a whole meal.
Okay, it's going into like one of the bedrooms on the second floor,
Oh, the door's open.
and it's gone.
I stayed in the attic. How did I survive?
Because it was
Because-
chasing me.
Cool.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Who's going up the stairs to the attic right now?
Me.
Well, I did, but you can't
You
see
can't
me.
see, Mom. You're not the answer to the question, Mom. I'm sorry.
You
You
look
can't
like
see me.
you look like a demon. I was scared.
I think it'd be funny if you ever down and you could see the ghosts of your friends. Just saying, that would be hilarious.
Is it hunting?
I don't think
I
so.
think so.
I don't see it up here with you guys.
You write in the book.
Alright.
Also, how is it
Everybody needs
hunting? The
to-
crucifixes are still.
Wait a minute. Was that my breath?
Do we know where it spawned when it hunted that time?
No,
it
I
came
was
from over
distracted.
here
Sorry.
somewhere.
I just moved the crucifix.
Event.
I see it.
Yeah.
Ew, it's being creepy.
I know it's not hunting though, but I don't have
okay,
my camera.
so-
I don't have a camera.
Right where you're standing, with the flashlight, it's on the
we
crucifix.
could see it,
Writing.
Mama. We could see it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, what up to the camera? I
It was
put
doing
It wrote in the
a
book.
ghost event.
Writing.
Oh,
It
that's
wrote in the
nice.
book.
Orb is true. Mare, Revenant, or Fae?
Oh,
Could be Revenant.
It wasn't that fast.
Is they the one that if you're trying to hide, it is
You can
faster?
see the
Or...
book.
oh no, that's the Dio. The Fae gets older as time goes on. It gets slower.
Okay.
It gets so slow
Everybody
that you can
vacated
walk away
up
from
here.
it.
Yeah. At least I have. I'm outside.
Are you here? How old are you?
Almost legal.
Where are you?
I'm in the truck.
Oh, jeez.
Mares are more powerful in the dark. So if we turn the
Okay,
lights on.
It's spawned by the table with the rocking chair.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Wait, the camera wasn't there, but the camera is there. Interesting.
I was moving the camera earlier. That might be why you couldn't see.
Oh,
If you mean the video
It's coming-
camera.
yeah.
It
Uh.
vanished off the stairs.
Revenants will attack indiscriminately. Their speed can be deceiving. They're slow while dormant. As soon as they hunt, they can move fast.
It wasn't fast. I just saw it
Hiding
walk.
will make it move slowly.
Yeah, it wasn't fast either.
You just said about the gin too.
It was not moving fast to me.
All right,
this
it's a
time.
gin. I'm convinced.
They rapidly age. They deteriorate faster while within the presence of the living. Upon entering location, they'll become active, defensive, and agile. They'll weaken over time, becoming less aggressive.
I'm going with that because it attacked me immediately.
It didn't wait very long.
Wait, what evidence do we have? Other than ghost orb, potentially?
Ghost writing.
Oh, book.
Which confirms
What else does
the
it say
orb.
need?
Yeah, so we
Dots.
have orbs and writing.
What else does the say need?
Dots.
Sorry, thank you.
Dots, 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 dots.
So somebody will need to watch from the van
I think we're
too.
gonna need to move that dots projector because it's not really hitting very much on this camera.
Or just move the camera. It's doing something. It's
It's
appearing.
hunting, I think. It's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Going
door's shut.
downstairs.
Hide.
It's on the second floor. Heading towards the other stairs.
Door's
And I've
open. You're
lost
good.
it. Yeah,
It's
well, that's
not
why I
working
lost
for
it.
long. Which is nice.
Man, it sure does like to go up and down these stairs.
Do.
It's,
Do like stairs.
it's trying to get his steps in.
But it does like to spawn definitely up here by the rocking chair area, towards that back wall.
Oh, probably have to flip that camera.
Hold on. The camera that we're on.
I hear it again.
just-
Oh!
And it just spawned
Whoa,
again and
hello,
it's walking
sir.
towards you stairs.
Look, he's doing yoga.
Oh, I hate it. It's still upstairs,
Is this as far as the
And-
camera can rotate?
still in the attic.
I think I can go further. That's just as far as I wanted it to go.
Why do
Oh,
you gotta
you
be
can
so
do a
fucking
360
creepy?
with-
It's open. You're good.
Yeah, it disappeared.
Even further beyond.
It threw something over here on this couch as it was walking around.
Yeah, it spawned like right next to our camera.
Yeah. It
Oh
like
my
to spawn by
goodness.
that bookcase. That bookcase on that wall, like spawn right there.
Peace, you should probably come take sanity pills.
I would highly recommend it.
We actually, before that, we should try to repel the ghost with incense while it's
Are
chasing.
you here? Spirit box.
Ooh, what was that?
Oh,
That was Spirit Box.
So it's a gin. Got
it's
it.
a
So it's a
mare.
mare.
So
and it's
turn
hunting
the
again.
light on in there. Yeah, the
Where?
door's shut.
Where-
Oh, it is on your heels. It's following you.
I wish I
we
could
want me to
repel it
come
with
there.
incense.
Throw it through the window.
Give me a second.
I saw Peace's light through the window. Peace, I saw your light through the window.
You're safe.
I think it's done.
Hey, Peace, I brought
Oh.
you incense.
Okay.
It was heading for you in that room, though.
So, turn on the radio.
There you go. I'll go get another one to try to help. Boost our chances and whatnot.
Should just need the one.
Yeah, but sometimes...
Everybody hurts. 1, 2, 3. So.
Oh,
dang it.
well,
And again.
good luck. I'll keep an eye on the thing and
Do the
see if
thing.
it works.
That was a nice
You
countdown.
did it! Hide! Oh, we need to get a photo of it now.
Or die.
No, don't
Oh,
die!
it's going after you. It's going after you.
I could get
it's
a picture
going.
through the window, that'd be funny.
It's in this bedroom.
Hey, I'm at the door,
I come back
Ghost.
out of the
Come
bedroom.
get
It's
me.
gone? Nope, it's not
It's
gone.
gone.
You're safe, you're
Now
safe.
it is.
I brought you a camera now.
Well, there's a camera up there. I'm gonna need more sanity. For
Yeah.
that.
Definitely.
That's
All right,
fair.
Ghost. Come
Because
and get me.
Fuck Blazing.
trying to take a picture of it while it's hunting is stupid. It likes to not count, even when it's perfectly visible and you take a picture of it.
That's fair.
Well,
Alright, let's see.
well,
Blazing has the
oh,
best sanity right now, but no camera.
oh, I
There
thought you were
should
gonna
be
take a
one
picture of
up
it killing me.
No thanks, I'm good.
Oh, wait,
Okay,
there's
it's like
one
I'm
in there?
never going back up there again.
Yeah, there should be one upstairs.
You
on
should
the
probably
ground.
still take someone should probably still take sanity pills regardless.
I'm not seeing it up here, but that doesn't mean it's not up here.
Well, it's
My
up
lighting
there.
is just-
It just is. It just isn't doing anything.
No, I meant the camera.
Oh.
I'm looking for the supposed camera that's up here, but I'm not
Gotcha.
seeing it. But again, I don't get the best lighting.
Oops. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah. Feel the rush. I'll keep this one for an emergency.
Do you want a camera?
Oh yeah, I like to take a selfie.
There
Oh.
you
The
go.
camera
on the ground.
might
Oh. I can't protect myself if I use the camera.
beep, beep, beep.
Pick. Pick, 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 pick. Picture of the ghost.
I hear it,
hunting.
but I don't. I see
Where
it. It's
is it?
coming towards the stairs.
Wait,
Coming down the
or
stairs?
up? Oh, down.
Coming down the stairs.
I see you. Now, how do I
Turning
do
left. Going
click.
towards the laundry room, bathroom thing.
this? I took a picture.
It's going towards the
I'm
other
taking
set of
pictures.
stairs.
Alright, just run.
It's
All
I
right.
don't know if
going-
I have
Did it
counted.
count?
And
Oh, they
I think
didn't
it's
count.
gone.
I took multiple pictures.
See,
And I think it's
told
gone.
you, when it's hunting, it doesn't like to take pictures of the ghost.
That's so fucked up.
That's bullshit.
Yep.
Well, I did my job.
You die.
Oh, they died.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah,
Oh, I see.
yeah. I stood in place, took the pictures. I was a martyr.
Where the heck did your...
Oh wait, did you
Oh,
actually
it's
get
because
them?
you died. It's because you died that it didn't count.
No, it just didn't
Ghost
get
is
it.
hunting again. It's going down the stairs again.
It's yelling timber.
Going towards the laundry or whatever that room is. It's going right towards you. Oh, it went in that bedroom.
It's sleepy. Go to bed.
Doors
You've
open.
killed enough.
Yeah.
Go to bed. You're sleepy. All right, who's gonna die next? Oh, my body is mangled.
Where is your body?
Oh,
Where'd
so
you
is
die?
mine.
Where'd you die?
Oh, this is, it's right on the stairs when you come in. I died at the
No,
top
I
of the
didn't.
stairs. It pushed my body down the stairs. See, look at that. Oh wait, it's probably gonna be different for you
Don't
guys.
see your body.
Yeah, no, your body has disappeared for us.
Oh,
Cool beans.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Kept him into the wall.
alright, well, what do we
We
think
know
it
what
is?
it is.
Oh, we already
Is it
know.
under
Duh,
the stairs?
that's right.
We know it's a bear.
Yeah.
We're not guessing
know.
here. We know what it is.
we know.
yeah, it's a gin.
Wait for my spirit
Yeah.
to get into the van.
Oh, you're fine.
No, wait for my spirit to get in the van. I want to haunt you guys.
Yeah, I got gin in the
Mare
journal.
Mark.
Hold on. I'm almost in.
Oh my
You
god!
literally left as I was on the.
I'm
right
in.
there.
I'm in.
So mean.
I made it back with
It
everyone.
didn't let me reopen it. I might have pushed the wrong button though.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Look at that. It's a Goryo.
Did you
I
at
should've
least
picked
get Mare
Goryo.
marked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marelodian.
I'd like to be clear, I'm not the one that shut it.
I have
Yeah,
to
it was
go
the
now.
ghost.
Aww. Well, thank you for playing.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yee.
Thank you for playing.
Have fun, everybody.
We will.
Fun is my middle name.
It was great to play with the Chaos Crew again.
He's boxing.
The Chaos Crew has ridden again.
Woohoo!
No, your spirit box and UV have taken over.
Oh no. Not my garbage.
The
Bye.
garbage.
Although the glow sticks are fine. We like glow sticks.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye!
glow sticks aren't bad. Goodbye.
Bye.
Alright, I think that's a good point to take a break as well. 2.5 hours means it's time to stand up and stretch.
What? We're taking care of
I'm
our
making
limbs?
waffles.
We are taking care of
Waffles.
ourselves. It's wild.
I'll
Alright.
take care of something else instead.
Nope. Gotta take care of yourself. It's a rule. Mandatory.
But I have a cat.
Take care of that too, but also take care of yourself. Alright, chat. Y'all know the
Okay.
drill. Make sure you get up, stretch, get food, get water, whatever it is you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. Oh, womp womp, chat. Womp womp. Defeated.
That was hard.
What was that?
I said that one was hard.
Oh, that was a little tricky. I thought we were doing pretty good, but dang. That one was rough. Okay. Is everybody here?
Aye, aye, Capitan.
There we go.
Alright.
Alright. What are we feeling here? Let's see. Let's do the other 3-story house. Okay. Whenever people are ready. How we hanging in there, chat? Y'all be chillin'?
I'm sitting. I can't hang anywhere. Well, there's hooks right here.
Oh, say
I don't
debatable.
think they can support me.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
But then I can't play from you. Actually, no, I can't. I can turn my monitors towards the door.
See? Options.
Object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Alright, let's see what we've got.
You got the touch. You got the power. I think I remember how to play the game with the controls now, even though we played like 2 maps. I know how door work. When the knob is
Do we
facing
know?
you, you pull. Wait, why am I going down here with the camera?
Good question.
My brain turns off when I play with other people.
Nothing in the basement.
I'm just glad to be a part of the team.
Was the power upstairs?
It was in the garage. I got it on.
Okay. Okay. Good.
I'd have to say it might be in this bathroom. Upstairs. Turned on the shower in here.
Ooh, that's annoying, Rabbit. Hope things are okay. Love when people are just causing a disturbance in the neighborhood.
I'm used to it.
Oh. Found a
Well, no, not
hand
anymore.
And the,
We got breath in here.
There's oxygen where?
and yeah,
All over that room.
everywhere.
Oh. Breathe on me.
And I'd like to stand you corrected. There's carbon dioxide.
Oh. Don't breathe on me then. I need the oxygen to touch me. Oh, wait. Oh, there's nothing in here.
Right?
There we go. Oh, I'll place this. I'll place my thermometer face down in defense mode and end my turn.
That's super helpful of it. You
Hey,
right in the book?
it's-
Oh, you can throw the video camera.
you threw what?
You threw the video camera.
Okay, now we're gonna have words. You know what? No, I'll be a pacifist.
EMF is only a 2. Ooh, it hit a 3 briefly. Thought about it.
What is that in the camera?
Me?
Did someone just walk down the stairs? No, it was like
Oh,
This-
we
this
might
looks
have
so
negative
creepy.
temps. It's really hard to tell on the sad thermometer. Oh, we've got book.
yeah, it's a Goryo. We got this in the bag. So where this camera's placed,
Touched.
if there's no light going out the door, you just see a figure in the background if you're going down the stairs, and it's scary. Wow, the resolution on this camera is so good. I wonder how much they pay for it.
Ooh, what the fuck?
Who turns the lights on and off?
I thought it looked like someone ran past the door. That was freaky. It's all
wasn't me.
locked.
The call was coming from inside of the house.
No feety prints.
No.
We can't show those on stream.
No UV. We have ghost writing.
Temperature went back up.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, my game just jerks me around like whenever I'm trying to move sometimes, and it's oh my goodness.
Oof.
It's like I do a mini blink every so often. Well, it's very occasional now.
Yeah, that'd be annoying.
Hey, if I could go forward in time even 1 second, I could outrun the ghost.
You know, I don't think I actually properly said hi, Rabbit, but hi, Rabbit.
Hi, Rabbit.
And yes, that was in fact salt. Those were what the big strips were. 0.3, 1.5, 1.8. I got dots in here now. Minus 0.2. Okay, there we go. Able to confirm it.
Oh, you have a demon on the list.
Love that. That's safe. Demon, Revenant, Shade, or Moroi.
Are you here?
Speaking of demons, anyone into show tunes?
What? Oh, so it's not dots, by the way. So we can take those down if we want.
Are you here? Where are you? Oh, spirit box. Alright. Mori.
Moroi. Hooray.
I'm cursed again.
Yay!
Yay.
I love that show.
I love that for you. We need to capture a photo, prevent it from hunting with a crucifix, and witness a ghost event.
Look, Maury is on. Trash TV.
Oh, I need to take my shitty ass cameras off the list so that you can put good ones in.
What? I love that camera.
Alright, I'm gonna put a crucifix in the hallway too, just in case.
And chat, this is where they die.
Says.
Nah.
You wanna give us a sign?
I'll have to go to Home Depot first for sure.
Nom the crucifix. Would you please nom the crucifix? Show yourself for a picture. Do something.
Anything.
Do the things. All the things.
Do the roar.
Roar.
I'm just out here in case it spawns in the hallway.
Yes.
Because, you know, it was so clearly in the fucking garage. Door touch.
I thought I remember hearing something about if you take pictures through the camera, it still counts. Like, if I take a picture through this monitor, it'll count for something.
Oh. Huh. I don't know.
I don't know about that, so.
Oh,
I
well,
don't remember
okay, we
Crucifix
prevented it from hunting.
I may be thinking about something else. About the camera. Oh, wait, no. That's if you line up a bunch of salt on top of one another and you take a picture.
Yeah, we
You
just
can fill out your
need
pictures.
Capture.
Wait, why do I hear
Those
footsteps
photos.
Show
outside?
yourself. Oh, that sounds fine.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's 3 people here.
Alright, I'm just gonna... I can get it to...
Alright.
Oh, that's not placed nicely. There we go.
That's
I love how the
Would you like
Polaroid
to,
camera just,
like-
pops up. What's up?
I was saying it'd be nice if the ghost would show up,
That'd be
and
great.
stop eating the crucifixes, just like manifest for a second to take a picture.
I'll
That
come
would be
inside.
Event.
nice.
It'll show up when I arrive. It's me.
I'm very
It's
angry.
me. Oh no!
Apparently it's very angry.
No, I'm gone.
It wasn't a fan of that.
I was about to show tunes it.
Don't mind me, I'm just preparing an exit.
I realized I'm a fan
Oh,
of music.
there's the event.
Okay.
Now we just need it to show up and get a picture of it.
All right, I will come back.
Show yourself.
Hey, you ghost.
Oh, wait, throw the
It's
camera
me.
again.
Oh my god!
You sure you're the cursed one there, Peace?
I mean, I'm the one that got the spirit box response, so I should be.
I don't know about that.
I'll just stay in here.
Just gonna exit the room just in case it spawns.
Yeah. I've prepared a door open for my exit to run and hide.
Hmm.
Man, was that scary.
Hey, you want to do it again?
Okay.
It's lovely
This time
throwing
I'll-
that camera. Oh,
This time
where
I'll
is
wow
she?
them.
The hunt. Oh, this
Aha.
is most likely a hunt. Oh, goodbye!
Oh.
Arcane, goodbye!
No!
Goodbye!
What?
Blazing, open the
The
door
se-
for me.
Oh, okay.
I took picture of the corpse.
Somebody got the picture of the ghost, though. It was either me or you. I don't know which.
One of us did. We both took pictures. That's all that matters.
I think it was me. Look, the CCTV thing is outside of the monitor.
Yeah, it does that. I don't know. It's weird.
What?
It hit the corner. It hit the corner and it went out of bounds.
Yeah, the little logo bouncing around will go off the monitor sometimes for some reason.
And I was going to sing a musical for them.
Y'all telling me we had a voodoo doll and I didn't get to play with it?
Wait,
I mean,
you
you
do?
can go back in there and play with it.
Not now! I have no sanity left.
But I do.
It's more fun to play with it when I can get people murdered.
Also, you should probably mark Mori.
I probably should.
Oh,
you should probably do that too, huh?
when did I do that?
Alright, let's get out of here. Bye, peace. It took forever for that dang thing to show up for the picture.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Job's ready.
perfect investigation, and I got an achievement for the Murray.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
I never had that ghost before.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe I did. And did.
Your mom told you the police must have been called? They came to the back door asking if she heard anything? Oh! Lovely. That's a fun time.
Smashing.
I'm glad y'all are at least okay. Oh, I should get my
That's been
awful
a
camera
lot of
out
loud
there.
noise. No, leave it. It's nostalgic. It's very retro.
Nope, no more camera. Alright, where do we want to go now? How bad do we want to suffer?
Let's play Russian roulette.
Random it is. Alright, I'm ready.
Life, death, life, death.
Suffer! The campsite!
Oh goodness.
Suffer.
Ah, the big campsite.
Lovely.
Wow, I think you peaked because I didn't hear anything you said.
Oh. Campsite.
I just
Been no reports of violence or sighting, but please remain careful.
the only reason I know you said something because I looked at the stream.
Campsite.
What am I doing?
Good question.
Oh, bad camera. Thermometer.
Oh, I should have looked at
Oh,
the map
my
to see where
goodness.
the generator was.
Oh, this rain is killing me.
Oh no.
Okay, what do I have open that I can close?
Oh my god, you can hide in the
Frames,
moldy ass
did you?
porta potty.
Yes, that's my sister's favorite hiding spot.
I
and
hate
it's
this,
open.
it's so gross. We'll pretend it's moss and not shit.
I mean, the only one way to find out.
Is there?
Tarot cards.
Yeah, there's only one way to find out.
Tarot cards.
Wait, is
Oh,
it time
that's
to
not
duel?
forever.
I need to draw a pot of greed and draw two
Merry
cards from my
Christmas.
deck.
Uh-oh. Goodbye!
What did you get? Oh, you did.
Oh,
Well,
jeez.
bye.
Well.
Oh, where'd the deck go?
That was fast.
Yoinkus.
The shitty ass EMF reader is also under the picnic table, by the way.
Which
Uh-oh.
one?
Event.
You're being hunted.
No, it was an event.
Oh, it was making very specific noise. Hey, Amaris! I didn't just pull a tarot card and instantly die. No, that'd be ridiculous. Oh, the generator's over here, by the way.
He drew Jar of Greed and drew 1 card from our deck.
I did.
Wait, why am I so
Slendy Man is
slow?
here! Is he just always here now?
Hide.
Uh-oh. Hide.
I'm hiding.
Where is she? Where are you? Where's the ghost?
I'm hiding outside of the gate.
Game. Game.
Oh, she's coming towards the cabin piece.
I know. And that's just.
She wants to nibble your biscuits. She's by the generator.
Is she hot?
Oh, no! Oh.
Oh.
Did
Well.
you die? Yep.
Well, the stupid cabin door wouldn't open. I grabbed the key, but it wouldn't unlock.
Damn, we're just getting fucked. Question is, where did she come from? She made it to the
Where did she
cabin
go?
pretty quick. Looks like she threw some stuff over here, so probably somewhere around this main grouping of tents. Got a
Wait a
tent
minute,
door
wait a
open.
That was a quick hunt.
Yeah,
We
Peace
weren't in there
died.
that long.
It ended when
I
Peace
mean,
died.
I mean, we weren't even there that long for the hunt to start.
Oh, that
Yeah, I
wouldn't be
drew a
because tarot
card.
cards or anything.
But my sanity is at 67%. I never even
Yeah,
made it
the card
inside.
the card made the hunt happen. It was a hunt card.
Oh,
Yeah. I drew the death card, which is a cursed hunt.
why is my
Forced by
sanity
the
low?
card.
Yeah, it's 100%
Because-
in this grouping of tents and stuff. It's opening doors, throwing cans.
And Arcane drew the Hanged Man card, which insta-killed her.
Yep.
I was trying to see if I couldn't draw the High Priestess card and bring her back.
Let me see if I can figure out how to guide you to the spot. So if you just, when you come in the gate, if you just go straight into the building and out the other side, you'll be in where the ghost is.
Okay, so I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I so slow?
Are you out of stamina by any chance?
I'm not sprinting.
Huh.
Are you out of stamina by any chance?
No. I'm walking normal. I haven't even hit the sprint button.
Well, then that's why you're slow, because you're not sprinting.
But I was faster than this.
Oh
in
no,
the truck.
this is like weirdly slow piece. This is...
Strange.
Hi, Dusty.
Am I jumping
What's up?
around?
You're a little slidey.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that is slow. What the heck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's
I'm
just weird.
slow.
Did you break your ankles? Hold on, I gotta take care
I'm
of the
not
dog.
sure.
Come on, Dusty, let's go. I got you, buddy.
When I sprint, it's like normal speed, like normal sprint speed.
Weird.
Okay, peace. You're my guardian angel. I need to know when it starts hunting, so I can die.
Got it. I will direct
Wait.
you face first into the ghost.
Wait, is this the map? This how big it is?
No, you just... If you
I
go
went to
over
the build.
this
What the?
way,
Oh my goodness. Okay.
it's me. You'll get to the cabin.
Is it,
Off
what's
this-
over here? Oh, nothing.
Oh, that's another area where it can be.
Oh.
This is the staff area now. But this is the only thing they didn't touch was this entire original cabin area. But this is where me and Arcane died.
Okay.
But the ghost came from over there where the totem pole thing was. in the center of all those tents is where it came from.
Oh, so the area I just came from?
Yeah, where you were originally.
Okay.
The ghost made its way all the way from there and killed me. But yeah, over here where this totem pole thing was, after you came through the building, is where the ghost appeared.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out why my sanity was at like 70% and I never left the truck. Or I did. I was outside, but wasn't in the campsite. I stepped 1 foot into the campsite and then that was it.
No clue. No clue then.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. My sanity was like low, like almost halfway, and I never even came inside. I was trying to figure out why I was jumping all over the place. Oh, I can't even see if there's ghost orbs too well with this.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh my goodness.
Glad I could help. Okay,
Yeah,
did you
help
find
me
the
jump out of my chair.
Did you find the spot okay?
I'm looking where the ghost was hunting from. I don't see any spirit orbs.
Okay.
Is this hunting?
I don't think so. I don't
think
hear
so.
anything.
I thought I heard the gate lock.
I can stand by the gate so I know. Are you in the van or are you in the spot right now?
I'm about the cabin.
Okay. There. I
Keep
am
hearing noises.
I am watching the gate for ya.
Okay, now I'm actually looking.
How we doing, chat?
different
We all
places. I don't
vibing?
see any spirit orbs. But you know, it's hard to see when I'm jumping from spot to spot. Okay, no spirit orbs. Temperature. I really wasn't looking for temperature. I don't any fluctuations. This rain sucks.
Mhm.
Huh. Thought I got a little bit of. Is the generator on?
I don't think so. Neither of us got it on before.
Yeah, neither of us got to it before we fucked up.
Wow, your stuff just threw everywhere. Oh, here they are.
Hi.
All right. All right, Ghost. I now draw a pot of greed from my deck. I have no clue what I just drew. I turned the textures down. I can't even read it.
Oh no.
Let me turn the textures back up. Oh no! Oh, let me put the.
It's not hunting.
Okay. Let me put the cap on my cup before I knock it over. And
Oh, don't do.
mess up
Yeah,
everything.
don't. Don't worry. I'm still very
textures.
intently watching the gate.
Okay. Let's see. I draw the moon. Never mind, it was the fool. And last card, Wheel of Fortune. And I don't know whether if it was red or blue or green. Because I had the goggles on. And that was the last card.
Oh, it's hunting.
Uh-oh.
Oh! 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 Oh!
Crouch, run, peace.
Yeah,
Let's
it's-
go.
Oh, did I just see it? Oh, I can't see a thing.
I don't see her. I see mine in pieces corpses.
Over by the bathrooms for some reason.
Oh, she went that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it over?
I don't know.
No.
I'll turn my goggles on and see if she comes over here.
She will.
Probably be done hunting before she gets there.
Probably.
Alright. It's done.
Okay.
Damn, I only just made it here.
Yeah, it was going back and forth in front of this. And
I
then
see she
walked
was-
out here.
See, she was fucking with the stalls, yeah.
Yeah. And then she walked out back towards this fire pit over here.
I wonder if it's twins.
I don't know, it's possible.
If she's so far from where we saw other stuff being thrown.
Alright, I'm making my way back to the totem pole area. Don't kill me, because I was going to do that in the first place.
So it's a long walk to get from the totem pole to the bathrooms. I don't think she walked that far.
Okay, I'm getting temperature. Never mind.
Did you die?
No, I thought I was getting a temperature drop.
Oh.
Oh no, I am. It's getting. Whoa, it's dropping like it's cold. Never mind. Nope, it's going back up. Wait, no, it's going back down. Nope.
Oh,
Ah!
hunting.
I know, it's right here.
Oh, she's going for you. Goodbye. Well, mark something in your journals.
I should have just died a long time ago. Just
I
to hurry
picked
up.
twins.
I picked Goryo.
Welcome. Goodbye. It's a shade.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
Interesting.
Really?
Apparently.
Apparently we really made it mad with the tarot cards. Like,
Mm-hmm.
shades don't usually hunt that often. Because of being shy ghosts.
Oh, ghost interactions 112.
Oh,
Wow.
Jesus.
I told you it was throwing shit, and when it fucked with the bathroom doors so much, and
I was just nowhere near.
damn. Let's see, what is a shade's deal? Boop. Very shy.
Yeah, that's
Evidence
what
to suggest
I'm
that a
telling you,
shade
it's
will
weird.
stop all paranormal activity if there's people nearby. They're harder to find. They'll not enter a hunt if there's people nearby. Weird.
I was nearby.
Why was it in two super different locations? How did it make it to the bathrooms that fast?
Maybe he just had to go and it
I
accidentally hit the
guess.
wrong button and it turned on the hunt.
Boy, he had to go.
They clinched too
Oh.
hard.
There's my one tarot card. In all its glory.
The hanged man.
Yep.
Wait, how do you add more to the case by just using them?
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to do
you
the
have to
tarot
draw
cards
them from the
individually.
deck. You have to get each one individually from the drawn from the deck to see them in the.
Alright.
case.
Random.
That's weird. When I'm here, it doesn't jump or anything.
Weird.
It's only when I'm in the map.
It's possible that it's just because the campsite was so big. Was it doing it on the other maps?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Well,
it was doing it. We haven't done a small map, so I'm not sure if that'll
here,
make
let's
a difference.
do one of the, let's just do the normal, like, starter map and see if it does it there, too.
Ooh,
Alright,
I'm
ready up.
coming home.
Alright, let's see how bad it is here. That'll give us an idea.
Let's see.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
I really hope it doesn't do it here.
Here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it will help you assess.
Is it doing it? It is not. Nope, never mind. I lied.
Oh, well.
Well, I didn't lie. I didn't know what I was talking about. There's a difference. Can you see ghost orbs using the night vision goggles?
I don't believe so.
That would be too cheap, I guess. They can't give you two things in one item. Or three things. Home sweet. Oh, goodness gracious, that's a door.
It is a door.
It wasn't a door at first. It was a jar.
Oh, I've got EMF 3 in this hallway.
I got power in the garage.
Okay, so what room is... Oh, I got 3 here as well. Oh,
Is
I
it
think it's in
following you?
here. I have 1, 2, and 3 readings standing in the dining room. There's a plate on the floor. The table looks pretty fucked up.
Savages. Savages, all of them. Whoa, that's a
Yeah,
table.
I'd say it's
Wait, was that
probably
an
definitely
orb? Oh yeah, there's an orb in here.
What?
Hi, little orb. Oh, that's a butt.
What do you mean orb? You can't see orb.
Ghost
Yeah,
orb
he's
right
got a
here.
video camera.
Oh, you're holding
Yeah.
a camera. I see. Gotcha. It's like, what? I was like, we just talked about this. Woo! Thank you. Okay. Throwing shit.
Yeah, I see a lot of things. Let's see, temperature, it's almost at 5, oh no, never mind, it's going down. It's yelling timber. Well, more like mercury. I'll put you right here.
Yeah, EMF's
Next
not really
to the
going up
camera.
above the 3 that we had earlier, so...
My microphone keeps turning on in game, so I just have to be careful.
You're allowed to use your mic in game.
But the ghost might hear me.
That's the point.
Unless it's dumb. Isn't the yokai the one that's dumb that can't hear you more than like 2 feet away?
No, the yokai's the one that'll home in on your position from.
Which one's the dumb one?
I don't know.
One of the ghosts.
Oh,
Yeah, one of the
Did we-
ghosts is a dumb ghost.
Did we find, like, the bone and the cursed object? And...
I found
Oh.
the cursed object. It's a Ouija board down in the basement. I don't know where the bone's at. I haven't.
Okay.
Probably in the master bedroom. Getting it on. At dawn. Ooh, what's this?
Did you find something?
I'm in, maybe.
We got a foot in the tub.
In the tub?
In the tub.
Gosh.
I want the foot.
Yeah.
No, they died.
Boink.
You can grab it now.
We
Yeah, they
know how
slipped in the
died.
tub.
Which I have done before.
It's really easy to slip in the tub. Chat, you have
How do
no
I-
clue how tempting it is to do the
What is
thing
this?
with the Ouija board. I'm bringing
Oh.
another crucifix.
It's a thermometer.
Better one.
I protect.
Better than the janky. one
Oh.
you got.
Oh, yeah, it's cold. It's colder over here.
I assault you.
Oh, it's dropping it. It's dropping. It went from 15 and it's not stopping.
Wee.
It's still going. It's almost at. Oh. Give it some more time. Let him cook.
Are you here?
I didn't see.
Let him cook.
Oh, there's UV. Footprint.
UV.
Are you here?
It's a Goria. I already marked it down.
Where are you? How old are you?
Oh, take this off.
Are you here?
Oh wow, it looks very distorted in there right now. Oh, that's because you're not using the good camera.
All right. I see. Being nice and creepy.
Oh yeah, that's a huge difference, night and day.
Is it safe?
Yeah.
Okay, I got scared.
Oh, nothing was happening.
Huh. That's strange. No reason.
Wait, is Hantu on the list?
How dare it, chat?
It is. Interesting.
So nothing happened?
I mean, it evented.
Interesting.
It vented? Oh, it must be sus.
Super sus. Especially considering I may or may not have definitely did hide and seek.
Oh my goodness, it's right there. I don't think that was dots.
No, that was not
No, it
dots.
was
That
not.
was.
What's the thermometer say? It's on the table now. Because it was the temperature drop of the dining table.
The other one.
Do we have any evidence yet?
Oh yeah,
I thought
it's
we had-
freezing temps. It's at -5.
Oh, that's why,
Oh.
chat. Because it's a crucifix.
I believe it's a
Gotcha.
Hantu.
Oh, well, it's not the book.
UV.
It just
Demon
threw the
Hantu
book.
Mimic Gen. You said there was an orb, right?
Yeah. Oh, it is a Hantu.
Maybe.
Okay, hold on. You guys said.
It's either a Hantu or a Mimic.
You said freezing temps. What was the other one we just got?
Ghost Orb and UV.
Ah, UV. Got it.
Reason why I say it was a
Freezing temp
Hantu is because I
UV.
thought I saw like breath. And
Oh,
no
there's
one
our
was
last
there.
crucifix.
Hoping. Are you here? How old are you? Are you angry? Are you young?
Oh. It's having a moment.
Are you old?
Oh, I wasn't even looking. I was in the book.
Where are you?
I believe it's a Hantu.
Yeah. I'd say the orb's true.
I was gonna say, the
There's
orbs
no-
are sticking around. They're not like...
So it's probably a Hantu.
I just thought I saw his breath. That's why.
Breath doesn't
Don't know
automatically
what-
mean anything.
Oh no, Hantus, you can see their breath.
Oh, their breath. Gotcha. Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
that's why I said maybe a Hantu. But I think you can only see when they're hunting.
Well, if the orbs are real, then it is one. So,
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it is because it didn't answer any of my spirit box.
and the orb is staying pretty
So.
consistent.
Well, let me go ask it a few questions, interrogate it. Well, I actually no, I hate these spirit box. I really do. Look at Peace dance. Look at those moves. Look at that footwork.
Okay, we did have an orb appear in a different spot piece, so...
I still think it's a haunt too. It didn't
Yeah.
answer the spare bug.
I think we're good on that. Now it's just if we want to get our sanity down and escape a hunt. Blazing, you need to go inside and get your sanity down.
I don't want to get down with the sickness.
You gots to. I'm gonna bring in...
Why is the door closed?
Oh. Because it's a 10 activity and it's hunting.
Oh.
Here, I brought you a present.
What am I supposed to do with this? I don't know how this thing works. I don't think knocking on the door helps. I don't think anyone's home.
Let
I
me
think we should leave.
in!
Oh, they're close. The camera is very distorting. I think you're angering it.
Oh my god. There, it's open. Petra! What's up,
That's
puppy?
breaking and
Cause
entering.
This.
Oh,
This is your fault.
it did not want you to leave. What did I
It's your
do?
fault. Oh, you used the Ouija board and made every hunt after a cursed hunt, so it's longer.
Oh, you're welcome.
Wait, what?
When you cause a cursed hunt with the objects, every hunt after is a cursed hunt, so they last longer.
Love it.
Wait, how did Arcane cause a hunt?
I may or may not have definitely did hide and seek on the Ouija board
What was this?
Which
forever ago.
yeah, you were safe.
Where was
Me
I?
and her you were out here.
To
I
be
don't-
fair, I did it while Blazing was in the house. The crucifix stopped it from actually hunting, and Blazing made it outside.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Maybe.
I don't remember you saying that.
I may or
Oh,
may not
see-
have definitely
see-
muted to do it.
Oh.
You want to see what you know what happened then there?
I would
The
love
tier
to.
happened?
tier 3 crucifixes stopped cursed hunts. That's why there was no hunt after hide and seek.
Yeah, and I realized that afterwards.
Wow. So now I
So,
have to.
Have
Yeah,
fun.
go sit in a closet.
Yep, go sit in the closet with
sanity
everything turned
down.
off.
Dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel. Oops, that's not how you open the door.
Ooh, you're trying to honey roasted peanut butter. That sounds fancy.
Does sound fancy.
In I wanna go where all the things are indoors.
I'll let
Oh
you-
no!
You're okay.
Just-
Never mind. No, you're
I-
not.
Don't say much.
You're not okay. Hide.
My microphone is off. I'm in the closet. They can't find me. Oh, they fast. They're going to the door.
That's because that's where I am.
Don't touch. Don't touch. I will keep. I will. Oh, oh, they stopped.
Oh, it's there now. It's open.
Did I fulfill the requirements of my job duties?
No.
No.
Alrighty, and I will continue to sit.
Yep, and I will keep watching stuff for you.
So give me a thrust. Burn, 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 burn. Oh,
Oh, it's hunting.
don't you touch these doors.
Touch the door.
Touch the butt.
It's right outside my closet. Oh, no! Oh, Coast. Oh, I fumbled so bad. Trying to keep the door.
Did you die?
No.
Good job.
Because usually when I hide in the closet, I usually like fight with the ghost to keep the door closed.
Mm-hmm.
and I fumbled because I forgot the button, and it opened up all the way, but they already were
door's
gone.
open.
Alright, should be done. You can come out
Yep,
now.
you're
We got
good.
the thing.
Flee.
Run! Run to your heart's content.
You miss when the ghost could kill you through the front door. I think I was far
I
enough away
know.
from the door for that. I was only just close enough to work the actual doorknob. Just close enough to push the door open.
Oh, we got the escape one already.
Yeah, Peace did that.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, I thought you were already, like, just gone.
Alright, I think that's good enough for us to leave, don't you?
Yep.
Circle your Hantus.
Yeah.
To my Hantu's content.
Alright. Let's get out of here. I finally finished my snack platter, chat. No more snackies.
Yay!
Welcome
More
back.
snacks.
Like prepared to
Hooray! Successfully survived and identified a Hantu.
Woo!
Woo, 1, 2.
Hooray!
Oh, I'm legal now. I just realized.
Hey, unlock
Wait
the
a minute.
campsites! And headgear!
Yay.
I am now 19.
I unlocked incense!
Subscribe to my Only Fruits.
We got a lot of money
Dead
for
mangoes
that.
galore. Wait, how
Yeah,
did
we
you get
got
more
a
money than me?
Oh, I finished my weekly crucifix thing. So I
Oh.
got 500 from that. That's how. That makes sense.
I'll accept that as an answer.
And the 100 from the play contracts daily challenge as well.
Yeah.
I don't even know what are my contracts.
Come over to the table. You can look at what you need to do.
Oh yeah, the contracts, so you can come see them all. Figure out which ones you have and haven't done. Oh no, I have one to survive with only the starter items.
Yeah, so do I. I never. Oh god.
Time to suffer. Take all your shit out.
Nah.
Take all your shit out.
Nah.
I love doing that.
Thanks.
I always ignore the starter item ones.
Suffer.
It's not that bad.
If we get 5 subs in chat, you must suffer. How's that?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Look, Blazing gifted 5 subs!
Maybe.
Hey chat, per yesterday's deal, you want to see the thing that I got mad about? Do you want me to show you? I can show you guys the object of my suffering. Thank you, Blazing, for the 5 subs, by the way.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're right, no clue. Nothing happened.
It could have been anyone.
Alright, let me see. That, do this. Do that, and ta-da! The object of my suffering!
GP Arcane.
He's just a little guy. And I didn't save it in layers, and so all I did today was try to separate the layers, and ooh boy, I'm gonna have to clean that up.
Oh wow.
So yeah, for people that weren't there last night to hear my rage, I worked on this in like a day and got it to where I wanted it. Almost like, it was almost done and ready for me to start animating it. And then I saved it, closed out, and then went to go reopen it and went, oh, I didn't save a working file with layers. I saved a JPEG. I'm not okay.
It was very devastating.
It was so devastating. I'm still so mad about it. So, what this will be, chat, is once I remake it and separate all of the sections into individual pieces, is it's gonna be a wiggler. It's just gonna sit there and wiggle. I've seen a lot of VTubers have these, and I'm like, I want one. I want a little guy that wiggles. So I'm making one. And it was going really well, and now I hate everything about it. So, surprise!
Surprise, surprise.
And I'm letting you guys see
Goodness.
this in place of a wheel spin, because that's pretty equivalent.
We're doing these starter items. We're gonna do it on the smallest house. below street.
Peace is not happy.
You want to do it on the difficult to hide in house. Sounds great. Let's go.
Wait, what?
Difficult to hide in.
It has fewer
Wait.
hiding spaces.
What
You said
about
Willow.
Tangle?
We gotta compromise. We just did Tangle.
You need
Alright.
something smaller with less rooms than that.
We could do the tiny
Willow.
campsite.
Now that's certain death. That's harder to hide in than Willow Street to me.
You said fewer rooms.
You're right.
Oh, the screen is blank.
Okay.
You're right. There we go.
Yay! Let's watch this pink background gameplay.
Thanks, Amaris. Hopefully, I'll be able to get it fixed and do the thing. But yeah, that was. Do you want to turn the difficulty down?
There. Suffer at intermediate.
You want to suffer? All right, we'll suffer. All right, everybody, ready up.
Did I ready up? Oh,
Nope.
you changed it. Wait, is it ready enough for me?
There it
There it
goes.
goes.
There you go.
I clicked it like 4 times.
Gotta love it.
That's too many times.
Just like I love my gamer guacamole fart 9000.
Ah, we have one flashlight. We didn't think that through.
Oh, we did.
It'll be fine.
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. Time reports of violence, and it looks like
We should all go in waves and get one piece of evidence each.
I've got a video camera so I can see in the dark.
Do 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 do. How do I turn this thing? Oh, here we go. If you're looking for cool videos, then you're in the right place. From the PC to the console, put a smile on your face. Arcane, arcane.
It's me.
Get ready for a video from Arcane.
Doop doop. Speaking of videos from Arcane Chat, if you're not already, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Relive your favorite stream content. Preserve.
Shameless plug. Shameless plug here.
Oh,
What the? What was that?
you being breathed on if you heard something.
That's fun.
But I heard it out here. Like it was like a mirror, like whispers.
Suspicious.
Maybe I'm just hearing things. Trip, 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 trip. It'll never stop. Whoa.
I love that movie.
I've never seen it.
Oh, doors are shutting on me.
Oh, oops.
I'm still in there.
I
Give it
can't
to your
see. I don't have a
sister,
flashlight. All I've got is this
sister.
black light.
I've got the video camera.
You can shoulder.
Oh, it's a summoning circle. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, we summoned the bed Mako gods from there.
Although we can't do anything with it because we have no matches or lighters, and
A
we don't have
shame.
a camera to take a picture of it. We still need to find the bone.
The ghost
least
may
pick
be in
that
here
up.
where I am. The temperature is like it's dropping. It's almost past 5.
Where are you
Where are
at?
you at?
Downstairs, right here.
Ah, hello, basement. Second room. Temperature dropping in here, you say?
Yeah. It's right before 5, and it's slowly ticking down towards it.
Oh, is the power on?
Oh,
I don't know
that could
where the
be.
power is.
Well, it's warmer out here though.
Power is on. Nope, it wasn't. Now it is. I
Red
words,
light
I
is
brain.
off.
It's
Okay.
oh,
Now we gotta let it get.
we can never leave. Well, pieces left. Never mind.
Oh, is that it? Was
Yeah,
that
it's-
oh, that might be orbs in here.
But say, yeah, it's still dropping.
That's
almost
definitely an
at 5.
orb.
I'll just leave that there next to the light. I have nothing else. Wait, what other evidence
Whoops.
pieces do we have? Do we have anything
We
else?
don't.
Oh, so we're it. We're Earth's last hope, huh?
Pretty much.
Nice. Well,
Now, it
we have
doesn't
a
mean
hope.
the orb is real.
I
Oh,
am
you
now
got-
seeing my breath.
Dot's pen on a different wall than I have the camera. Okay, I gotta move the camera. Oh, no, I can see Dot's from there. That's fine.
So is it weird that I'm just now seeing my breath after being in this room for about 5 minutes?
It's fine. Not getting any EMF readings in here, though.
What if it's twins? And this is
That
one of the
would
rooms.
suck. Oh. 3-4-ish? I
So the-
can't see where I'm going.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
What's the problem?
I'm dead!
it's a problem.
It was a problem. Got it.
It spawned right there. It spawned right where the EMF dropped at.
Is this a
It
problem?
dropped.
I'm dead. It's a problem. Door is open again. I turned some lights on upstairs to try to help as well.
It was as soon as you picked up the EMF and walked out the room.
Oh,
You dropped it? Oh, you say 3
hey,
or
Peace,
4.
we have
picked it up.
matches.
Do we?
Yeah,
Well, some.
we don't
Is
have
there
a
another
lighter, we have matches,
was a
though.
starter. I didn't think that was a starter item, though.
Weird.
Pressure make a trip.
Maybe
trip,
someone
trip,
accidentally
it'll never
added
stop.
them?
Whoa.
Oof, Peace, our sanity is already so bad.
Give it to your mango's on the bed.
Activity was just a 10. It hunted again. That's fun. Safe, though.
I am the first to die. I am the first to die.
I can't see anything downstairs.
I can see everything cause I'm dead. I'm dead.
They're a freezing temp.
Cool. I brought it.
Uh-oh.
Peace said the
Run.
magic word. Oh, she's bent over backwards for you, Peace.
That's
Oh, head over heels. Never mind. Wait. Okay, she's just in the basement. She's trying to figure out how stairs work. Up now, she's coming up the stairs, and she stopped. So freezing temps, you say?
yes.
I believe
Freezing temps.
it's a Goryo.
There's an orb, so it could be a mimic. Yeah,
Door
okay,
is
you wanna go
open.
Use that spirit box down there.
I hadn't gotten to yet. Okay, let's see. You said freezing temps and maybe an orb.
Well, didn't you say you seen an orb?
Yeah, we just don't know if it's real.
That's true, but there is an orb, though.
Yeah.
The dot spin is down there, right?
There we go. Yeah.
Which basically it's
Okay,
Revenant, Yuri, Hantu, Onryo, maybe Mick.
The EMF is going off again.
That's lovely. Good for it.
It's not 5 though.
Sticking around 3 to 4.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It was 3 to 4. I think I remember what the sound is for 5. Sometimes I don't even look at it, I just listen out for it.
Oh, you moved the camera, I see. Okay. I was like, that's not where I put that.
Okay, I'll just sit here and look at the EMF and see what happens. I wish they could get rid of this death noise sound. Yeah, I'm dead, I get it.
Is it making a weird noise?
You know the whispering sound when you're dead?
Oh.
That airy sound? I hate that sound.
I suppose I should probably go try to talk to it, huh?
Not
it's
right
hunting.
now. Yeah.
It just left the room.
She's actually walking this time. Like a normal human. Like a human would. Peace, wherever you are, it's coming straight for you. It knows. Where are you? Oh, no, it wasn't coming straight for you. You went to the garage. Tag team.
Could be Yuri. But we were in the dark, so it's hard to tell how fast our sanity was really dropping. I don't think it's been particularly fast, though, has it? I don't really think it's a
No.
Hantu or a Revenant.
Yeah, when it's fast, oh, trust me, you'll know. Like, those footsteps sound like it's sprinting. It's
hard
doing
to,
stuff.
It's too hard to tell if it's an Onryo, but it could still be a Mimic.
Oh, if you want to do the Unreal test, there's a candle in the back.
Oh, there's a...
If you blow out the candle 3
I
times,
know.
it'll hunt.
Oh, it turned the
Make a
power
wish.
off, damn it. That sucks, that's how I was getting down there. I don't want to go in. Remember me? Let me know if it hunts.
Oh, I'll go down there ahead of you. I was upstairs.
Okay. I can't see.
It's EMF, it's like a 2. It's weak.
I don't know where I am. Am I in the room? I'm not in the room. I'm in the
Oh,
wrong
no.
room. Where the fuck did I go?
Yeah, keep going to, you're almost there,
There it is.
and...
Where are
Oh.
you?
Oh, it's
Oh.
hunting now.
Remember me?
Get out the room. No.
You said to get out of the room!
I thought it hunts from outside the room this time.
Well,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It came from around the corner this time. How was I supposed to know she was going to switch her antics? Hello.
hi.
I tried to be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I really did. I'm not a saboteur. Peace. Welcome to the Dead Club.
How the fuck are you reading anything on...
Are you here?
Oh, well,
She's here.
she fucking sucks. She's...
Oh.
Oh no, Peace, she's following you.
Goodbye. Oh!
No,
Oh, snap. You got so lucky.
she's gone.
She's going
going towards-
upstairs.
Yeah.
You got so
Yeah, she's-
fucking lucky.
She turned around. I was like, oh, no, he's not here. No, I just saw.
Like, oh no, where did they go? I have lost track of them.
Are you here?
From behind on
Spirit box.
Cool. I'd go hide while you do things. Just in case.
Wow, that
So unfortunately, it could still be a mimic.
yeah.
But we know now it's either Onryo or mimic. It's hunting.
Oh, hi.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Not.
Huh.
Got any smokes?
Well,
Nope. Oh, it's
I don't
making
think
noises.
it has fingerprints, so I think it is an Onryo.
Works for me.
Oh yeah. I'll mark Gorio. No problem. That wasn't that funny. Stop laughing
you
at me.
almost made it out before she started hunting again. Damn, she stomps.
I laugh, Arcane laugh, the ghost laugh, we all had a laugh.
I think you're safe.
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, she's gone. I like how no one even cares about what the ghost names is anymore. Like, that's not even a thing anymore.
Oh,
Kim Bailey.
Kim Bailey. Yep.
Alright, everybody got Onryo marked?
Too bad I didn't
Yeah, I got
survive.
Gorio
No quest for me.
Oh wait, it only
It
works if you're
disappeared.
alive?
It says to survive
It
with the
says-
starter items.
Oh. Well, they don't know we didn't survive.
Job's ready for you.
Hey, we were right. We didn't find the bone though. Too dark.
Didn't even count.
Nope.
I
Those
wasn't even
stupid
thinking about
matches.
it.
Yep.
I don't even know who brought them.
I don't know, it wasn't me.
I was in the corner.
Weird.
You have matches in your loadout, Arcane?
I don't think so. I removed everything manually.
Alright.
Rude.
Yeah, you don't even have... Shows you don't have matches in your inventory either, so... Like, you have no matches.
Well, doesn't matter. I didn't
Even
survive.
Yep.
Alright, random.
Random. Random.
Safa!
Who has a sofa? The drip, 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 it never stop. Whoa.
Alright, let's go!
Oh no.
Oh, the small campsite.
Hooray!
I can actually work with this.
Take a look at the
Wait,
equipment
wait.
and prepare a
Is this the one with the thing? With the thing?
because here,
Sure.
I guess.
Awesome.
We're both just like, don't know what that is, but yeah!
Oh, it's this place?
It's
Oh.
the tiny one.
I will
Yeah.
never die here.
Alright, power's on.
No,
Who needs power?
Lord, no. Summoning
Oh,
circle,
my
not
goodness.
near.
Am
Okay,
I
that's
sprinting? I cannot tell.
How are you?
I tried to sprint and I was still moving, doing that slow stuff again.
Oh no.
It didn't show me any difference.
I'm seeing my breath in the bathroom.
We're seeing our breath everywhere because it's snowy.
That's a good point.
You don't know that. You know what else has a good point? These marshmallow sticks.
True. You're right.
Oh. You want to play with a voodoo doll, Arcane?
Yes. How do I... Oh. Russian roulette, your turn.
Alright. That one. I was trying to decide what to get rid of.
What was that sound?
Nothing.
Oh. Oh, they're naked. Back off.
Oh, who died? Oh, I was just in time to see you flop. Oh. Anyone see where she came from?
To your right, over in that area.
All right.
It turned on the radio and the blue pen.
Hey, look, a
It's
foot.
also... Yeah, I've taken a picture. You can pick it up.
It's a Goreo.
Oink.
I'm locking it in. See, what happened was, I was so far away from my usual spot, because I usually come over here by these tables and loop the ghost.
I see.
Yeah, but I was too far away, so it was just like, at that point, it was said and done. But at least they like my serenade.
Yeah, we've got some EMF in and around the tent, so it's only upwards of like a 3, though.
The thing is, I saw the gates close. I could have hurried up and gotten over here, but I was trying to figure out where they were coming from.
Well, don't worry. Peace and I would never have done anything to jeopardize your safety.
Well, I mean, if I was by the table, you know, those are the safest places in this place.
Oh, it immediately burned the crucifix when I put it in the tent. That's fine.
Perfect.
Oh,
That's fine.
Ah,
Definitely not
you know,
angry or anything.
I think, Peace, that you and I should each take some sanity stuff.
Oh, ghost striding.
Oh, that's nice.
whose heart is beating in my left ear?
That would be mine.
Oh,
I took a sanity thing, and yeah, that's... Da-dum, 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 da-dum.
I'm gonna have to ask for the unsolicited beating of hearts in ears to stop. I did not sign up for this.
Oh, minus 0.1. Right outside the
Freezing temp.
tent. Minus 0.3.
So, Demon Mori Revenant Shade.
It's a Goryo.
What's that sound? It's weird.
That's what I was saying. There's a weird sound.
Okay, freezing temps, ghost riding. There we go.
It's not a demon. It would have hunted a long time ago.
So it's not dots.
It may be a shade. It may have been so shy of my serenade
Oh,
that it had to go walk away.
I hate looking for orbs in the snow.
I don't think it's Spirit Box.
It starts with sorry.
Ah, see, someone's been watching Has Been Hotel.
Maybe.
Oh, EMF 5.
Oh, that's convenient. Shade.
Shade.
The only thing we didn't do is take a picture, and a shade's gonna probably be pretty hard to get.
See, I knew it was a shade.
Do we want to try to get, like, a salt picture, at least?
I mean, I can try to get a salt picture.
Alright, let's see. Someone's been watching Has Been Hotel. Oh, that's convenient. Shade. The only thing we didn't do is take a picture, and a shade's gonna probably be pretty hard to get. Do we want to try to get, like, a salt picture, at least?
That's why I was asking earlier if anyone likes show tunes and musicals.
Oh, that was fast.
I'm a Vivzy Pop like fan.
Oh.
The show was really well made.
Yeah, Hell of a Boss is my favorite.
The songs were all absolute bangers.
Oh, all her songs are bangers. Like, my Spotify Wrapped is going to be ruined. Well, not ruined. It'll be enhanced. Like Hell of a Boss, like, since it's been out the longest, I just binge watched these both seasons like every day.
Yeah.
That's all I like watch.
Alright, well, unless we want to try to get a picture and get it to show up, that's pretty much all we're going to be able to do.
Burn the books! Burn them! Save the children! Can you cook us more on here?
That'd be pretty cool.
Ah. Well, that's more is going to be well done. Ah, yeah.
Alright.
I can see you throwing the s'mores on the fire. Oh,
You
the
see
other
nothing.
crucifix burned. Heard that.
Let's go ahead and put this Dubmeister on the Barbie.
Show
I'm
yourself.
so glad they don't have physics. If that thing exploded, I would. Hey, Ghost.
Oh,
you're
a
not.
red light event. Oh, I missed getting a picture. Damn.
Hey, Ghost, you're not you when you're hungry. Here, have a Snickers.
I got so excited by a red light event, I forgot to take a picture.
Well,
Huh. I was so in fear that I forgot to take a picture. We're just two different peeps.
I forgot those were even a thing.
Oh. My clinching never did. Even though I'm dead.
Ah, yes, I see that. Having fun in there?
Yes.
I guess I could force myself into danger and just pick up one of the crucifixes. Show yourself. Show yourself. Show yourself. Show yourself.
Ultimate power! Okay, I'm done. Alright, Ghost, go ahead and haunt.
Lori
hunt.
Martin.
Lorene! Hey, how's it going? Do you want to get jabbed with my fork? Did you realize it's called a fork because it has 4 prongs?
Interesting.
Instead of it having 3 as a threek? That's what you call gaslighting, because that's not true. But it sounds like it. But I would never gaslight anyone.
No, you never.
Never.
Show yourself.
There's a difference between gaslighting and not knowing what you're talking about.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Ah. We're almost there.
Those
The
are magic
crucifix
words?
is almost.
Those are the magic words.
Corey is a big fan of girl bossing.
Phasmophobia is my favorite first-person shooter.
Catch me shooting pictures all day.
I'm the rootinest, tootinest, ghost huntingest, shootingest around
Show
in the
yourself.
West. Arise, chicken, arise.
Oh, Corey!
Chicken, arise. Arise, chicken.
Alright, well, I'm done.
Oh wait, it's a shade, so it wouldn't hunt if you're nearby.
Well,
I just thought about it.
I have like 2 sanity. It could hunt if it wanted to.
Nah.
But it's trying to
Go
get
stand
through
by the fire.
it's trying to get through the crucifix is the problem. Here, I'll fix the problem.
I was like, stand by the fire, so that
Yoink.
way you're not in the same room as it.
What
Technically.
crucifix?
It's doing something to the tent door.
Cool. Show yourself.
It's doing stuff in here. Yep, it's just throwing stuff in here.
Okay,
Oh, there you go.
Here we go. Where you at? Where you at?
No.
It's right there. She's naked.
Hey, you over there! Stop chasing her.
Dead.
It starts
Did I get the
with
picture?
sorry.
No.
Damn it! Why are the hunt pictures broken? Alright.
Alright, everybody have shades marked?
Yep. We've
Peace
been
left
left
us.
behind.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I
Coffee,
stayed
right.
gone. How do I? How? Okay.
Hooray! Now I have a voodoo doll.
What do I have? Is this all your stuff?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably.
we're in-
Oh. Oh, so yeah, I haven't even seen the monkey paw in my place.
It'll only show everybody else the stuff that Bobby's host has collected. You'd have to go to your own lobby and
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and get some popcorn tonight.
Lisa's.
Ooh, God.
Oh, I forgot it's that freaking. This thing turns on. That's right. Okay, where do we want to go?
Let's go to the asylum, the small
I
version.
Don't have that.
Oh,
Peace does though.
fix that.
Send
if
it.
Sunday. Sunny Meadows restricted. I'm getting more energy from this gamer fart.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer
Alright,
look.
let's see.
Using it will help your
Incense while
investigation.
chasing. Escape a hunt. Evidence with an E EMF.
Oh, it's foggy. Lame.
Frog.
Frog. Are you feeling froggy? Are you unhappy with this place? I am riveting with joy. Oh, who closed the door in my face? You don't like my puns? Oh wait, this is not the place. Don't follow me. I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, this door opens?
What door?
The door to get into the actual building.
Oh,
I didn't know that they could open. Oh, we have a summoning circle?
Mhm.
Summon me.
I suppose I should probably light the summoning circle right before we leave so I can at least get credit for it.
Wow, Okay, so it's not just me moving slow, it's everything about me that's slow.
Hmm. Suspicious.
I won't be suspicious, I won't be suspicious.
Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic.
What the fuck? How big is this place? Thought this was the small
You
one.
know.
What was that door closing?
There was a door opening.
I heard a door
This is the
slam.
laundry room. It's turned the lights on in here.
Cool. I don't know where
Oh,
the
there's fingerprints as
fuck
well.
that is.
Oh, it's down the hallway.
I'm down
think,
a
like-
hallway.
Who is this?
Huh?
I can't
Hello?
tell. Who is this? Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
Hello.
Okay, this is Peace.
Damn it.
Yes.
I found the bone.
Oh. Nice.
And there's an orb back
There's this
here.
Bone.
I'm down. It's in the little outside. It's in the courtyard middle thing.
Is
All
it
right, so where can I place this camera in here? There's not a lot of good places.
I see you. Hello.
If you're looking for cool videos, then you're in the right place. From the
Bone.
This is the first time I've ever seen the bone outside in this map.
I hear
Wait.
water running.
Cool.
Yeah, it's
It's-
probably from the room next to that room that we can't get to because of the restricted thing.
Hate that.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Yeah, for restricted, this map is huge.
Yeah, I thought it was just the hallways. Like the upper level,
So what room are
like
we in?
one wing. At the very end.
It changes. It changes depending on it's random. It can
Oh.
be several different things. It can be either hallway. It can be the basement, either hallway, or
Oh,
it can be this around thing, like we got now.
is the power
no,
on?
No. Apparently.
Oh, because it is very cold in here. So cold, in
Freezing temps
fact, that it's dropping. Let me tell you.
EMF's just a 2. I'm finally realizing how I'm supposed to read this stupid thing.
Oh, it's past
When
5.
it's just the
It didn't
bars
even
at the
stop.
top.
Yeah, I got there.
Okay, it stopped
Didn't
after.
they
Oh,
explain this
never
to you
mind.
last time?
Probably. Doesn't mean I remembered anything. I don't retain information.
Fair enough.
If
Hit
you're
a brain.
looking
I'm too
for
distracted by the
information,
stupid numbers for the distance.
then you're in the right
Yeah,
place.
the numbers and the arrow are for distance and direction it originated from.
So basically, if Johnny had 5 apples, and he gave Susie 2 apples, how many apples did Gary have?
8.
An apple farm.
Ooh.
Correct. I wonder if I just stand here when the ghost killed me. Remember, I said ghost orbs too. Just to reiterate that.
Ah, keeping that in mind. Got it.
So if I die,
We
well, when I die, I should say, and the temperature is still dropping. It's not at 0 yet,
That's
but it's
not what
about to
I
be
wanted
there.
do.
There's a camera in here with me if you want to see me die. Live in 4K. Well, 720p.
More like 480.
Oh, 14. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
140. 144.
32
At
bit.
that point, just watching pixels on the screen. My job is to stand here and die until these temperatures go to freezing.
That is quite the goal.
I'm
I've got a
committed.
different camera that'll catch your death in 4K though, probably.
I'm a star. Smile for the camera.
Got a book.
And we wait.
Would you
Yep,
like the
it's
book,
freezing.
please?
We have freezing. Yeet. That was quick.
Put the crucifix on the other side of the room just in case. Oh, never
Oh.
mind.
Oh, ah!
I'll go put it with the other one
Yeah.
now.
The ghost. These ghosts have trigger words. Either trigger words or they just don't like me. So freezing temps.
Oh, you were walking but not moving for a second. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll take off Michael Jackson. I love the moonwalk. Hey,
Sup?
where am I going?
Good question. Where are you going?
Where are you?
And
I'm
I'm
so
so sorry.
Tag team.
Ding ding.
Dinner is served.
I'd like to check in. I'm a bit mentally unstable.
I'd like to check out. I am mentally unstable.
Ding!
Are you here? Where are you?
Alright,
How
boys,
old are
I'm gonna
you?
grab some stuff. Let's go.
Oh,
Are
we
you
have
here?
stuff. I thought we were done.
We've got so much stuff to
How
do
old are you?
still.
Tell which I pay attention.
Where are you? Are you here?
I just grab all the basic stuff. That's
Are
all.
you
I do.
angry?
That's literally that's literally how I was playing my game.
Are you young?
Well, I didn't have a choice, to be honest.
Alright, I'm thinking this orb is true. In which case it's a Hantu again.
Can you feel it in your heart? Because you know it's true.
Oh, fun.
Well, that was easy. Hantu. I guess I don't have to come in after all.
I'm so mad.
Hmm?
It's blowing out every fucking candle.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have the correct sanity to do it.
Damn it! I left one
Correct
of
sanity.
them.
How much do you need?
Yeah, it'll
Oh, you're at 0.
above
That's a
80%.
good point.
No, we need an average above 80% sanity to.
Excuse me as I
Oh,
just go
we're-
down sanity pills.
Oh, we're at yeah, we're at 18.
That's so lame. That's silly. It sucks. It's rude.
The ghost is being respectless.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get us up high enough. If I
What
save,
if we all?
I need to wait until peace takes some, because peace is the lowest. What was our other evidence?
Orb.
What? We have
Orb,
freezing,
freezing.
tent, orb, and fingerprint. UV.
Fingerprints, that's what it was.
Nom.
I don't think we're gonna get high enough. I'll try it anyways.
Exactly.
You have an incense with you?
Nope.
Well, we have 2 things.
Better get in here.
Yeah, I need a flashlight, do I? Should I do?
I have a bell.
That's not helpful.
It's working.
It's working.
Are you guys in the building?
I am.
3, 2, 1,
Fortunately.
silver.
Hide and seek. Let's see if it can find me. Oh, my goodness.
Oh my god. They wanted my biscuits.
Is it over there by you?
Oh, it was so next to me, stomping and right in my ear. Oh my god. The cleansing bell, thank you.
For whom the bell tolls.
That was horrifying.
I ain't see anything.
I
So I
was
didn't
so
put it
certain
on.
that I was gonna die. Oh, hey, I have no sanity again. Hey, you guys got the incense. It worked.
Oh, I didn't do a
Yes.
thing.
I did.
I'm so proud of you. Y'all got your
We-
Hantus?
No, I'm not even in the truck.
I got my 3/4.
Going for the rest of the pictures to steal the book.
Ah, heal the book. Well,
Mm,
I will not come in there and doom you, so...
Oops.
Me and my 0 sanity.
Is this a problem? Is it hunting? I feel like it's hunting.
That's a good
Probably
question.
run.
The door certainly seems shut.
This thing's quick.
Oh,
Goodbye.
It must
doors.
be cold.
Aww. Well, so much for filling the book.
I shall fill the book.
I'll wait till I know
Hey,
you
where-
have Hantu. You are welcome to try to fill the book. What are we missing?
Pictures.
Ghost hunting from?
Just 2. We're just missing 2 3-star pictures.
I'll stand by the door and let you know if it's
to
time
the
to
part of the
die.
game.
So where did it hunt from?
Probably from the room
The
that we...
laundry room.
Yeah.
Let's see if it makes it this far.
It's hunting. It was nice knowing you.
Nah, it's not gonna kill me. Wait, isn't this a cursed hunt now?
Good point.
I don't hear it.
Door's still shut.
Okay, I can kind of hear it. I think. Is that a radio? I love this song.
It's just crawling in the hallway in circles. That's fine.
Okay, let me do this. Is it coming towards me
It's
now?
open.
Oh,
No, it's done.
I'll stay right here until it come at me, bro.
But we need pictures. You need to go take pictures of the salt and then leave.
Oh, I'll put down salt back here where I was.
Well, there's salt in the room already. You can take pictures of and then leave.
Go down there.
Oh, the door shut.
You don't get
I'd
anywhere
rather-
unless you go down there.
Trying to turn on my night vision goggles so that way it'll come towards me. Oh, I can hear it.
Oh, it's a child.
Door's open.
That's
It's
even
done.
worse. Okay. I'll just take those pictures. I'm moving so slow. That's why I want to. By the time I get there, it's going to start hunting.
Always a chance.
Oh, it is. The child
Yeah, see
runs!
it.
Oh, well,
Nyom! Nyom!
you gotta
knew it.
zoom.
I heard it. I turned around.
Door's
It was.
open. I turned
It's your turn.
around.
You can leave.
Your turn.
My turn. I have no sanity. You probably don't either at this point.
Also,
Yeah, I know because I'm
one's
dead.
dead.
I'm dead.
Oh.
And also, you
All of
can't
your
get
friends
pictures
are
anyway
dead.
because the
I pay attention.
just
Well,
leave.
Hope y'all have Han too.
So I'm trying to get it to come towards me, but not in a vulnerable sense.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
So slow.
I survived. Yeah, I don't know why you keep ending up so slow like that.
What is going on? Let's see. What if I do this? Because you know I love to play on controller. So I was plugged in. Maybe if I go Bluetooth, maybe I'll go faster. Maybe that's how technology works. What if I... That's the thing. I'm only slow in the maps.
Yeah.
Like, when I'm here, I'm just fine. Yeah, I'm just walking just fine. What if I just switch to mouse and keyboard?
Weird.
I haven't totally forgot how to play mouse and keyboard, even though I do.
There we go. There's my summoning circle. My 5 candles,
You get
definitely
your
in a
candles.
circle.
That's a fire hazard.
they're fake.
No,
It's
in a
paper flame.
case.
Look, Smashing Pumpkins
Like-
said, despite all their rage, there's still a rat in the cage, but that's a candle in the cage.
We've got
gonna-
a hand in a cage. Is that
Yeah,
close?
but
pretty
it's
similar.
contained.
Exactly.
I don't think
It's totally the
this
same
case is
thing.
It's gonna contribute to global warming.
Nah.
It's gonna burn down the house. The warehouse. In the middle of our streets. Warehouse.
In the middle of our house.
Our house. In the middle of our house. Okay, I'll switch to keyboard and see what happens.
Yeah, maybe it's just some weird connectivity thing.
Yeah, the devs hate controllers because it's the superior race.
It's still so weird. Like,
Yeah,
I
the
don't,
game's just all wonky.
I mean, like, I don't feel like your connection's that bad. But I guess
Especially
I would-
because, like, here is fine.
Yeah, it's just when it's actually in the maps. And, like, adjusting your settings hasn't done anything to affect it.
Yeah, I've turned down my textures all the way down to the lowest.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, you can't read anything. Luckily, I can't read anyway.
Alright, I'm ready when you guys are.
Oh.
Figured I'd send us to
Alright,
a
alright.
farmhouse, so why not?
Farmhouse.
Yeehaw!
It is kind of a bummer that, like, in all of this time that I haven't played, there's not been a new map. These are all the same maps that were there the last time I played.
Yeah, I thought they would have added something new. I guess they were busy working on, like, you know, the ground stuff, the foundations,
Yeah, I
reworking and stuff.
guess. Okay,
Yeah,
incense
they-
near the ghost, repel the ghost while it's chasing someone, and capture a photo.
They have announced a new map. It'll come sometime this year. I don't know when though.
Okay.
Okay, it's still doing.
We're getting a lighthouse map.
Oh.
They have shown concept art and that it is a lighthouse.
Okay.
It looks pretty cool from what the concept art looks like.
People have been speculating that for a while because of, like, clippings, right? The
But yeah,
newspaper
the clues that you
clippings.
can... That and the clues you can find others with.
Hi, Dusty. What's up, Bebby? Hold on, let me find the ghost location. Oh. Found it!
What?
EMF 3.
Oh, okay.
Where is? Oh,
Now I need to find
interesting. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's up?
Mm.
Alright, I must
I
leave the
only
building.
walk slow when pointing towards the house.
Alright, hold on, I gotta go
You
take
see,
care
look.
of the dog. I'm coming, I'm coming.
When I'm looking at the house, I walk slow. Then I turn around and I walk just fine.
Interesting, interesting.
This reminds me of something. Oh, I've seen this once before when I played Outriders. That game was... Well, I loved it, but certain parts of the map was unoptimized, I guess. So if you look, if you move the camera in a certain direction, it'll not run very well.
Mm.
It's only when you look at a certain, like, in a certain direction on the map. Like, there was, like, stuff there that's slowed down. Like the game.
A friend of mine was playing some game that there was just this whole area that was like that, like a whole section of the map of that place of the game. If you looked at it, it ran like crap and would crash his game.
Was it Cyberpunk?
No, I can't remember
Oh.
what it was.
I just heard a door close.
It was probably me.
Oh, EMF is going off, and it is a 3. It's turning on stuff. Oh,
Yeah, we determined it was in the dining room already. Like as soon as
yeah,
we
it's
walked
it's a spirit orb in here too.
in. Oh, ghost orb. Fine.
I was about to. Did you close another door?
Yes,
Okay, I was going
I always close doors behind me.
to. Every time you close the door, I start talking. I just stop because it gets me paranoid. I was going to say, if it was doing stuff as I was talking, like, because my microphone keeps turning on every time the thing.
Mm.
You know what? I'm going to put yokai, even though ghost orb maybe not be yokai. Oh, it's definitely on there.
I should have
But let's see.
Oopsie daisies.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome
Made the
back.
mistake of picking up
My
the
name is
phone
Leg.
and not letting you do it.
That's okay.
I wasn't thinking.
Wait,
No
Wait a
worries.
minute.
What kind of bone was it?
huh?
It was a jawbone.
That's fine, I
Oh,
had a
jawbone.
jawbone.
And the wheels go all on around and around, and the wheels go all on around.
If you ever pick up, like, the top of a skull, I'll cry.
There was a skull. It was the skulliest skull that we ever did see. It was a skull in the ground, in the ground, in the skull, and the green grass grows all around. And it's very cold.
Did we ever turn the power on? No, we did not.
Interesting that you said that because it
I
was very
swore I
warm.
did.
It was warm.
I think I did.
What's
Yeah,
that
I
sound?
did turn it on. It's just turned it off again.
Oh. Okay. I don't know if I placed those
Oh, Peace, you were back
downstairs.
there early. I thought you were upstairs.
No, I was.
Even though I did see you come from downstairs when I was upstairs. Don't mind me. I'm just high off a gamer fart right now.
Throwing cameras.
I snorted
Fun.
directly into my veins.
Mm.
Well, I'm just gonna leave that thermometer there. Oh! Oh! I just saw dots.
Did we? Did we actually see that?
Wait, hold on, wait. Check the pictures. That took a picture of someone I thought was standing there.
Well, you got a ghost picture, so there was dots.
Hey!
That was crazy because I had my
Throwing
night
shit.
vision goggles on, so I didn't know. Oh, I'm glad that wasn't a hunt because I thought that was somebody in front of me. Well, it was somebody.
Dusty, I
something.
just took you outside, you dork.
Are you here?
No, I just left.
I will
Where
give
are
you,
you?
I will give you food soon, little man. Just lay down.
Oh,
Lay down. Dusty,
Right.
lay down.
we have spirit box, dots. So yokai can be an option.
I think it was a
Or-
yokai.
So it is a yokai.
Oh.
I knew it.
If you Yeah, with dots, ghost orbs, and spirit box, it's a yokai.
Alright, that was fast.
Because when I came
What we
in,
need to do.
it wasn't doing anything, so I started talking.
We gotta get chased and we gotta incense everything.
Oh no, Mr. Ghost, don't chase me. I'm not vulnerable.
I'll put some salt down for pictures and stuff.
And I'll snort whatever this is in this capsule.
There, that's the area cleanse.
Oh, don't walk into me. I have an open flame.
Oh, that's fine.
Walk through the salt.
Oh my goodness.
What's up?
It's too quiet when you do that. And
Oh,
turning
there
you
we
down
go.
won't help.
Oh, the book's
Alright,
standing
we
up.
understand. You don't have ghost riding.
The book is twerking for us. Yes. I like the salt on fire. Well, I guess I shouldn't turn my microphone on in game so we don't have any problems.
You know, there's a really easy way to get it to show up for you guys to incense it.
Hey, Ghost. Turn on the light for me. I command thee. Hiya! It threw something instead. That book is still going at it. Work it! Did it stop moving? Oh, never mind. The book has high anxiety. That's why it's shaking so much. No, they're there. Everything will be
Good luck,
okay.
have fun.
Huh?
Nothing.
What?
I just took the crucifixes out.
Hey, Bon Bon! Get ready! Can we just talk? Can we just talk about how
Alright.
Bon Bon gaslights Funtime Freddy?
Gaslight Gatekeeper boss. Alright,
Like-
y'all get ready to incense the ghost.
I don't have any sense.
Place it so we have time. Do not throw that down.
Don't throw it.
What?
I didn't do that.
Where is it? Oh, hello there.
Alright, everybody run and hide.
Oh.
Oh. Well.
How do doors work again? I forgot how doors work, and I ran right at it. Oh, wow.
Oh.
You are so, oh. Dude, look at this door. It's, look, see this door?
I see.
It was closed when I died. It opened it after I died.
Ooh. Good thing I got those back in there.
Oh my goodness. That ghost knew what I was trying to do. It was like, hey, this is how you open the door. Because as soon as I like popped up from being like the cutscene, it just like, hey,
Right.
this is a door opening.
Well, we got all our stuff.
You don't got me.
Oh, I should
Pick me up.
I don't know if I got a picture of.
Pick me up. Get it, pick me
It
up.
won't be perfect because they're not all 3-star photos, but
That's okay.
we got enough photos. Build a book.
I took so many photos.
Alright.
Yokai.
So yokai.
The low level pro is at it again.
I'm lower level than you are.
Hey, we're all low level.
Except for peace.
Welcome back.
Nah, peace is low level
I've
as
got
well.
some jobs ready for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about the number, it's all about the heart.
Ah, I see.
Game, why are you penalizing me? I knew it was a yokai before we knew it was a yokai.
Woo!
Hey, I went the extra mile. I'm just getting achievements left and right tonight.
Hooray!
Oh, I just cracked every bone in my upper body.
Ow. That's unfortunate.
Yum.
Mm.
Alright, how bad we want to suffer?
I'm not what
Am I going to jail?
Sure! You said it, not me!
I asked a question, not make a statement. If you're looking
I
for
didn't hear
cool
any question mark
videos,
at the end of your statement.
then you're in the right place. From the prison to the showers, I'll leave a smile
Now,
on
if
your
you would have
face.
said, "Am I going to jail?" question mark. Now that's a question.
That is in fact a
mark?
question.
Whoever was here must have
What about a period question mark?
I'm not sure.
Am I going to jail? Period question mark. Wait, do I don't have 2 items on me.
That's unfortunate.
Find a
Oh,
third
there was
item.
not a world inside that door. Oh.
Music box.
Well, when you see a world of your imagination.
Oh. That's lovely.
Why do I hear Five Nights at Freddy's?
It's probably fine.
Mr. Five Nights, can I have a... Oh my god, that door just came at me. When you grabbed the door, it just popped at me.
Must be really far away. I don't hear it singing yet.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's how it works, yeah. I went left. Let's see who dies first.
It's done playing, but I don't...
Does it hunt
Yeah,
after
unless
it
it breaks,
works?
no, unless it breaks, it won't hunt. But it
Oh.
will be cursed hunts now.
Cool.
There's a door over here that's not a door.
And if it's not a door,
A
what
door
is it?
that's not a door.
It's a jar.
I see. So because we didn't hear her, she's probably somewhere far away. Or him, them, it.
Yeah,
I'm in cell block left.
the ghost.
I am slowly going through each cell. You can call this the cell games. Doo, 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 doo.
Cell block tango, if you will.
Mango.
Tango.
I heard
No
mango.
tango. No, there are no mangoes in this tango.
Now presenting the cell block mango.
I wonder how that sounded.
There's a lot of beds here, so
The door to
Hey.
the infirmary is ajar.
but I thought it was a door.
Nope. Everything looks normal in here. Nothing looks like it's been thrown.
Well, I'm in whatever cell block is on the left side, and I haven't seen any orbs.
I haven't noticed anything too out of place in the cell block I'm in.
Oh, none of the doors have even been touched either over here, so if anything's out of place, I wouldn't know. Goodness gracious, my microphone keeps being on.
Scary.
What the hell?
I found the bone.
I just heard something over here as soon as I turned my microphone off.
I'm upstairs above what looks like above the cafeteria? Is there a cafeteria? Is that a thing?
I'm not sure.
No.
I don't see any jail cells
Never-
in here.
Oh,
Is this a... Oh, you can... Oh, I left. Yeah, that is the cafeteria. I can see you.
You see
I'm
me?
outside, by the way.
it touched.
I'm outside. I see your lights.
It touched a
Oh.
cell door in the cell block I'm in.
Oh, I think I see your
You
light.
see me?
Yeah, hi. Hi. Hello.
I don't have a light, but I have charisma.
Yeah,
Wait, I do have a light.
I don't have a camera to take a picture of this. I guess I'll have to come back for it.
I got spunk. I got charisma. I got energy and passion and footwork.
More passion, more energy, more footwork.
You know what this reminds me of? Maybe it's time for a test of your reflexes.
No! Oh, I think I'm next to like the warden's office. Hey, I found the power.
You got
Oh,
the
yeah.
power.
Now the power's on.
How do I turn the power on in here? I mean the lights.
Good question.
Technically, that's not an incorrect statement. You know, you have to turn
I
the
think I
power
hear
on to
something.
hit the lights. I'm breathing. I'm breathing.
Maybe not. I thought I maybe heard more music.
I just
That's
realized
weird.
I forgot that I had my night vision googles.
Not your Googles.
So I was looking in the dark with my camera, trying
Oh,
to find
Who is
stuff.
this? Who's that? Hello,
It's not
do you
me.
Have a, do you have a camera?
Hi.
Yay,
have a
this
camera.
way.
Let's begin.
I hear it again.
I'm gonna make you wish that
I'm hearing
I'd
things.
stay
In this room on the right.
The house on Mango Street. Oh my goodness.
Here, foot.
I just made that connection. Sorry.
Do you need a foot blazing?
No, I need a bed.
Alright, I'm
Come
gonna
on,
take the
Mango.
foot then. Yoink. Okay. Well, I don't think anything's up here, regardless of what
I
my
don't think-
ears are hearing.
I don't think anything's over here with me. I thought I heard something once, but that may have been someone else somehow.
Pretty sure it opened the door in the one I was in
Probably.
before I came looking for you. On the bone.
Oh, I'm in cell block A for Mango. The M is silent.
things. Where do thing be?
Where did you go? You not come down the same staircase I came?
I did not. I went into A block. Apparently.
Oh. Well, I think
A block is mine.
Hello.
Mine.
So not
it
A
might
block.
be in B because it opened the door
Okay.
when I was in there.
Oh, what was that sound?
Good question. What was that sound?
Oh, you heard it too?
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, I'm gonna close the door to A block because we're not going to come back here.
Okay. So,
I've been here the entire time.
she's singing again?
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
I'm hearing like phantom humming constantly, and I hate it.
Oh, sorry. That's me. I'm singing show tunes. I'm addicted to them. It all started from my pal Doofenshmirtz. Well, it all started when I was young. High School Musical. That's when I realized I was in love with anything musical.
Alright, so
Related.
what door moved?
It was one of these. I think it's closed it now.
Hmm.
Wasn't this one of the cell doors?
Hmm.
Bad on it,
I think
bad
over here
on it,
somewhere.
bad on it, bad on me.
Got lockers open in here.
Oh, this door is open.
Oh, that's how you turn the lights off and on. Interesting.
Where? In here?
In the room
No,
with the
in
computers
the-
in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the temperature's going down right here.
Where are you?
The last cell block on the right.
Mm.
Read the cell.
What do we got? What we got?
Oh, it is dropping.
Alright, well, I will put this here. Just in case.
Yeah, we're past 10.
I'll put it just like an edge so it covers more.
Too bad we've been here for so long that the temperature should instantly be freezing. Well, nope, it just stopped halfway to 5.
Yeah, that one takes a long time to drop.
Well, once it's actually freezing, it usually just goes straight there.
Hey, there's a toothbrush out here.
What was that?
Good question.
I heard a squeak. Squonk, you may say.
Did it open another cell?
Upstairs.
Oh, did it?
Oh, there.
Hmm.
Oh, there's 1, 2, 3 open. 4, 5.
Well, if they're all open,
6.
that's... Not
Oh
very-
yeah, they're all open. Well, not all of them are open.
Mm.
Is it hunting? It's hunting. Holy. Yeah, it is.
Oh, it
I
is.
see it.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
That's... Yeah. Quite.
Because I heard it go. All that.
See your flashlight.
It's still over here. So if you're far away from him, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm super far away. Hey, Mom! Yee, we in the prison.
Join us.
Oh, is it safe?
Where? Oh, alright. I
Become
see.
convicts.
I was opening the door the wrong way.
Ah, I see.
I don't know how to door.
How do door?
Hold door. Did I put the camera down? I did not put the camera down.
That's unfortunate.
I still have it on my
Alright,
body.
let's
though.
see. Oh yeah, our sanity looks beautiful, guys.
Really?
We're all low 20s except
Are we
for
all at
Blazing, who's
0?
low 30s.
Oh, if that's the
Darn.
case, then yeah, we're still good then. I thought it would have been like 0, like P said.
I'm gonna grab an incense because all we need to do is cleanse the area. Oh, hey, you
Yes.
escaped a hunt. Good job.
It is very filthy. So let's
so
cleanse
proud.
this.
Hmm.
Just checking in before the show. Have fun at your show. May it be comical.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
Oh, it's hunting.
Ah!
It's on hunting because you're dead. Hey, Peace, you want to come take some sanity stuff?
Oh
Sure, I'll come take some sanity
my
stuff.
god!
I'll watch the door and let you know if it hunts on your way out.
If you want to know where it hunted from,
I do.
just go to where my body is. I
That's
went right
helpful.
to it.
Which
Yeah,
would be...
It hunted from the cell right next to the warden's room, the security room.
Mm. You
I
have
literally
something
opened
for
the door
me.
for it.
Why do you have something for me?
Oh,
Eh?
my stomach. That scream.
How much sanity stuff we want to take? Ooh, Peace needs to take a lot. We just want to both take 2.
Yeah.
Hey, it takes 2. You played that game.
I did play that game. It was a great game. Very well made.
Yeah, it was.
Why did I just throw that? I need to take that. There we go.
Oh, my stomach hurts from that scream. Like, I tensed up so bad.
Maeve picked out a present for me. Oh, jeez.
A present. What could you
A
possibly
present
be?
picked out by, like, a 2-year-old.
It'll be a test of your reflexes.
Apparently.
A 2-year-old picked a present for you.
Does the 2-year-old know they
Oh.
picked a present for me, or...
Well, it knows what it picked for you because it knows it's not where it's not.
I suppose.
Yeah, the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't.
She does know she... Okay, interesting. So Maeve likes me now? Do I win? Okay, so you said they were in the office...
No, the cell next to it.
On which side?
The one that's open.
One that's open.
Are you here?
You should,
Okay.
yeah, it
Oh, your
literally
body's
spawned.
gone again.
Where are you?
Oh, I see it. I am bent backwards over that toilet. It did the justice.
How
to
old
me.
are you?
Like, it woke up and chose violence, literally.
I'm gonna incense across to the cell we thought it was.
Are you here?
Just in case. Try to cover a nice area there.
Where are you?
Okay, so my
Oh,
crucifix clearly didn't work.
Well, we have all 3 knocked off now.
Oh, I
How-
hear book.
It's writing in the book, which I placed in the cell.
So yeah, it hunted
Are you
from
here?
where I was.
But I just moved the crucifix.
Where are you?
So, should I go between the cells?
How old are you?
I would say
Probably.
put it like up against the wall of this
inside
one,
the
going
internal-
towards that one. So that
Put it
we'll-
inside
we'll,
the other cell. There,
Yep,
now
I
it'll
Inside
reach.
the middle cell.
Oh,
That should
you
give a
can't
good
see me.
coverage.
We cannot see you, no.
Where are you?
I was gonna say, like, put it towards the walls on each side in the middle cell.
How old
so
are you?
It'll get the best coverage.
I don't think there's
Okay, so we have
spirit box.
book.
Where
Wow, after all this time,
is book?
you're still you, despite everything.
Temperatures are not freezing.
Hey, you're on top of my body.
I am. Okay, we're dropping, and it stops just below 5 again.
So it's bouncing between these 2 cells.
So I don't think it's freezing. I feel
I
like
think
by
it's
now,
cooler.
I think by now we would have gotten freezing. We gotten anything on the EMF reader?
I don't think so.
Jeez.
I would know. My back is bent.
I've been
That's the
informed
last
that
time I
dinner is
do-
ready. Alright, let's go check like cameras and stuff and see if maybe we can get something on there.
I'm just reliving that traumatic experience over and over again. It was like the ghost didn't start hunting until I let it out of his cage. Because I opened the door, and then as soon as I walked in, it woke up from its nap. Because it spawned on the bed.
It woke up and chose violence.
That's exactly what it did.
You interrupted
That's why I
Snap.
screamed like that. Oh, it's an event. It was well, where you're looking next. Well, on the chair.
All right, chat. I'm gonna have you watch the camera that we definitely set up.
Oh, I set a camera up, so there is a camera. Oh, there's the camera. And I'll be Peace's guardian angel.
All right, chat. Here's your camera. I'm gonna go grab dinner. Y'all watch for orbs, okay?
I wish I can see orbs. It would make sense, since I'm dead.
Right?
Don't worry, Peace. I will make sure that nothing happens to you. And if that son of a gun spawns in that same cell from that same bed, I'm gonna throttle him. Oh, was that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wanna
It just
see
threw a
the-
book. It threw something to the right of this, to the left. I'm sorry, the left of the cell in that open area. It was like a book or something.
Hmm. See.
Yeah, to the left of the last cell in that open area, in that corner.
No EMF. Just
I guess it was too-
strange.
I guess it was too long of a time.
Oh?
Period.
There's EMF 4.
What's this? Oh, it's incense. Be careful in that room. That ghost likes to wake up from its naps.
That's different cell it just touched.
I also have a the dots pin on the second to last table. If you want to point it to the other room, I could watch it.
Alright, so you are in the cell. Alright, I don't. Shit. That's a problem.
What happened? It's hunting. Behind you.
Yeah, I know. I know. I
Oh.
know. That's why I said that's a problem.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, it's running.
Oh, goodbye.
Don't you mean hello?
Well. Oops. See, it's spawned in that cell it just opened at the end there next to the door, and like as soon as the door like fully opened, it started hunting.
Oh, wow. Goodness gracious. This ghost has no respect.
Nope.
It lulls you into a false sense of security, and then it strikes.
Yeah.
Luckily, you have more fortitude than I do because I will scream in an instant.
Unless it's like a jump scare, it's not gonna make me scream.
That was a jump scare. I wish I was like recording it or something. If I can like go back, because it was like as soon as I like opened this door and stepped into this room, it just popped up.
Now,
Like,
now that I'm
Oh my god.
maybe. Oh, hello. Welcome back.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm dead.
No!
Well, now.
Well, on the bright side, the 2-year-old, their present to me is they picked a money candle.
Hmm.
So you're literally
I
burning
can-
money?
No, it's a candle that's
Oh.
supposed to bring you prosperity.
By
Ah.
burning money. Got it.
Yes, sure.
I think I can confirm though, before my death, that there are not fingerprints. There is no UV.
There is no UV. Okay, we're fairly certain about this. Ooh, hot.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain
hit
that I died.
I also very dead.
So I don't from the way it hunted, I can't tell what it is because it had line of sight of you the entire time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
And it started
And
to
it-
speed up right before
Uh,
it got you.
We
So
haven't
it's
seen.
probably not a Diogen.
All right, Chad. Did
because
you guys
that'll
watch
slow
the
down
Did you
as
guys
it
watch the
gets
camera? Are there
closer.
dots or orbs?
There are no dots or orbs.
Okay. So that's unfortunate
Now
because
that
I'm sitting here going, well, it's not freezing temp, it's not EMF.
Oh, I wasn't even watching either, so I am very unreliable.
All right, well, it can't even.
What was that? Oh,
Yeah.
be careful, Peace. That's how it got me.
Thought Peace was dead.
I am.
According to Hasbin Hotel, you can die twice.
True. Let's watch this camera
Can't
for
you
a
die
bit.
like 9 times if you're a cat?
Also true. Cats do
Look
have
at
9
me.
lives.
I'm a kitty cat. I wear a bowl of peanuts for a hat. If I eat them all, I will get fat. Blah blah blah. I'm a kitty cat. I know some songs.
I feel like we're just gonna have to take a random guess at this.
Well, I switched to the other camera to see if I could have a chance at, like, orbs or dots on it.
But I don't know. It started like for Blazing. It started hunting in that the
cell
far
on the right.
cell.
Yeah.
But when it started hunting for me, it was on the other set of cells past the warden's office at the very end one next to the door.
Well,
It's just moving.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, Peace. I thought you were the ghost. The way how fast you were just moving. Because I was looking at the screen. I was looking down, and I saw something like a dark silhouette just go past. Like, oh my goodness, it's hunting me again. When will the torment end?
So what do we know? How fast was it when it chased you?
Normal.
Yeah.
Because Peace got kind of far. It got to the other end.
So we don't think
He's
it's
got
a
to-
revenant.
Oh
it
no,
wasn't fast.
Revenant would have called Peace
No.
before they even made it to
Yeah.
like the first table.
I think anything fast would have caught me before I got as far as I did.
I think it's a spirit.
I mean, it could be. We did sage in there, so... Kills anyone that overstays their welcome, but incense can temporarily stop them. So I mean, there's a shot. I mean, it's EMF 5 for that though.
And we
I just say
haven't really
spirit
gotten
because it's the
any
most
MF.
unlikely.
Uh...
When the last time you had a spirit? The basic.
Mare's attack in the dark. I
It's
mean,
always dark.
It's always dark.
In Philadelphia. It's throwing stuff.
Shades are harder to find, but they won't enter a hunt with people nearby. I guess
I
I
was
did have to. I
nearby.
guess I did leave
I was
before.
also very nearby.
Well, I mean, but technically we were each alone when we got murked.
Fair.
So it wasn't like a group of people; it was a person nearby. We'll stop all paranormal activity if there's people nearby. Well, I mean, we weren't really seeing anything with it.
It was throwing stuff when Peace was away from it technically. It threw a book at the far end of the hallway in that open area.
So I mean, I'm not opposed
It
to
might
thinking
be a
shade.
then.
Oh no! It closed the door while I was dead. It's trying to keep my body away from.
Let's see, Moroi. We got a couple Morois
won't-
tonight. Weaker the victims, the stronger the Moroi.
Oh, that's another thing. I don't think it's spirit box either. I spirit box most of the side of the.
Curses on their victims curable only by antidotes or moving far away.
It's not a Fae by a long shot. We've been here for so long. It would have. There's no way it would have called peace.
Oh yeah, because they get slower the longer we're here.
Yeah,
Um,
it's not a Dio.
sometimes surrounded by an endless fog.
Yeah, no, I
lived
would
for
have been able to
years.
escape it if it was a Diogen.
You can
Yeah.
run, but you can't hide. Okay.
I do not
don't.
fear the Diogen anymore.
Okay.
I love hearing it. I love like hearing it like run towards you in like high school, and then once it get close, it's like, oh, wait up,
Yes.
Sonny.
Well, if you don't think it's spirit box, and I cross that out, we already know it's not a revenant. We don't think it's a fae. That means it's probably a shade.
Well, I'll go with Goryo then.
You do that. I'm gonna go with shade and just get out of here, cause oof.
I've also selected shade because with our findings.
Yeah.
I swear, if it's a spirit, I'm gonna be upset.
Based on my excellent work as a medium, speaking to those from beyond, I think shade is probably a good. All right.
Hey, we don't count.
We You're the only ones that count. All right, we all pick something at least.
I'm more of a large
Yeah.
anyway.
All right, I'm taking us out of here.
Or extra large, depending on how it's cut.
Come on, shade. Show me shade.
Show
Let's
me
go.
Goryo.
Back.
Knowledge.
Oh, nice.
Luckily, I picked Shade.
Your deaths were not in vain.
Nope.
I unlocked sanity pills.
Yay.
Or liquid.
Who needs them? That's snake
Yeah,
oil.
It's super snake oil.
The sanity liquid. This
Unknown elixir tonic.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how it's basically snake oil, pills, EpiPen.
Right.
Actually, it's straight up adrenaline, but...
Yeah, it's adrenaline. Who knew that to counteract fear, you need adrenaline, which technically fear induces adrenaline.
Adrenaline does get you through a lot, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was there my whole life. Through the good
Alright,
times and the
who's
bad
ready to
times.
really suffer? High school time. Who's ready for your high
Hooray!
school years?
I peaked!
Same. Hard. Hard, same.
Dusty peaked too!
Actually, that might be the new dog making that noise. Blazing, you haven't got to see the new dog, have you?
I saw last night.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
I mean, I didn't see last night.
I don't know if I can bring him up here right now. It sounds like he's playing. We gotta let him get the pet. Gosh darn it. Well,
Definitely didn't see last night.
oh, but they're playing.
Drove the doge.
Hi, sweetie. Chat just wants to say hi real quick, okay? Real quick, Duke. Chat wants to say hi to you. Hello, small baby. He's so little. Guys, he's so small.
It's the Duke.
It's the Duke.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Duke. I know. Oh, no, I know. Okay, I'll free you. I'll free you. Go on. Zoom!
Oh.
He's so fast. And he's gone.
The Zoomies.
He's so zoomy. It's so cute. I should make sure he actually went back downstairs, though. Did he actually go back down here? Everything you wanted? Just roll down there. Get him.
Wow, these photos over here are something. Well, two of them at least. One of them are me. The other one is someone.
I'm so happy they actually play together.
Yeah, well, animals when they get along immediately, and you don't have to work your way into it. it's the
Yeah.
best.
It only took like a night. The first night he was really scared, but that's like understandable. But they chilled out pretty fast, and now they're playing together, and I love it so much.
Yeah, yeah. It took a night for Shay to get used to the house.
Yeah.
Now she's trying to claim everything.
It's really funny because like he'll go for like a couple seconds, and then he'll just like pancake. He'll just like splat for no reason. Oh, did Peace go? Okay, hold on. We'll just wait for Peace here before we open the door.
Peace, I'm taking your temperature.
What do we got?
Response to everyone,
6
Alex Jackson.
Celsius. How many Fahrenheit is that?
That's about 43.
That cannot be healthy.
It depends. It depends.
I
Everyone's different.
don't think that depends. I don't think that's healthy.
Everyone's different.
Oh, are you back?
See? Peace is fine.
We took your temperature and we're very concerned.
I'm not concerned.
I'm concerned.
Not one bit.
Your temperature was only 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Aw, why can't I go in the bus?
That would be really
you didn't
cool.
think-
Doors.
Thank the bus
Wide
driver. You'll get
open.
on.
Oh, that's right. We did it. Thank you, bus driver.
James Brownstone High School. Oh,
Oh, are the items always like
Okay.
in the main
Yeah, no,
room?
no.
Isn't that?
Yeah, this vestibule area. Is that it?
oh, there's a paw here.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah, I don't want that.
You should at least
I
pick
don't
it up
like-
and then throw it down to make sure that it's in your collection.
Oh.
There you
I
go.
like that the first thing in here is just the gymnasium. Like,
Yeah.
Open
The
the
best
door.
place to loot.
walk through the center.
Oh, oops, I dropped the paw.
Cool.
How could you?
Well, it was very easy. It didn't give me a hand.
I see.
But
Hold on. Which button is it? How do I... Power's on.
ah, hooray! Damn, this is a big classroom or lunchroom, maybe.
It's the lunchroom if you went straight
Cafeteria?
back.
I don't know where I went.
Oh.
Hello.
I see plates on the table. I'd say it's probably the cafeteria.
It looked.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, there's just like nowhere to actually get your food.
They bring it to you.
That's not how schools work.
No,
That's how my schools
no.
work.
What kind of fancy ass schools were you going to where they brought you food?
Well, Funny you say that because my school was so fancy that it was a gutted out old Safeway.
Oh!
We didn't have a cafeteria. We ate in our rooms. So whatever classroom, this is elementary school.
Okay, I guess that makes a little bit more sense.
Whatever your class was during lunchtime, that was your cafeteria.
That's fair.
Very fancy, if I do say so myself. I have grown attached to this paw.
That seems healthy.
Well, it's kind of decayed, so I mean, of course it is. 40 degrees Fahrenheit is healthy, so why not?
You know? Fair.
In height,
True.
which I am. I don't think I'm tall or short. I think I'm just right. Yeah. Hey, Monkey Paw, I want you to like scope out the gymnasium. If anything happens, just holler. Or just throw up the hand signs. I don't know. Well, I left it in the gymnasium in the middle of the room. If anyone wants it.
Okay, good to know.
I don't know what to do with that thing.
Well, there's no reason for me to wish for gray weather right now, so.
Is there anything else you could wish for?
Touching it. Oh,
be
there's
taller.
multiple things you can wish for. You can wish for the doors to be unlocked if it's hunting.
Can I wish for what ghost it is so we can leave?
No. You can also wish a dead person back to life.
Oh, fancy.
What else? You can wish for evidence.
Can I wish for more
But-
hair?
I don't know if it'd work, but you could try.
Alrighty.
Light always on?
I turned it on.
Oh, okay.
100% me that did that.
Can I wish for the hand to fix my game?
I don't think that would work either. I regret to inform you.
We don't know if we don't try.
Has anyone been upstairs yet?
No.
I have not.
Stairs are the enemy, and I
Oh,
don't
God,
negotiate with terrorists.
The phantom humming is back.
Uh-oh. Why are you the only
Okay.
one going insane with humming?
I don't know. It's like my brain wants to find evidence so bad that it's just like
I wish for my game to be
humming.
fixed. It just moved.
Well, I don't know what that kind of wish is gonna accomplish.
Okay, let's see, hold on.
Now, you can also wish for anything and it'll pick a random actual wish.
Ooh, I just looked up something.
Oh, that's fine.
I wish for knowledge.
That's the one that gives evidence, or it'll mark off something in the book list.
It didn't mark anything for me.
I died.
Oh!
I don't think that's how knowledge works.
Oh, it marked off a lot of ghosts in my journal.
Okay.
And one piece of evidence.
Alright. Like, as in it crossed them out?
Yeah, so it's not dots.
Alright. Not dots. What ghosts did it cross out?
Every ghost that had dots as a
Okay,
evidence.
okay, so it just crossed out dots and then that also just went with the dots. Okay, I see.
So that narrows it down. Go team!
Hooray.
I have outlived my usefulness.
So it gave you that and then hunted. Where were you for it to get
The
you that
gym.
quickly? You were in the gym. Okay. I should probably go back downstairs then.
Alrighty.
Because if it got you
Now you
that
have to find
quickly
the
when
stairs to
hunting.
get back downstairs.
Oh, hey.
Is it
You.
is it one of
Hi.
those things where it hunts you no matter where you are?
I feel like it still has to get from where it is to you. So it's downstairs somewhere.
I mean, it was almost immediately, because as soon as I did it, I just heard a heartbeat.
Oh, maybe it was in the gym?
No, wait, no, it wasn't immediately. It was about 2 seconds after it went dark, and then I heard the heartbeat. I thought that was a part of the monkey, so I didn't really go too fast.
I should thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I will get that in just a moment. I feel it.
The paw should be somewhere in my body.
Oh, I'm sure. I guess I could wish you back to life, huh?
Oh, you can?
He said
Do
I
that.
could.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Where did you throw the paw at?
I didn't throw anything.
Well, when you got grabbed, you would have thrown it.
Oh, wow. I can't even tell you. I don't even see it. Is it under my body? Because that's what my head.
It might be because I see the headlamp, but I don't see.
I see my
it.
camera. I see the thermostat.
I don't see the camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I threw it when I was in the middle of the room. I did. It's still in the middle of the room.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's
move
right.
the crucifix over there
This is a big room.
and just hope that maybe it's in this room. Do you want to wish? How do I wish? I've never wished before.
Well, you pick it up.
First time wishers. It couldn't possibly go wrong.
You do V like you're gonna use the
Uh-huh.
spirit box, and then you can use I wish for life.
I wish for life. I don't think it likes
I didn't
me.
hear you speak up.
Ooh, ooh, I'm dead. I didn't even hear a heartbeat or anything. Nothing happened.
I have arisen!
Oh, we traded. Cool. So I died to bring you back? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, never doing that again.
Are you sure
I
about
wish
that?
to revive my friend.
No, peace!
Wait, you have it?
Yes.
It's in my hand.
Oh god, you were like,
Oh, you.
it just like swapped into your hand away from...
Yeah.
I just swapped to it because it kept swapping away from me.
You guys are taking it from each other.
I wish for life. Wait,
Peace took
Wait,
it while it was going.
the
finger
the
started
hand
to
is just open.
The finger started to go down and then Peace took it.
I wish for life. Is it done?
I think we might be out of wishes.
There's 5. Each finger is 1, so.
Its hand is
5
open. Is he about to slap me? Or doesn't that work on someone who's already used it?
I don't know.
Because it's just open palm.
But if there's 5 wishes, there's only a max of 4 players, so...
I wish for life. Oh.
See, it's just flexing
Right.
like that.
Oh, is it our sanity?
Oh, maybe.
Is it?
Where's my body? Oh wait, I am my body.
I love that we still don't know where the fuck the ghost is.
I don't even know where my stuff is. Peace, I need a light. And I don't smoke. Oh wait, there it is. Thank you.
Also,
I'm gonna
the
go
door
do
is
drugs.
the door is shut, so it like 100% hunted at some point.
Nah. They were just trying to make sure that they don't run up the electric bill.
True.
The door's
Oh, is it not shut?
it was.
No. Okay.
It's there's a gap for some reason.
Mm.
If there's a gap, then we could break our way out of this. This game is unrealistic. 0
Right,
to
I
10,
would
and
honest, I would
uninstall.
100% just dive through the glass window. Unless those metal bars are super strong.
So this is what I'm going to do. Hey,
Well, this
Peace,
is
you want to
going
do
well.
the drugs with me?
You want to do the drugs?
Yes, all of the hardcore drugs because we're bad kids and
Yeah.
we do the drugs. What the hell?
Look at this nerd chat.
No.
Look at this dead nerd. It's me. I'm the dead nerd.
All right, you monkey paw. It starts with sorry. I wish for life. Screw you.
You're done.
Maybe certain wishes just, like, break it?
Can't be repeated.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you can't repeat a wish.
I mean, that makes sense. I died to the thing. Why would it bring me back?
Or does bringing someone back just like breaks, like not breaks it, but like just like hey,
Like,
yeah,
stops
you're
it,
your own
yeah.
one.
Like, uses it up.
Because I wished for knowledge.
You did wish for knowledge. And you perished for some reason. Why did I just plug it in
And-
using that cord? That's the wrong cord.
And the ghost has not found us yet.
I just threw my controller. Whoops. Yeah, like, the ghost wherever it's at is just big chillin', so I guess it's not in the gymnasium like I thought.
Apparently not.
I thought that was really good, like, deduction that it just, like, hunted because you used the thing, and that means it would have needed to be near you, but no. I guess I'll go wander around and try to help.
No, it states that it will initiate a cursed hunt in proximity to the user.
Oh, that's what it did to me.
So it's in the gym?
So it must spawn.
Or in a
the
room
ghost-
nearby?
It would have to be in a room nearby or something, since it hasn't.
Well, this door isn't open. I just remember what I usually do on this, like on big levels, is close all the doors and see what happens. Whatever door opens, that's the door that we have.
I open doors.
Yeah, you
Arcane
should
is the
close
one who
doors. If
Now-
I wanted to mess with a door, I'll usually close all doors.
Now,
And
this
see what
door
it
right
does.
next to the entryway that's open, I don't think I opened it.
On
right
the left
across
side or
from-
the right side?
If you're facing the exit door, it's to the right.
I thought I closed that door.
It looks open
w-
on my screen.
Well, I walked over there. I don't remember what I did. I can't even remember what I ate this morning. Cause jokes on me, I don't eat.
Who just
in
left the gym?
morning.
Who just left the gym?
Me.
Come back the other way.
The way
I
this
just
way.
entered the gym.
Yeah, keep coming over to the other hallway.
Over here.
Yeah. The door directly to the left here is open. Oh, it's
This
broken on
door?
the floor. Never mind. I'm
Yeah,
a dingus.
there is no
There is
door.
no door. I'm smart. Okay, continue about your day.
So that's why I ignored it.
Yes, I see.
If you're looking for cool,
Did you guys close all the classroom doors going the other way?
I
I
did.
don't know.
Does this one also not have a door? No, this one has a door. There's a classroom door open down here by the stairs.
Goodness gracious, I closed all those doors.
There's an open one.
I'll walk back, just in case.
It's the second door on the right.
This isn't a trap, is it?
No, I promise, I'm trying. It's
Is that
open,
sticking
and there's
here?
actually a door this time.
Okay.
Now it's closed.
Wait, hold on, wait. It's been long enough. Let me see something.
It's cold.
No movement. It's no movement. It's like, what are you doing in here?
Ah.
But it is warm, so that means the power is on. Still.
I'm
It's at a nice
trying to help.
68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Chat, I'm so helpful.
Okay, so all of those doors are closed on that side that I now confirmed. Now, I'll check this side.
I forgot that as a ghost I can just run everywhere.
Gotta go faster. Oh my goodness, I thought I saw something, but it was just like texture.
There's a door
Alright, get it out.
upstairs open that I don't think I opened. That doesn't mean it didn't start open either. How is it not hunted yet? Like,
We did take sanity.
yeah,
We
but
did
like,
hardcore did drugs.
it's only hunted, or we've only died to the fucking monkey paw.
What was that?
Peace was laughing.
Oh, don't scare
Well
me like that.
Your laugh is so
I'm-
scary.
I'm hearing temperature
Apparently.
drops. I don't know if you heard about the stairs. The left stairs coming in. It's dropping. It's almost at 15 degrees Celsius.
Okay, well, it's promising at least.
Oh, it's still dropping. Is the power still on?
Probably.
I'm not even sure where the power's at.
The power is
We
off.
found it,
Can I?
so.
Oh, is
Power
underneath
is
the...
off if the light is red, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the power got turned off.
God dang it, ghost.
Which means it's not a ghost that needs the power on.
Ghost Arcane, turn the power back on.
I
So it's not a
can't. I
ding.
wish I could.
Wait, does Jin need...
Turn on, turn on, turn on, turn on, turn on.
Oh, Jin is on here.
So
we
it's
can call
not a
Jin out.
Jinn because it needs the power.
Yeah.
Most likely not.
I mean, there's always a chance, but it's most likely not.
Oh, Jins can't even touch... Like, they can't even turn it off.
See, you guys say that, but I'm pretty sure I've had a Jinn turn off the power before. Like, the last time I played this.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's under those
Did I turn it
stairs
on?
right there.
Did I just turn it on or turn it off? I can't tell.
It's on.
Oh,
Yep, it's on. Green light.
I couldn't see because I have green light on. They all look the same. Okay, I'll just go upstairs from this side.
I thought you guys...
Oh wait, Pete. Did you
Oh, I
get
guess
the
we
doors
don't.
on this side?
I guess we don't know the temperature since the power went off. Rude.
Yeah, I thought I was doing
shut.
something.
Some doors.
Is the front door
open
shut again?
where I came
Oh, please don't tell
in.
me
Go
that.
check.
Because it looks shut on my screen.
There's a bunch of doors.
It's hunting! Don't go towards the front door! Run away!
Oh, you're right.
Oh, it's
God.
so fast! Oh my god!
It is. Oh, bye.
Holy fuck, it caught up to you so fast.
It got faster.
As soon as
wasn't
it
super fast.
As soon as
but
it saw
was
you, it
faster.
booked it though.
Oh, is it a revenant?
It might be a revenant.
You said as soon as I
Probably.
saw these.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it got close to Peace turned around and it was like, no the fuck you don't!
I'm going to mark revenant. I'll make my way to the front door.
Honestly, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Whoa,
We are
what?
getting out of here.
Oh, this door is open now, Peace. In one of the locker rooms? Shower room? What room is this?
I don't know.
Locker room. Yeah, the locker room
Oh
door
my
is open
goodness.
now.
I'm
So that must be
hearing
where it came
sounds.
from. Damn, I checked this room with an EMF reader too. That's annoying. Yeah, this door's open.
Let's see if I can make it out.
Good luck.
I am down the stairs. Wait, who? Anyone going to the gym? Oh, this locker room.
Whoop.
I did that.
Oh, okay, I was like, what the fuck? And
No, it's what the block?
And
Like
no,
Chica.
it opened that gym door, or you did. None of us did. Did you make it out?
Yep.
Okay. Did you shut the door behind you?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, what are the odds?
You're
Which-
not trapped in there with it.
We
It's
gonna-
trapped in there with you.
We just gonna guess Revenant then?
That's what I'm doing. I'm not sticking around for our revenant. Hold on, wait.
Damn, that took a long time for a revenant to hunt, and your sanity is only 40.
You know what? I think I'll go back in.
Grab there's another sanity thing. You might as well.
That is true. I was just gonna go in there and get it to blow out the candle, birthday boy. But
Yeah, go ahead and take
I
the
guess.
sanity thing real quick. Take a crucifix in there and put it in that locker room.
Is that legal?
Sure.
Okay.
They can't stop you from taking a
Do it.
personal crucifix in there. The school's not putting it in there. You are. It's different.
What if I get boycotted? What if I get canceled?
Well, you're not a teacher.
But I'm a person.
You are a person.
I am valid. I have been seen.
Zoom. Swoosh.
Okay, remember me. This is a big room.
Like a
Is this
big
gonna be able?
room. I mean, no.
Okay. Put that down. Light it.
Did you put it on the bench? Does it work like that?
What? It can work.
Okay.
Anywhere you can place it. You can place it on a dining room table in a house, and it'll still stop it from.
What about with our mouse?
I don't know. There's no mouses around.
If you want the other crucifix, it's in the middle of the gym.
I was going to ask about that.
It's next to my dead body somewhere.
I see. It looks like you're posing with it.
My body's like, I am the crucifix. T-pose. More of a C
Fear
pose,
me.
but I'll give it to it.
Fear me if you dare. Huh. It hasn't hunted yet.
Oh, you did take more sanity pills, so.
I don't think the strongest of sanity pills can withstand my ire.
Trash can crucifix, huh?
They'll never see it coming.
This better be a recycle bin.
I can't even see the color.
Do you not have a flashlight?
No, I threw it away.
Ah.
I think I threw it in the bus.
Wouldn't it be funny if that wasn't even the right room?
Oh, boy. At least I can try and do some evidence, because I just wanted to at least try to get that. Oh, it is bright in here. Check that off. Okay, so hopefully it's in that room,
That'd be nice.
because I just need it to do the thing with the thing, so we can get that checked off. Wait, where's the camera? I'll take the good camera, I guess.
Go ahead and put it on a tripod.
Whoa, my sanity has not gone down. I'm at 70%.
You can put that on a tripod.
I was gonna carry it around.
I mean, that is also an option.
I'll do the other option. Put it on the pod.
I mean, if you're gonna keep going in and out, you might as well at least try to get the other evidences.
Is that a fire? What is that?
Hmm?
So, while walking up to the gymnasium, like the textures loads in, it looks like a fire from the outside.
Huh.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Is this the bite of 87?
It's something, alright.
That would have been hilarious if that triggered the ghost. Like, no, not here.
Lamp's
Alright, I see
still
there's a-
on. Crucifixes are still intact.
No ghost orbs are in here. Oh wait, where did I leave the thermometer?
Good question.
Oh, that thing is long gone. I have no clue where I left that thing.
The other one might still be in the van. You might be able to use it.
Oh, this is where Peace died.
Yep.
I didn't even realize this was a light source.
Yeah, the nice thermometer is still in the van, so you can try it.
hearing things?
That was probably my dog.
Probably.
Oh, I heard something go tick 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 tick.
Oh, I thought you were my dog barking. Hey, Wolf.
It starts with sorry.
I'm
gonna
so
leave that there.
sorry. Oh, the EMF reader's just vibing in the hallway.
I was gonna pick it up, but I was like, I don't even know where the ghost is officially.
EMF reader's a great way to find out.
Oh, here's the other camera and the thermometer. It was outside the door of the high school for some odd reason. Who threw that out there?
Huh.
Is the bad EMF reader in here too?
No, the bad EMF reader's in the van.
Okay, because I think that's what I was hearing ticking.
It's not turned on.
Is this still on? It is. The power is on.
Yep, you're good.
Let me do this. Oh wait, no. This. There we go. So that way I know from a glance if the power goes out.
Oh no, Steam doesn't want you to play a game. Bad Steam.
Uh-oh.
Also, hey,
When you said,
Wolf.
"Oh no," I thought it was hunting.
No, you're, as far as I can tell, you're good.
Was this door always open? Did I open this door?
You might have left it open. It's been open for a little bit.
This flame is still flaming.
It do be like that, though. Crucifixes are still intact. Oh my god, this is like the slowest... This ghost does not want to exist.
I'm gonna do a pass upstairs the rooms just to see if anything's opened up. Because I closed all the doors, I believe. So if it's anything...
I mean, it was
That's
definitely
cool.
downstairs because it was coming from the direction of the locker room towards where Peace died. And I don't think it could have made it down here that fast. So even if it's not the locker room specifically, it is downstairs on this side of the map somewhere, I think.
It's so slow. Luckily, I wasn't too far away from the stairs.
I'm checking to see if any other rooms down the hallway are open for you. Oh, you're also here. There is a classroom that looks open. I don't know if it just doesn't have a door.
This one is ripped off.
Okay, is the door on the ground?
The first one on the left, or the
Yeah,
second
the
one on the left?
The one that you were talking about while you passed it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Someone ripped that off. All the doors are still closed.
Okay. Well, it's probably that locker room then.
I really want to find out.
Because it's the only one that's been opened, but not, like...
I feel like we should just go with Rev and then call it a day.
Alright.
Wait, what was that? Thought I saw my breath for a second.
Yeah, without taking all of the other equipment in that room to find out, there's no way to really know.
I just thought about something. One last thing. Even though I can use the thermometer to check the temperature at this point. I'll go in there. I was going to say the parabolic microphone the rework is good for that.
Because, yeah, like, we just need a piece of evidence to even know that, like, something, like...
Please don't hurt me. The temperature is not even moving in here. It's just, like, stale. It's like, hey, it's warm.
I'll go check the power for you.
Oh, no, it's warm. It's not even cold. It's a toasty 68 degrees. Well, it's not toasty, but it's...
Yeah, power's still on. It's just being weird. Alright, well, if it's not gonna give us anything, we might as well just go.
Wish there was a teleport to bus. But button. Like, hey, just leave. Or we could just leave right now. Like, they don't have to show us leaving. You could just press leave.
Yeah.
It's quiet.
Peace, do you have something marked in your journal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you shut the doors, Blazing?
Which ones?
The main doors?
I don't believe so.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You still inside?
I am upstairs on the right side.
It's definitely hunting.
Very much so.
I heard it groan.
From where?
Don't know? I don't see it.
Oh, what was that?
He might have made it upstairs already to you.
Yeah, I hear it. Bathroom. Oh, I can't open up the stalls. I'm frozen in fear right now. Did it finish? I thought I heard the door unlock.
I don't hear anything else, but I stopped hearing him a while ago.
Oh no, he's running around.
You're upstairs, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I heard footsteps still.
I'm trying so hard to find you and the ghost.
I'm in the bathroom. If you go up the right stairs coming in, and then after you go up the stairs, come down the left side. Well, the right side hallway. I think he's done. Mr. Jackson is done.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
you're
let's hear my-
safe, because I don't hear any... Scared me, Peace.
Yeah, I'm not about to find out what door. Is that? I think he's hunting again.
Fucking where?
I heard him behind me on the right side. I'm at the front door. I just went behind one of the pillars.
I don't hear anything. I tried the door.
No, it's still hunting.
Is
I can
it?
hear
I only hear the normal swooshy noises.
Yeah, this is locked.
What the fuck? Where the fuck is he?
Upstairs.
What?
I found him.
What
On
is
the right
he
side?
doing up there?
Yeah. I think he's done. Try the door now.
Yep, it is over.
This game is ridiculous. Leave. Get us out of here.
Purgatory. All right, I am hitting it in 5, 4.
Haha, I made it to the van.
3. That was
Ridiculous?
very much so.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but...
Welcome back.
Oh my
It's
god!
a spirit?
What?
I guess that's why I didn't fucking do anything.
What did I say the
Whatever.
last one? How often you see a spirit?
Sure, game, sure. Whatever. You'd be like
It
that.
changed. It changed at mid game. It had to.
I unlocked all the tier 1 equipment now. Yay!
I call
Yay.
foul.
Such a
Senior
foul.
penalty?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Where's the chicken? I call foul. There's no way that was a spirit. Or maybe it was so lame that it was.
Yeah. Apparently.
Goodness gracious. I demand a retrial.
You want to retry?
Not at the high school.
Nope,
though.
you said it.
No.
Retry it is.
Not at the high school.
We've got to redeem ourselves.
Okay, hopefully there isn't a bugged out cursed object this time.
They should do like a limited high school where it's just the bottom floor or something.
Yeah. Like, it is a big map, and they've done that for the other big maps.
Except for, I guess, not the prison either. Look, guys, I brought a sound sensor. It's a potato.
That is a very formed potato. The spuds I'm used to have very ridges and dents. Unless you peel it.
Alright, let's find us a ghost. We can do this.
I can't do this.
You can! I believe!
I can't do this.
Alright, let's see. What kind of cursed nonsense we got this time?
What can we easily do? Oh, I literally picked it up.
Oh.
So paranormal microphone. And crucifix and sanity below 25%.
Do you see whatever the item is?
Sometimes it may, if it's the Ouija board, it should be like up against the walls. If it's the Ouija board.
I don't see anything.
Is it a book? No.
Ouija board.
Nope, it's not up against this wall. Is the setting on where we spawn with at least one?
It should just be default. We've
Is
not
it a mirror on the wall?
we've not
No,
had
mirror.
something yet.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Oh, it's the voodoo doll
Where is it?
on the bench against this wall.
Oh, I didn't know something could be right there. I thought it had to be like nowhere past this threshold.
Have you picked up a voodoo doll yet?
I don't know if I had a sack boy. Alright, I picked it up. But I didn't use it.
That's probably for the best.
I hear things being thrown, but not on the parabolic.
Being thrown?
Yeah, you know that sound?
Okay.
Who's in here? Oh,
This
that's
is
nice.
This is a horrible room to find out if something's been thrown in when there's just books every fucking where.
I got the advanced parabolic. It tells me exactly where it is.
Oh, you finding things?
Not yet. I think that's why I can hear things, because it does mute, like it does like deafen certain sounds.
Yeah.
Wait, who's in here?
Who's in what?
Oh,
Oh, hello.
I
Goodbye.
I heard things. I heard things and I saw lights.
Sorry, I am things.
You are not things, you are arcane.
I can be both.
I'm a collection of things.
I found
I
the
am
power
the
box.
powerhouse of the cell.
The electrical is right under the same staircase.
Ah,
Ah, hello.
I was listening to you. I will
I'm
go
trying
upstairs.
I'm trying to behave and shut doors when I'm done with them.
Oh, I thought that door was not a door.
This door is open. Are you supposed to be open?
I thought I went past all the doors.
You wanna give me a sign? Not feeling it, huh? Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave this door the way I found it, just in case. Just like that. Half open.
This, it may be on the left side. Cause I was like
Actually,
looking in that area.
I'm gonna close this door so we know if it's moved. Okay, well you checked down there pretty good. I'm gonna go upstairs.
Wait, do we have the sound sensor? Nope. Parabolic microphone, sorry.
I don't know.
I just checked. It doesn't say we had anything. Wow, your footsteps are so like defined.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that was Peace.
Mhm.
So I was looking at Peace as the thing was going. I'm like, I can hear his footsteps so clearly from all the way down the hall.
I didn't even realize you could hear footsteps on it.
Yeah, the new one. Yeah, it's you. Like they may actually let you hear sounds.
I mean, that makes sense.
It has-
Like, you should be able to in real life, so...
It has like a 20-meter range on it too. So like you don't even have to really like walk around like I'm doing.
It would be
But I wanna-
great if the ghost turned on a bathroom sink.
Right.
Yeah, wash your hands afterwards.
Like, do something.
I got a sound
Ooh?
from below on this side. Let me see.
None of us are downstairs.
I think it's the locker room again.
Really?
It was like the wood creak. Oh! Oh!
Oh.
Oh.
Mm.
Downstairs?
Okay, we're coming,
Okay.
we're coming, we're coming. We're on our way.
Oh! It was an actual parabolic sound.
Ooh,
It was-
what kind of sound?
That sound.
Okay, it gorbled at you.
Like, and another sound happened from like right here. Maybe it was upstairs or down here, but I can't tell.
Did it scream at you?
No,
Damn.
it wasn't the banshee scream.
I had to
If it was that scream,
hope.
trust me, you'll see me leave immediately. You'll hear Discord close.
Alright, where'd you get garble noises at?
I was pointing right over here. I was coming down the stairs.
So you're pointed towards the other rooms here.
But when I walked this way, there was a sound noise like from right here. It could have been upstairs or downstairs. I couldn't tell.
Okay. Oh, I've got 5. I've got 5.
This door?
It's gone already. But I had 5 and it was pointed this direction, so it's either hallway or in the... Oh, breath?
Yeah. It's definitely in here.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and put a
Alright.
crucifix in the middle of this room.
And the temperature is, wow, it's already past the 5.
I'm gonna put this
Oh,
on the
it's still
first- still
it is
dropping, still
dropping.
dropping.
yeah, it's almost at 0.
Let us know when it's past the 0.
It's not stopping. Oh, it's well past 0 now.
I opened the outside
Negative.
door next to that room so we can get out easy.
So freezing temps, huh?
And also know when it's
Yeah.
hunting, because there's a door right there.
Freezing temps, EMF 5.
That's what it seems
And I know-
like.
Oni twins.
And I
Ooh,
don't
please
have
don't
any
be twins.
Yeah, and I don't have any ghost orbs in here.
Well, a lot further than we got the last time we were here.
Right? At least we found the room, and we know it.
And have evidence of
Yeah.
any type.
We got evidence like 2 back.
Screw evidence, at least we found the room! I'm just happy we know where it's at. Our sanity is still really high, too.
It
Oh
hasn't
my
tried
goodness,
to
let me-
do a bunch of events and stuff, so maybe not an Oni.
Yeah.
Onis like to scare people.
And I don't know if I had my my microphone turned on in game, so I guess we could turn it on and start talking and see if anything happens.
True.
Oh my goodness!
Put the
All
other
right, I can put this-
crucifix right in the entryway to the classroom.
Where does this go? I like putting things back.
Can you write in the book?
Oh,
You good?
who has the EMF?
It's over here on the table. What's up?
I'm gonna go to the breaker and see if it tries to do anything.
Oh, here.
I'm slowly making my way downtown.
I guess I can just
walking
zoom
slow.
to. Oh, we got more EMF readings going on in here. It's not hunting. It's just an event, not hunting.
Do 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 do.
That's why I opened that door so we could tell.
Oh yeah, I'm here now.
That's good.
I'm heading
It
towards
was
the thing
terrible
with the
timing
EMF.
for it. My fork was like in mid-bite.
Oh no! So what do I do with the EMF reader on the box?
Is there a book in here?
I don't know.
I don't
Yes, I
think
put a book
so
on the floor.
yet.
Okay,
did
I
you?
thought
Yeah, I did.
I heard it writing, but that was something else, I guess. Because the book doesn't have anything
Yeah,
on
it's
it.
between the desks.
Betwixt.
It turned the power
Okay.
off.
Oh, it is not a gin.
I turned it back on. So now we know it's probably Shade Oni or twins.
What does the Oni do?
Let's see. Oni.
What's its deal?
Loves to scare victims as much as possible before attacking, often seen in their physical form guarding their place of death. More active when people are nearby, will drain their sanity faster when manifesting, disappear less often while hunting. So, I mean, it could be.
Okay.
I guess I
was-
saw it. What's my sanity at now?
I'm not good at figuring out like the hunting blinking thing with the ghosts. Because they all look the same to me.
Yeah.
I know some people who just like they can run in and see immediately, like they just like start a hunt immediately to see what it is and just leave in like 2
Oh,
seconds. I'm like,
jeez. How do?
yeah, I want to get to that level. Make it a hunt.
Are you
See
here?
what it does.
Sorry, I'll get out of your way.
That's not everyone goes. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
Where are you?
Yeah, Russell.
Are you in the
How
van
are you?
blazing?
Yeah.
Where are
What's
you?
my sanity at?
You are
How old
at
are
a
you?
solid 55.
Okay, so it definitely went
Are
down,
you
but I don't think
young?
it drastically dropped it when I saw him.
Are you old?
We're all actually floating around the same. Well, I'm at 67. Peace is at 58.
Are you here?
And we're
Okay.
floating around 55.
So if
58.
we're roughly the same, then yeah, I don't think it did any of that.
Yeah. Wait, so what? Oh wait, what evidence? It's not. Oh, ghost orb, because I didn't see any, of course.
It's not UV because we don't think it's a djinn. And it's not ghost orbs because that wouldn't be any of them. So it's writing, spirit box, or dots. Book and
It's
dots.
the. I don't think the book is on the camera.
I'm bringing in the Cremier book to put on one of the desks to hopefully be more visible.
Yeah. Day after day. Ouch.
Okay, let's see. Where's the camera at?
I should go into just so that way I can for the sanity thing.
You write in the book?
Let's
How about that book?
It's
What-
venting. It's only a 5.
I heard a door shut. I think it's just a
It's-
classroom
it's-
door, though. I'm fine.
Yeah.
How's
You're in
my
the
sanity
corner.
looking?
Still the same.
Oh my god, that was a long fucking event.
It dropped slightly, but not all that much. It's still in the 50s.
Okay, how's that for the dots location?
That looks good on the camera because there's 2 cameras in there.
Okay,
The other camera is on the bookshelf.
okay.
It's so funny. Oh, there's
Oh, look
dots.
at those dots.
Love it. Zoom.
Oni.
That is the sorriest Oni I've ever seen.
Thank you,
Right?
Oni. What?
Wow, that was what a redemption.
Why is that a sorry Oni?
Because you're supposed to, like, when it manifests, I thought it's supposed to, like, affect your sanity.
Oh. Yeah, and I stared like right at it too, so you right.
They also tend to event and do a bunch of stuff a lot more, and that one did not.
Yeah, that like barely drained me. Damn. Is there already salt in there? Looks like it.
I put it at the threshold.
Okay, I'm gonna go take some pictures.
We just now need it to hunt.
And we need to drop our sanity, which, oh my god, is apparently gonna take forever.
Not today. Dun dun dun. Hiya. 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 Oh.
Ah, there's the tempted hunt.
Oh. I mean, yeah. You okay, Peace? Is this Peace?
I'm inside. Ooh, it's throwing things.
Peace saw a ghost. Peace was moving and then just stopped.
What else do I need
Your
to get a
tracks.
picture of?
Oh!
Nothing.
Peace is moving.
Got a picture of the crucifix. I got a picture of the salt. I guess that's it. Unless I want to get a picture of it, but it would need to show up again for that. I guess I can chill in here. I've got crucifix time. I'm gonna move the other crucifix in towards the other one now that I'm confirmed where it's burning at.
Hey, I brought you something.
Merry Grimace? What'd you bring me?
It's on the floor now.
Oh, thank you. That's
Yeah,
insane.
don't look too hard at it though. Oh! It's out here!
That's not helpful. I need to take a picture of that.
Oh,
I'm gonna die, aren't I?
no!
Oh, I moved the fucking crucifix and he spawns outside the classroom, you little piece of garbage.
That's why I said he was out there.
That's what you meant. I see. I hate him. Might want to move the crucifix back.
Where is it?
It's next to the other one.
Oh.
They're both together.
Okay.
So move it back towards the doorway there, since he spawned outside. Yeah. And
That
then,
EMF is going off.
take a picture of my corpse.
Hey, welcome back to school.
Smile.
Wait, let me get this angle.
Are we doing class picture day?
Yep.
This actually helped me see him in the dark, so I'm gonna keep that on.
Damn, my picture of him hunting did not work. Rude. I call shenanigans, chat. That was a full bamboozle. Unfair.
Oh!
You good?
Just hunted.
Oh, that's fun.
Was I supposed to do anything about that?
We can probably just, you guys could probably just leave if you wanted to. We've got enough. We don't need a picture of him.
Yeah, picture day has been canceled. All students resume classes as normal. And some students will never leave.
Yeah, I'm leaving. They can't stop me. You don't own me!
They own the body.
But they will never
Oh.
own my soul. Nah, I'm here to haunt your
Alright.
asses.
Luckily, I can't see.
That's okay, I'm haunting peace anyways.
These looks like they've seen a ghost. Yeah.
He just fucking...
Ready to go?
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
got Oni marked.
Oh, wait, Peace, you got only mark 2?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, start it back up. Yeah. And it's a shade. Okay.
Don't do that to me.
Wow, this is the most productive I've ever been in this game.
Hooray. We still didn't find the bone.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. I never think about that. Like, never.
That's okay.
Redemption!
Woo! We did it.
We showed high school who's boss.
Alright, I've set it to random.
Let the dice fall as they may. But it's February.
Farmhouse!
Yeehaw!
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the
Alright, let's
investigation.
see. Stuff.
My cat. She yells. Why do you yell, cat?
Why do yell?
Because no attention be given.
True, you right.
That's why I locked myself in here. She was banging on my door a few times. That cat has strength. What am I doing?
Good question. Found the power box.
Power on.
Power! Activate!
You have the power.
Sorry, I'll be responsible and shut doors again.
Shut doors.
I'm an absolute menace when it comes to...
Get ready, shut the doors at the farmhouse.
Where are you?
Oh my! Oh my God!
You good? I'm
No.
assuming that's a Ouija board.
Oh my God! No. So I walked into the upstairs bathroom, and I'm looking through the camera, and so at the angle that I walked in so fast, the picture on the wall looked like a person standing
Oh,
there.
jeez.
I told you I don't
Goodbye.
do well with horror games.
Yeah, so
I've-
apparently it's in that upstairs hallway.
Oh, it's just in the
Oh,
Between
hallway?
all the rooms. Yep.
Oh.
Well, I have no orbs.
I have no EMF. There is a
So-
glass on the ground.
That's mine. I left it there.
Well, I guess I'll just put the crucifix at the top of the stairs here.
And I'll carefully balance this camera.
And I'll go... Oh, door touch. EMF 5.
Fingerprint.
Source right here.
UV. Alright, so EMF5, UV.
Oh, so the
dim
bathroom was a
audio,
good spot.
upper Miley.
Apparently. It was sure something.
And the temperature is dropping. 10, 9, 8, 8, 7, 7.
Hello? We don't want any.
Pay for Mr. Noodle. 5. And it stopped. I'm gonna drop this right here on this table. Since there's no evidence of...
No, ghost, leave the fan off.
Yes, don't manipulate the temperature. That is
Peace,
wrong.
your sanity is already 28.
Oh, wow.
I used the.
Uh-huh. You should probably go take something.
Oh, I was going to say it's a Yurei then.
No,
Is it hunting?
board. No, the door's open. You're fine.
Oh, I heard a slam.
Nope, you're
the
fine.
door slammed.
Who's slamming stuff? Don't slam doors in our house.
Why is it not letting me put the third salt down?
Oh!
Oh, because I put
Why
two of them
isn't
on
it?
top of each other and it already stepped in it.
Why was that so loud?
I don't know. Why was it loud? You have the parabolic microphone?
Fucking
That sounds like a
breathing.
problem.
God damn. No, we're fine.
God,
Fucking
I'm
rude.
leaving.
Oh, I found a skull, Arcane. You want a skull?
I do. I want to check for. Oh, we already have UV. I don't know why I'm checking for that. Where? Zoom.
I'm gonna stay in the truck for a little
Yay!
bit.
Did you already take a picture?
Yes, I did take
Okay.
a picture.
Yoink. Yay! I finally have my
Yoink.
skull.
Now your skeleton has a face.
Whee! I'm getting
So
real
look
close
at-
to my skeleton.
Does it assemble it like the Avengers?
So if you get all of the bones, you'll have a full dude. Otherwise, they just chill.
Oh, it's a Goryo for sure. Look at these evidences. Evidence eye.
We got
Evidence.
evidence.
If it's freezing, it's a John. It's John Wick. Look at that angle.
Is that the nice camera just vibing on the? Oh,
It
He's
was
like no.
Thanks for the breath. Oh, cool.
There we go.
See, I'm a frugal type of person, so I don't use the stance. I use the environment. So
Oh,
I
hey,
first
you get
put
to
it
use
on
the parabolic again.
Oh no! Why me?
Peace.
See,
your
I don't
sanity is
do that
0.
anymore because the ghost will throw the camera, regardless of the quality. And if they're on a tripod, they're less likely to throw it. So
Can
They
they
throw
throw
my
it on
camera?
the tripod? Oh, it's
You
breaking
rude-
the crucifixes. I'm scared. I'm gonna die.
nah, you'll be fine.
It's hunting right now.
Hey, you! Let me in! Stop this insanity!
Literally, as I quite widowy when I was trying to open the door.
There we go.
Oh, I don't know how I survived. I just hugged the table. I could hear it throwing things around me.
Are you here?
Sure fucking is.
Where are you?
Alright,
How old are you?
Move the
Are you
crucifix.
sorry? Because this starts with
Are
sorry.
you old?
Wait, it didn't even fully eat this one. Where did it spawn at then?
Are you young?
Maybe it spawned down in one of the rooms. Is one of the doors open?
How old are you? Are you here?
Starts with sword.
Where are you?
Right in this book?
Can you give me a sound in the parabolic microphone, which I really don't want, but because of contractual obligations, I need it.
Is fingerprints the only thing we have so far? Oh no, we had EMF 5.
Yeah.
I'm a dork. I know how things work. It can't be Spirit Box.
Parabolic microphone isn't giving me anything, and I really don't want it to be honest. Because the noises that this thing gives, it's ridiculous. And I have to play Resident Evil 4 soon. Even though it's more of an action game. Still, I don't do scares well. Or horror games.
Which one you say you're gonna play? You said 4?
Yeah.
4's a good one. Very scary.
Oh my goodness. I was not.
I'm
Where's
gonna
well,
shut
2
this
wasn't that
door
bad.
so that we know if it does anything suspicious.
I just hate liquors in 2 and 3.
Ah, totally fair. There are none in 4, so...
Okay, it's no jump scares. Great.
Sure. That makes you feel better.
There aren't any jump scares. It's an action game now. That's when the game became. That's when the series became action. Is anyone downstairs?
Nope. I'm about to be. Why is there
Touch the
a
fan again.
can of something rolling? Where did that thing go? Damn it.
I haven't got any sound on this thing.
So the bad dots have, evaporated.
Hmm?
I threw them.
And they're just gone.
And they are just gone.
Oh, the power turned off.
Oh, I'll go get it.
Oh, I'm right here. And
Oh,
bam.
okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm hiding.
I was like, why are you down there? You need to parabolic upstairs.
Are you talking about this? Okay.
It has a
found it.
long range.
Yay. It's back.
The range covers like this entire house.
It landed on top of the bookshelf.
Oh,
Or
jeez.
This cardboard box.
That's good that you could reach
No,
it. Oh, it tried to hunt again. We only have one crucifix left. Hopefully it, isn't mean.
What will it be?
There. So helpful. Right in the book, please. Okay, we are no longer safe. We are in imminent danger.
I am in the perfect hiding spot. It would never find me.
I'm gonna go watch cameras where I'm safe. You have 5 dogs, Nightshade? That's so many dogs. What kind are they? Peace, if you want to just come, like, down more sanity pills, we got our average below 25. Oh, is it hunting? Or is this just the shitty camera? Oh, it's hunting for sure.
Oh!
Yeah, it's hunting.
Oh, hi.
Please!
That seems fine.
It's
Oh
fine.
my god!
Oh,
What did I
good
tell you? Oh. Because I heard the door close. She said, oh, it's hunting. I was turning everything off.
Door's
the
open.
And then I heard the door right next to me open and close. And the
Hey,
parabolic
Amaris.
microphone.
Ah, lovely.
Oh, he's trying to hunt again.
Trying? What do you mean trying?
I mean, he's succeeding, but, you know,
Oh my goodness.
he's trying to kill you again.
I need to recover. I jumped back from
Door's
my
open?
desk. Oh my
Gotta
throat.
love a good jump scare. Gotta love.
I just turn around. I just see a thing on top of me. I didn't think you would have came down here. Oh.
Well, the temperatures was up on the thermometer, so I was checking if the power was still on. And then Arcane said it was hunting, so...
Yeah, the thing is, this parabolic, it's it deafens a lot of sound. So by the time I heard you close the door, I thought the ghost was already down here. Oh, I just heard it lock the door.
Oh, yep, there it goes. Have fun.
PC might
Damn,
not
it
make
does
it.
not want to give us anything to work with.
Dang it!
No!
Yeah, PC
Your
no
dead
longer
body,
jump scare me.
no! Nice picture, good pose. What are the I need to check temperatures up there.
Hope they didn't really change the parabolic where I have to actually be up there with it, because I used to, you can like get the stuff without even being like nowhere near.
Yeah, no,
'Cause
you
it-
can still get it anywhere in the house.
It's not giving me
Oh,
anything.
jeez, it just noised at me. Fucking rude.
Oh, I'll let you know if that door closes, because I can hear everything.
Reesh.
Except for when Peace apparently got down here and opened up the door.
Archers only went down to 1. They're back up to 3 now. I'm gonna come back out to where it's safe.
I'm saying he's probably at 0 by now.
Probably pretty close. Okay, I'm outside. Oh yeah, we're both at 0.
It's not giving me anything. And I've been like scanning like from time to time.
Problem is that we need fucking dots or orbs and just like not seeing. Oh, it's hunting. He's spawning like on the Oh, nope, that's just him blinking. Never mind.
Hmm.
He spawns like on the camera like every time. That means I need to go in and move like the book towards that, huh? Problem is he's got that like whole hallway covered. I think your save activity is down at a 0, so hunt's over
Okay.
probably.
That was the beginning. Okay. So when it was hunting, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, what are our options here? Myling, Obake, Goryo, or Jin? Is it touching the power at all?
It was.
So it's turned the power off, so it's probably not
Oh,
a Jin.
It's off again. Let me turn it back on.
Okay. Let's see. Myling, very vocal and active. Remember to be quiet when hunting.
I'm not picking up anything on the parabolic.
Peace, did you hear anything before it killed you?
Not really.
Okay, so it could be a Myling then. That's a pretty safe bet. Goryo.
It also hasn't written in the
I haven't
book.
seen dots on the camera, and I've been watching the cams.
So I don't hear it until it's like really close. But thing is, I can hear you guys like walking, like without the parabolic. I can hear like your footsteps.
Yeah. Obake's rarely leave a trace.
I think it would have written in the book already if it was ghostwriting for a Myling.
We didn't get the fancy fingerprints, did we?
No, just the normal.
I want to just go with Myling because it's not giving me parabolic at all.
Myling seems
That's
like
the
a pretty
only reason.
safe bet, but you're also downstairs.
This has a range of like 20 meters. This house is way more than 20, way less than 20 meters. So I can hear you.
Oh, wait, was that? That might have been dots. Oh, I only saw like a flash of it for a second.
Yeah, it's dots then. Wait, hold on.
Or
Is
no,
it
but it's
flashing?
It's hunting now. Shoot, now I don't know. I don't know if that was just like right before the hunt or if that was freaking God.
Wait, this is off, right? Okay. It's stip stomping really, really softly.
If you're having an ice cream shake, what kind would it be? Well, I haven't been having ice cream shakes, but I've been having milkshakes like recently, and they've been peanut butter chocolate banana ones, and they've been pretty good. But they're just made with regular milk, not ice cream.
It's a Goryo if it starts.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw a flash of it, but then it started hunting shortly after, or like milliseconds after. So it might have just been part of the hunt. It's hunting again. I think it might have been the torch.
It's really hard to say.
It's so hard to say.
But it is walking very lightly. That's the thing. Like it's like you normally the footstep sounds a little bit more pronounced.
Yeah. Peace, are you in the building as a ghost right now?
Yes.
When it's hunting, is it saying anything?
I hear a little bit of stuff. Yeah.
It's
Little
whispering. It's rumbling like it's angry that it died.
Okay.
Should have got good.
Well, maybe I did see dots and it just happened to be right before.
So I will leave out the building at the next hunt.
Okay, I'll try to keep you posted here. Activity's going back up. It's at a 4, right? It's spiking to an 8.
What is it doing? I'm trying to use the parabolic to hear it. It's doing
I'm looking,
anything.
I don't see anything. It's going back down. Whatever it was stopped. It's hunting.
Hunting again. Yes, it's a very breathy type of
Rude.
noise it makes while it's hunting.
It's done. Activity's a 0.
Yeah, it's not hunting for a long time either. It literally it walks downstairs and then it just stops.
I'm gonna do something stupid.
I will stand by the door, so if you die, then at least you didn't die alone.
Right in that fucking book!
Oh, just yell at it. Awesome.
I put the bad book near the camera since that's where it keeps spawning. I'm hoping.
Oh.
Please.
That's the only way to get ghosts to do anything, don't you know? You just
Oh,
have
my
to yell
controller.
profanities at
I'm
it.
scared! I should be.
I
Run.
can't see.
The fat butcher is after you.
Is it me?
Probably.
I'm dead,
I
goodbye.
can see.
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh, my controller is dying on me.
Oh, that's not good.
You should have hit the side of the piano.
Well, I couldn't see. It was too dark. I hid here
Okay,
earlier and it
smoking.
worked just fine.
Well, Mr.
Hi.
Ghosty Goo. Screw you.
Alright, well, are we just
You're
gonna
not giving me.
guess dots? Let me go double check both books and make sure. Since I'm dead, I
You
can do
can't
that.
see
Oh,
crap up
I guess
there
I can
in the
see if
books.
I can see if they've been thrown.
Oh, I just saw dots just now.
Oh, well that works.
It is a Goryo! I
Fucking
have been
rude, I
Figured
vindicated.
it was.
I stare at the dots for how long? Blazing's just like, oh look, dots.
You just walked up in here. I just saw dots.
Fine, be that way, Goryo. Move on. That's
Was it because
so
I was
evil.
too close to it? But usually you can still see dots on it if you're in the next room. Oh well. I have been vindicated.
Damn it, it's throwing whatever that is.
Funny thing is, I didn't see it until I was doing something. Oh, I was plugging my controller in. And then I walked up to the monitor. I just saw it walk towards the bathroom. I guess this map is so small that I guess it considered it's something with the code because it should have showed you dots a long time ago.
Yeah, that was really rude. Like, I thought I saw it, it was so hard to tell. Alright, I'm gonna go refill my water real quick so I can hydrominate. Well, it's been a while. We should
Alright.
probably take, an actual break. You can go ahead and send this on out of here, yep. Alright, chat.
Send it, bud.
Y'all know the
Hurry
drill.
up. Hurry up.
Get up, stretch, get food, get water. Whatever it is that you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Womp womp. That's okay. We're back. At least I'm back. Okay, I got my water for that hydrate. How we hanging in there, chat?
I am hanging.
Hanging is good.
I am hopped up on gamer subs right now.
Aha.
It has increased my water intake tenfold.
That's some good water intake.
Yeah, I needed an excuse to drink more water, so gamer subs was the way.
Yeah, I don't do good at drinking water either. So I drink liquid IV.
The ones that I had were expired, so they didn't taste good.
Oh no.
It was given at a public government event.
Ew.
It was like one of those free bags that they give stuff out in.
I think I'm only
And it was in
missing
there.
one bone.
Is it the bone that's connected to the neck bone?
Maybe?
That makes 206. Gotta find a way that clicks.
I'm
We're
missing the
doing
scapula.
bone dance.
That might be the only one I'm missing?
Fabula? Isn't a Latin word? Back to my high school days.
Oh.
Never escaped high school.
Hmm.
I may have fixed my Phasmo stuttering.
That's good. We like when things are fixed. It's hard to tell what bones I'm missing. Cabinets feel weird. Like, it looks like I'm missing so many, but like only so many bones are listed on the side.
Oh, this whole... I didn't realize like it was 3 levels. I thought it was just 2.
It's like it looks like I'm missing a ton of them, but based
So
on
is
what's
it 4?
listed,
Well, you're
Yeah, it's
missing a
hard to
rib
tell.
cage for one.
Oh, that is a bone.
okay, so I'm missing at least 2.
You're missing. What are the little flat bones?
The scapula.
in
Yeah, the
your
scapula goes up
shoulder
top.
areas. You're missing the two identical bones to the ones on the bottom for the opposite side.
Okay,
They
so you
are
do have to.
separate bones.
They are okay. That's what I couldn't tell, because it's like they
Well,
really
the
need
The
to
names
like.
of the names of the bones are listed, but
Yeah.
for each side there's 2 of
They need to like mark it
them.
better so that it's easier to tell which ones you have and which ones you don't.
That's too much work for them. Wonder what these are going to be.
Oh, these are trophies for events
Mm,
Oh.
because the Halloween trophies and stuff I done show up here.
Gotcha.
That we won't mention the trophies that are non-existent.
I don't have
I've
any.
never seen them. I've never seen them, so they must not exist. I've tried to do the seasonal events. I've tried it. But I'm not consistent with any type of seasonal events for any game.
Oh, it looks like we're out of sanity pills. Hold on, I can buy
Oh.
snake oil. Aha! Did that work?
Sanity pills, who needs them?
Oh, that worked. Hold on. There we go. Aha!
Insane away.
Snake
Oh
oil.
man, I need some of those.
I'm helpful. All
Put on
right.
my
Yeet.
radio host voice. Oh my goodness! I forgot that I was readied up. Speaking of horror games, you should try. I'm on observation duty.
I've watched them. Those are good games.
There's been no reports of violence or sightings, but please
Those are really well done games.
Some people
I'm
think
so
they don't have a
mad.
story, but they do have a story.
Huge man.
Am I out
He's
of
killed me a few
flashlights,
times.
too?
Oh, probably.
Seems like I'm out of flashlight. Oh well.
That's what happens when your friends make you perish.
Oh wait, do I need the parabolic?
Music
I'll bring
box.
it in.
Music box.
Don't wake the baby. Why does it look different in here?
I don't know. Why does it look different in here?
That is a good question.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
It's in the room with you?
Oh, it's in the
It's
garage.
in the garage.
That's fun.
I'm gonna walk outside because of chaos. Wow, it is so much louder without that parabolic. Who knew? I'm watching you. There are 0 ghost orbs.
Is it safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Depends on your definition of
Is
save.
it currently hunting?
Depends on your definition of current.
It's the only definition of current.
And it.
I'm gonna throw shit at you.
You can't throw anything at me because it depends on your definition of throw.
Sir?
Haha. The door's broke.
Oh, I don't like that.
It doesn't shut properly, so when it closes, it doesn't do the thing. Maybe it's just me.
Power's on.
Oh! Oh, the power's off that entire time?
Yep.
I totally forgot.
Door's open.
In the middle of our house. The dots goes in the garage.
Need to
Like
escape a
this.
hunt. We have... Are these the motion sensors? No. Yes? Is the orb the motion
Okay, and I
sensor?
found your scalpula.
Oh! Whee!
Orb is the motion sensor.
Where's it at? How the fuck did you get up there?
The dots.
Ah.
Gonna
Yo.
find the ghost in the house.
Ah.
The dots. Gonna find the ghost in the house.
I have brought salt and the weird orb thing.
Weird orb thing. Oh, motion.
How do I...
I'm not sure if they patched it, but there was a glitch for the motion detector.
Does it
where you
just
can-
spin?
Yeah. It'll go
Yeah.
around and then it'll stop and flash whenever it sees something.
Nifty.
And it tracks the ghost. It
Oh,
may be a
oh,
Hantu.
ghost. That-
Oh. I walked in my salt! I don't have
Just
UV.
saying it. Let's keep that on in
Or
mind for a
camera.
Hantu.
I don't see any footprints.
No!
Are you here? Where are you? How old are you?
Your
Are you
sanity's
young?
at 41.
Are you old?
My sanity's the highest.
How old are you?
I'm the best.
Are you here?
I'm coming back in the house.
Oh, spirit box.
Oh. Super bomb.
There's also freezing temps according to this janky thermometer.
We love a janky
It's the best.
thermometer.
Onryo twins mimic Mori. I could be cursed. Perfect.
Lovely.
Who doesn't love a good cursing?
Well, that book on that car will tell us everything. Oh my goodness.
Oh, well. Nailed it. Ghost riding.
Well, it's a Maroi. Congratulations.
I'm cursed. So my sanity's probably gonna get
Was that an actual
even
hunt?
worse.
No.
No, it was an event.
Okay. I was very scared.
It popped up on the camera really quickly. Your sanity's at 10.
Perfect.
Like it popped up in the
Sanity,
camera as a
do I?
jump scare. Oh, it did the fog ghost thing.
Yeah, your sanity's 0.
Perfect.
Beach just got hit by an event.
It's always fun.
There's
That was the
motion
first time that
detector.
thing went off. It went off again. Well, Peace can see.
Motion sensor.
So, what do we need now? Oh, escape the hunt.
We need 3 more pictures.
Peace, live for the hunt. Seizure warning.
Oh no, the yawns are back.
Not the yawns.
Leave the yandere alone.
So eepy.
Not that type.
Oh, hey, it crucifixed. Woohoo.
It did, yes. I already got pictures of it.
In the hole in the ground, and the green grass grows all around and around. And the green grass grows all around. There was a door to a house, and it
Uh-oh.
was cursed.
We should go right.
And it is
Oh,
supposed
that
to be.
was. I didn't even get to. Okay, bye.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That was rude.
It was. It slammed the door in my face
Bye.
when I was thinking about the door, which was going to close in my face.
Did you take a picture of my corpse?
I did, yes. It's a nice
Corpse
3-star
husband?
dead body.
Beautiful. Alright. Well,
Oh!
I super did not escape the hunt.
Where was the hunt?
Also, please, if you're curious, there's another crucifix on the other side of the car.
One just burned up. So, I'm going to do this. And
Did you just put it by my body?
Maybe.
Why? Oh, is it hunting again?
it's runting.
Certainly is. Or at least it was. It stopped already. No, it didn't. I lied. It's coming towards you. It's in
It's
the
running in
laundry room.
place.
It's in the hallway. It's heading towards the bedroom. It's heading towards the other bedrooms.
Don't you touch this door. Now it's
gets
done.
Count as escaping the...
Oh,
Well,
my
it's doing it
goodness.
again.
No, that was just the event.
Oh, okay. I love how it shut this door on you at the same time. Very helpful. And yeah, no, it didn't catch sight of any of you first. Oh, sorry.
Get me, you ghost.
Yeah, get
I
me.
dare you. No.
I'm going to step out here just in case. It's about the hunt. I heard a door close. Oh,
No lights are flashing, though. It's fine.
what door closed then?
The laundry
Why did
room
this-
to the garage door. Or
The
not.
laundry room.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's I can see peace.
I can see a door. And peace at the same time.
Do the thing, ghost.
Yeah, the door to the actual garage shows is closed on mine. Oop, now it's open.
Interesting. Peace just closed and opened it.
Sure. Whatever works. Oh, good luck.
Oh
Oh,
No!
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 Oh, snap. He's coming back. He's
No!
coming back.
I
Bedroom?
wasn't here.
Oh, nope. He's going back to the. Coming back to the bedroom. Closet.
Oh,
Ooh,
my-
he's gone.
My chest. Oh.
Run, flee,
Run away.
escape. You're safe. Flee.
Oh, my chest. That hurts.
That was really scary, Blazing. How do you keep doing that? Dude was like in the closet with you.
You have to be persistent. Never give up.
Apparently.
Alright, we all got Morayla.
Yes.
Yep.
It's an excellent question that I don't always have the answer to.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't either sometimes, but
Oh, my chest. Oh, that really hurt. It still hurts.
Welcome
Because I
There's
jerked
times
so
where-
hard to close the door. Thought I was dead.
You should have been. Like, by all
think-
rights, your life was forfeit.
And I learned that technique just by messing around. Just close the keep closing the door.
Ridiculous.
Even if they know where you are, they can't get you. Well, actually, they can.
Yeah,
They
I
don't-
was gonna say, I don't know if
they
you want to fight that fight. Can't get me. Are you sure about that yet?
Yeah, if they stick around, then yeah, they'll get you. But that one didn't stick around apparently.
Oh, he sure did until you finally got it shut. Then he left. I was
Oh.
watching.
Maybe
He
I
stood
wouldn't
by
even
that
see you.
closet until you were done panicking with it.
He did a double tick, like, hey, did I see something in there? Look back, it was closed. Nah, I didn't see anything.
Okay, we don't have
it's
any
one
sanity
thing.
pills again.
I have sanity
because
pills.
I was, you started it before I could buy any
And the
last one.
flashlights and stuff.
That too. I need to buy more of those.
I mean, I will gladly supply garbage, but...
Did I do that?
Maybe. We have no proof, but maybe.
Maybe. Okay, I can supply some stuff. I've been building up money. I've been mooching.
Doing some
But they're
mooching.
all, yeah, tier 1. Mooching.
I know we're entirely abusing pieces levels.
What do we want? All tier 3 items. Not all tier 3. I like the basic
mean-
thermometer.
And I like the glow stick. I feel like the
Never
glow
raid.
stick's brighter than the the frickin' the actual like UV light.
The tier 3 one is really bright, but it's and it does charge. It charges up the fingerprints, so it stays visible without you having it on longer. Because once
Actually,
you
all
like charge
UV
it up,
lights do that. It's just the UV light thing.
oh, so there's the tier 3 just charges up for it like longer, so you can see it without it.
Yeah.
Ah,
I still don't like it.
I do like that it's rechargeable now. You can just like shake it,
I do like that you can just shake the glow sticks. Oh, that is really cool.
shake it up. Chicago.
Alright, ready up. We got a random one incoming.
Ready for death. Oh wait,
Yeet.
the feel of edges.
Excuse me.
I'm edgy.
So edgy.
Well, I never had the emo. Well.
Also, I was looking at my outfit earlier and I realized I look like a hobbit.
Is that
Unrelated. That's not a bad thing.
a good thing? I've never seen Lord of the Rings.
Well,
know
then I guess
references,
that's
though.
more or less lost on you then.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh,
Yes, we are fools that must fly.
this is safe.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
For the bone now that peace
This one.
knows where the ghost's at.
Alright.
I'm looking for the power.
It's in this purple room.
Purple room. William Afton.
Purple room.
Everything just always comes back to FNAF.
Did you find the power? It's not in the basement.
I think it. Oh, it's not.
So it's in the garage.
I just came from the garage. I didn't see it. Do I not have eyes?
Do I?
No, it's in the garage.
Okay.
Blazing's
Peace.
just blind.
It's not in the garage.
Oh.
It's
I
not in the
I
see.
garage.
beg to differ. My eyes do not deceive.
It's not in the garage.
Alright, where's the purple room?
No one's allowed in the garage.
Hello, purple room. We got
We
EMF
cannot.
3.
We've got a big camera. Come on, give me orbs. What is up with these ghosts not giving me orbs anymore? That's like the most constant thing that I always get.
How rude.
How
Was
rude,
the-
Sandstorm. You son of a...
Was the nursery door already open?
They just threw something at me.
No, I think.
I'm gonna shut it.
I have a camera. Peace is gonna yell at me for not putting it on the tripod. I'm sorry.
Yes. You're gonna take a camera, put it on the tripod.
That is the rules.
I can't
Well,
help
there's
it.
No point in having the tripod, the camera in there.
I can't help it.
The tripod makes the camera much more superior because you can just rotate it from the truck.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
I
Are
thought
you
that
here?
was just a
Turned on the
camera
bathroom.
thing.
Oh, of course it's no lone ghost.
Oh, sorry.
Stop buzzing the phone.
Oh, handprint.
Old man!
I found a handprint. Oh god. That was
It's a
fast.
demon!
Oh, that's right. You used the mirror. Did you take a picture of the handprint?
Oh,
Ah, game. Alright, there.
throw the thermometer right there.
Where are you?
Thingies.
How old are you?
Oh wow, that's substantial.
You're already
How
at
old are you?
7%.
Let's watch this in 4K.
Are you old?
Never escalated.
Are
your
you
age.
young? Are you angry?
If my name was Harold, I'd be
Where
angry
are
too.
you?
He's just so brave. Look at that conviction.
0 sanity conviction. Oh, it's hunting.
No, it's not.
Oh, well, activity went to 10 and the camera freaked out, so I thought it was.
The crucifix ate
No,
it
it was
up.
eventing.
Ah, got it.
Oh no, it was
Also, I-
hunting.
Nope, the door's still
cru-
open.
Oh, the
But-
No, it
crucifix
was an
ate.
event.
Well, it probably also tried,
tried
to
to
hunt. Did we only have fingerprints, or did I miss something else?
As far as I know, I think we only have fingerprints so far.
Okay. Making
I'll
sure.
never tell.
UV. Well, it could be that. I'm thinking Phantom because it disappeared when I took a picture of it.
Mm.
Do 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 do. It's a phantom.
Turned on the shower
But is
again.
his name Danny?
No, it's
his name's
Harold.
Harold.
Damn, this other crucifix is already lighting up. This is so
It
bad,
wants
so
you.
fast.
It wants you. I think it's a demon. Despite
Temperature's only 10 in here? It's so high.
wait, is the mimic is on the list? But there are no gold orb.
Oh, well, walking through the salt already.
Oh, let me look at the dots just in case. Oh, there go the
There are
dots.
Well, lovely.
Dots. So Phantom Banshee Goryo. I'm still leaning towards Phantom because it disappeared when I took a photo of it.
Oh no, I haven't
We
seen a
need
ghost orb,
spirit
so
box.
it's definitely a phantom. Yeah, it's definitely a phantom.
Didn't you already
Because
try to
we would have
spirit
seen the
box,
ghost
though?
orb.
Are you here? Where are you? Ah, spirit box.
Lovely.
Where's the ghost orb?
Phantom. What ghost orb? Dots, UV, spirit box, Phantom.
Hooray.
Oh. I crossed out ghost orb. That's why it's not a
Alright, we
banshee.
need a motion sensor in here.
Ah,
Because it's not because we only had Goryo
I've
and
got them both.
Phantom. And since P saw the dots, that's why I knew it was a phantom immediately after that. By the time you walk out the door, we should. There we go.
It threw a cup at me. That was mean.
I was gonna say, as soon as you, by the time you walk out the door, we should have that checked off.
Immediate scream. Alright, well,
Alright, everybody got
I guess
Phantom
we did
marked in?
everything.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm going
let's
ghost.
go. That was an easy one.
Perfect investigation. Love
You
to
can call
see
me
You loved
Blazing D Phantom.
Welcome
Woohoo!
I'm going ghost.
Jobs for you.
Oh, and funny thing about the Goryo, so when we got it that time, that was the first time I identified it too.
it. Oh, we never found the bone. Oh.
No!
I thought we did. What was it, the last one?
That was the last
Oh.
one.
Heck. So close.
I hate it when it runs all together.
Arcane mentioned looking for the bone, and that was
Well-
probably all in our heads, and was like, oh yeah, the bone, we got it. Oh well.
Y'all
Oh,
are lucky
well.
I'm not level 20.
Why?
I
What?
definitely just tried to up
What
the
happened to-
difficulty.
I mean, we can do some custom difficulty and randomize it and go to town.
Can I?
Yeah. I do it all the time. You have 3 custom slots to choose
Oh
from.
my god, if
Well-
we can find the ghost in Sunny Meadows correctly 3 times, we get $5,000.
Oh,
In
you looking at
IRL, I can pay off my bills.
I've never
would like
done
to
the
cash in.
challenges because they're usually ridiculous.
I mean, do we want to just fuck around with it?
Hey, I don't mind.
I mean, the loadout's free,
Well-
so...
Oh yeah, the loadouts are free, so
Yeah, but it's also up to whatever they give us, so we may not have some things.
That's okay. Suffer.
Alright. Hurry it is.
We've been at this for
Listen.
7.5 hours. We might as well get crazy with it.
really, it's been that long?
For us. You got here a little later,
Yeah.
but
Oh well, I was before the 2-hour mark.
yeah. So, like, 5.5 hours for you.
Still doesn't feel like it.
Holy, you sure about that piece?
Oh,
Starting the investigation.
I'm liking me this loadout.
Got the
I
intel.
see. They've just given us everything.
I'm
Alright.
fine.
Of violence, and it looks like they left in
I'm
a
sorry about your thermometer blazing.
Oh!
Guess
Oh!
we got the better ones.
Whoa, look at these fucking sound sensors. These are nuts.
Oh yeah, these you can use these to like find a lot. I love using these. When I did one of the challenges, I made sure immediately I had that.
Alright. Big map, here we go. Good luck.
Yeah, the cones on these, you can adjust the cone size on these from the truck.
Interesting.
I love it. And we're gonna need it.
I'm
So
struggling with the door.
gonna. Oh, I was pulling.
That was 100%. I was also pulling.
This is a pull. No, this is a push.
So is this just like... Oh, we got... Everything is in here? Oh god.
What?
Tarot,
Are all
mirror...
the...
Yeah, everything is in here.
Oh, so we can use the mirror to see where it is.
I was gonna pull more
Yeah.
tarot cards. Because I need tarot cards.
Looks like it's in a bathroom.
Don't mind me. Wheel
I'm
of
about to
Fortune?
place the sound
Uh-oh.
sensors
Well, I want my sanity.
at the
High
very
Priestess?
ends.
The fool. Well, I could have saved someone, I'm sorry.
What?
Oh, it
oh
still
no,
works.
yeah, it'll still work.
Well, it turned
If
out to
you
be the
pulled
fool,
it,
so I guess
whoever-
not.
Oh,
Sad.
The devil? Uh-oh.
within.
Is that a hunt, or is that... What is that?
Devil is event. Devil is the event card. It'll just event.
The hermit?
I am so slow.
The ghost is vibing wherever it's at. The devil? More action.
I don't hear anything on my
The
side.
hermit? Oh, the fool.
Oh, it's gonna be the full for the hermit because it's already locked in a room.
The hermit, but not a fool.
Oh, it's locked in the room again.
The tower.
Oh my goodness, I am
The
so
hermit.
slow.
Not a fool. I have trapped the shit out of that ghost.
Damn.
Now, I should probably go take sanity pills. I'll be back.
I'm on my way to the opposite end. Oh my goodness, I am so slow. Oh my goodness.
Peace, your sanity's lower than mine. Mine's 98 somehow. You're 32. I'm sorry
use
for
the
apparently me destroying your sanity.
No,
Where's
it was
mine?
the mirror that did mine.
Oh, you're
and
right, it is the mirror. Yours is also at 96.
Alrighty, and boom.
I'm just using the cameras in the van for a bit to look around and see if I see anything happen.
Oh my goodness, I forgot to turn on the sound sensors on the opposite end.
Oof.
I forgot that you have to activate them when you put them down. Oh no, my bad. It changes the cone, the listening cone.
Is one of you in a hallway with bookcases?
Me.
Okay.
I was.
Oh, well. I saw someone's head vanish out of sight.
I am walking back because I
Oh,
turned
I already
around.
passed the camera, so.
Okay. So I have both sound sensors down on each side. So now we should be able to pinpoint which side of the thing it's on.
What the
I wonder
hell is
if-
this camera?
Is it me? I bet it's me.
Tetra, baby, what's up? Why are you just whining outside my door? Yeah, I don't know what this camera view is. Oh, one of the cameras in the van is on.
Yeah,
How?
It got put on a tripod.
yeah, it'll come on when you put it on a tripod, so you can just look in the.
But like, what the fuck am I looking at? I was looking at the frickin' dots projector.
What is the? Oh, I forgot. There's a more staircase.
Oh my god.
I finally made it.
Peace, your sanity's 25.
Fine, I don't have sanity.
Well, thank you for the hydrate. And the posture check.
Oh my goodness. I set the... Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's a basement?
Yeah.
Is anyone already
Yeah,
in the
downstairs.
basement?
I'm in
Peace.
the basement.
Okay, I'm gonna let
currently.
you do basement stuff then. I'm gonna go not the basement.
Peace
Well, I
is on
think it's in the
roof.
basement, unfortunately.
Never mind, I'm going into the basement.
Because it just touched the door.
Ooh, he's touching stuff. It's touching, chat. Alright, what direction
Although
did you
there
go?
are no fingerprints.
When you go down the steps, go to the left.
Left.
Yep, keep going. Oh my... What? Oh my goodness. This thing is... I'm teleporting around.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, keep going. You got 2 more rooms. That's 1 room.
Hello.
And you can see peace now.
I have
I love
brought
this new
an
thing.
EMF reader. I'm here to read your EMF. I have no EMF.
Can you stop your murderous screaming, please?
I just heard it.
Disembodied voices.
I didn't hear any
Disembodied
screaming.
voices.
I heard it twice. On the right side. It's on the sound sensor. It peaked both of them.
So not where we are?
No, it's in that room. It's touched that door. It hasn't touched anything else.
Oh, it's cold. I
anywhere
see
else.
breath. Alright, well, I put the
Alright,
crucifix
so a
down.
thermometer, huh?
Yeah.
So I hear it doing stuff on the right side.
Twins?
Maybe, because both the sound
That'd be a bit
sensors.
far.
It's doing it again.
Cause it... maybe not. I don't know.
EMF 4.
Suspicious.
Oh,
Gainer!
you know what?
How you doing,
I just remember
dude?
when you said twins. I know when it's twins. You can look at the activity board. It does
Yeah.
a thing on the activity board if it's twins.
It does a thing. How
So
you
the
been, dude?
line,
Hope you're doing well.
it looks like it'll go up in one direction, then it'll go crooked, and then keep going.
Uh.
It's very subtle.
Interesting.
Oh look, it's negative 7.7 in here.
Oh, I love that.
Oh wait, that's freezing. The twins is on there.
Jeez, my sanity's still so high. So weird.
If it does it, I'll show you what it looks like if it's actually twins.
I'll go ahead and
'Cause
just take a camera in.
Because they both
We still
I
got
think
a
they both
lot
do
of stuff to
something.
set up.
EMF 5. Well, not EMF 5 activity.
Where am I going? I don't know. Places.
Where are you going?
It's an amazing question, really.
It's cold outside.
Alrighty. I present a camera.
Whoa, it just spiked to a 9.
I hate that for me.
Apparently it doesn't like the camera you brought it.
I hadn't even put it down yet. I just brought it into the... There, now there's a camera in
Exactly.
here.
You brought it in the
I'm gonna put it in
building.
the other corner with where you put the dots so that we can get a better
Did it
view
against
of...
the back wall.
There we go. I also brought a book in here. You writing the book?
Their sanity's still really high.
I want to go get the other crucifix.
It's still doing stuff on the top right.
Get a second crucifix in the hallway, just in case.
Are you here? Oh, there's ghost writing. Where are you?
Uh-oh.
How old are you?
That was not a good noise.
Huh?
I heard like an echoey brr noise.
Hmm.
Okay, so it's not twins, but
Weird. Don't know why you're getting stuff on that side then. It must just be being wonky.
yeah, that's interesting.
Are you here? How old are you?
Oh, I love when our options are Demon, Revenant, Shade, and Mori.
How old are you? Where are you?
I wish I could remotely turn them off because I messed up the cone on the other one.
Where are you?
Take the second crucifix and I'm gonna try to get parabolic noises.
Are you here? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, did I just get
Are
a
you
noise
young?
already?
You probably did. Let me see. Nope, it didn't check off. Usually the noise like that type of noise.
Weird. Huh.
Yeah, it sounds like whispering, mumbling usually.
See you on the parabolic screen.
I can see you as well because I have one. Now I can't see anymore because you had lights.
Haha.
But I
Oh,
I
do
have
you
to
need?
Google-
Do you not have a flashlight?
have my Google. Oh my goodness, Peace.
Out of
Mm.
nowhere.
I saw Peace, but the way how Peace was walking,
It was a little weird.
it yeah was not what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence inspiring. Especially because how slow I'm moving.
Whispers!
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
I've been parabolically whispered.
Nice.
Did it count?
Yeah.
Yay! I'm gonna put a crucifix in the hallway to try to cover our bases.
Oh, these have. Oh man, these have 2 modes. I mean, 3 modes of the cones. I forgot. You have the circle. You
What
have the
evidence do we
shotgun.
still need?
I don't know. We have ghost rising, freezing temps.
We need
Dots
UV,
means nothing.
EMF.
UV,
Dots means nothing, you
EMF,
said?
orbs, or spirit box.
I took the dots down, so it's not blocking. How old are you? What do you want?
I just heard screaming,
Hate that.
like like asylum
Where are you?
patient screaming.
Oh,
How old
so
are
you
you?
heard the disembodied voices too now.
Yeah, I have the parabolic microphone on though.
Where are you?
Hiya.
What do you want? How old are you? I don't think it's that. I'm gonna move the camera now that we're not worried about dots anymore.
I hear a there's a constant like sound. There's a constant sound over by you guys.
Hate that.
Yo, the ambience in this game is crazy. The fact that this door is not even on its hinges is crazy. Like, it's just standing here menacingly.
I guess with that light on it probably wouldn't have worked for the spirit box. Oh well.
I'm gonna turn off his parabolic microphone. I'm hearing too many noises.
I just yeeted mine
I
on the
don't
floor.
believe there's UV. There's no footprints after stuff in the salt.
Awfully suspicious. This is mine now. I'm taking this with me.
Someone took a picture of Ghost stepping in salt. Does someone have a bell?
No.
Oh my goodness. Because I'm looking at this, I thought I heard it over the ear. Because the sound when I heard the bell, it was going off.
Ah.
I can hear the bell from here. Or it's
Oh, that's
it might
weird.
be the stream. I don't know if it's. It might
Oh
be
my
the stream
goodness.
actually.
Oh, maybe.
I don't have it. I don't have it completely muted. It's just at like 1% on my other screen.
Ah, so maybe it's just that loud.
I'm gonna put that up.
It has to be the stream. I don't
we
think I should
still
be
need
able to
one
get the bell
picture.
that far away. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to step in the last salt. It's being rude.
Still hasn't hunted yet either, which is weird. So I don't think it's a... I guess it could be a demon.
No, demons don't care.
Well, but they're supposed to be
Yeah.
afraid of the crucifixes, but that's usually a
Oh,
nonsense piece of garbage.
You guys seen any orbs?
oh no.
And demon would need it to be UV, and it didn't do that when it stepped in the salt.
Oops. Was that the only camera we had down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
only the one.
I can take another one down there. Want me to bring anything else
Oh.
down?
My goodness.
Where
Why
are
is
you?
this camera so dark?
How old are you?
Oh, that's the light.
Are you here? Give us a sign.
Give sign. Alright, I'm bringing another EMF reader and another camera in.
Where are you?
Where be what do?
Are you here?
Do you like chicken nuggies?
Are you old?
Do you like
Are
Hatsune
you here?
Miku?
Hmm.
Has the store always been open?
What door?
Further down the hallway. The store? Has this been open?
I don't know.
Suspicious. Stay with that UV light.
I don't have the... Why do I still have a sand
Good question.
salt bottle? I have both of them.
Why do you have so many?
Because I brought all the salt down here.
Alright, Blazing. I've just about got your other camera placed in here. There you go.
Hooray.
The EMF reader that was in here go. Is it in
This
your
one?
hand?
Ghost took it.
Ah, it is in your hand. Okay.
If there aren't any
The
ghosts.
door next to the room is open too.
Oh, did I leave that open?
Oh, did you open
I went
this?
in there and... I went in here and spirit boxed and EMF to see if
Okay.
maybe it was... had floated into an adjacent room or something.
Is it possible that it moved? Oh no, it's still cold in here.
And... I mean... Can move.
It's still freezing in
do-
here, so I don't think it's moved.
What is...
Does the prevent from hunting with a crucifix happens if we get a cursed hunt?
As long as, well, I guess maybe.
Probably? I
We
would
still have the
assume
summoning
so.
circle.
I guess we could force it. Is our sanity even high enough for that, though? Yeah,
Everyone
repeats at
but
We
zero.
have all the...
oh,
We have
the
all the
P6 and
objects, so
stuff.
we could really just force it with any item.
that is
Break
true.
the mirror,
We're
break
still
a Ouija board.
missing... We still needed to give us another piece of evidence.
I'm still getting sounds from that top right. And it's throwing me off. I keep seeing it jump.
I guess because it's not doing much, it could be shade.
Yeah.
I was gonna say force it to hunt and see what it sounds like. Because if it's fast, then you know it's Rev. Or faster, I should say. Oh, what was that sound? Where did it come from? It was on the right side of the bottom. It screamed. Screaming.
Oh, I wonder
haven't-
I wonder if this is like professional where we won't get a third piece of evidence.
Oh, professional you do.
Well, there's
The it's the one above it. Nightmare.
yeah, you know what I fucking meant. I wonder if it's like that where we only get the one.
It should tell you that in the
The
challenge.
2 pieces. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It should have told us that.
Yeah, the challenge usually tells you the rules. What else did the challenge say?
It
Can we
didn't
even
really say a whole lot. It just said mostly it was the challenge only said to find the ghost on this with a specifically chosen set of items.
ah
But yeah, I mean, I
Well, I
guess
believe
P,
it
since
was
you're
for
already at 0, if you want to break like the mirror or something.
7 years of bad luck.
And you can come back and take full pills afterwards still if you want.
Oh, that sounds something.
Is it doing something?
I don't think so.
I keep getting sounds. Being in here with this is just so. Because this bottom one is the one on the. Oh my god, the one on the right at the bottom. Hospital wing is the one downstairs on the left. And the female wing is the top right. That's when I keep getting sounds from the beginning.
Weird. Very helpful.
The male wing
Good
is.
game.
Yeah. See?
Well, we prevented the hunt.
Oh! That's good.
Broke the mirror and then the crucifix stopped.
Why are these cameras so dark?
I don't know.
Is there a light in that room? Because I thought it was a light at first that was throwing it off. Because it definitely does not look good.
Well, it doesn't look good when I turn off the thing either. So, like,
Oh,
it's definitely not light in there.
Maybe it's the map. I am so tempted to go to the top right and see what's all that hubbub about.
Have
But I
fun.
might die.
You
Oh,
have
okay.
so much sanity.
Don't let the smile fool you.
Oh, there's the MF5.
Finally!
Never mind. I am turning around.
It's a shade, which makes so much sense.
shade.
I had that marked.
I'm
I
time to
usually,
leave.
the first thing that anyone says, I usually mark it.
I'm ready to incense you if it hunts.
Oh, we have the objectives already.
Yeah, I'm just, if it hunts peace on their way out, I can slow it down.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Welcome.
We did it. And by we, I mean peace.
I have my sound sensors, which are still going off.
Hooray! You guys got shade marked?
Yes.
Blazing.
Who turned on the light? Oh yeah, I've been had it marked.
Oh, we did it! 2 more times!
Look at that, 86% sanity. Demon. Oh, it was a shade. I heard the ding. I successfully.
Oh, we didn't find the bone. Damn it!
That map's too big anyway.
Wait, that gave me the survive with only starter items.
Oh, we never found the bone.
Technically, those were our items we started with.
It gave me the starter items task. That's so funny.
Did he give it to me too?
Did I get it as well?
Yep, I got it.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Oh.
Quick, hide the evidence. The
Love it.
developers cannot know of this.
Alright, well, we gotta do it 2 more times or we don't get the reward. I don't think the restricted map counts. Chaos!
Did it place you at Sunny Meadows, or did you have to pick it yourself?
I had to pick it myself.
Oh.
The task specifically says there, so I feel like it'd be pointless to pick somewhere else.
I thought the restricted one would have worked.
Oh, there's Peace.
It's
I was
for
like,
fun.
where's Peace at? I guess we could try the restricted one and see if we get lucky.
There have been reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here.
Alright, we gotta incense while chasing, capture a photo, and just cleanse the area near it. Definitely not the worst ones to get. Just definitely the worst ones to get. Alright,
Okay,
what's
so
the
I now
item in
know-
there?
The parabolic
It's
microphone.
everything again.
It's everything again.
You gonna
Well,
play with the cards again?
maybe. The devil?
The parabolic sucks.
Oh, this is... Oh, hi. I guess we found it.
Where is it?
It's in
Oh,
the,
that's-
chapel.
Bull game.
The devil?
Although it's not, because the mirror...
Are
Oh.
you sure? Cause it's in here again.
It could just be roaming.
It's deviling in here every time I... Where did the mirror
maybe
say?
it is. Maybe this is...
Oh, is it just the back of the room?
door. It might be...
The moon?
Because it was a door with boards on it, like that back door.
It just touched the door.
The moon again?
Alright.
It touched this
before-
door.
Did it... Which door? That door back here?
The devil?
The. Oh my goodness!
Sorry.
That was me. It did
The
it
hermit?
too.
It's stuck in here now. I'm not stuck in here with it. It's stuck in here with me. Hi, Tetra. The hermit. It's super stuck. Wheel of Fortune. The fool.
Oh, did you check the door that I said it had touched? Was the
Wheel of
door over
Fortune, fool.
the left before you leave out, directly right there.
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah,
The
it-
fool.
It was that one
Uh-oh.
because it was slightly open. Huh?
Did it hunt?
Oh yeah, it's looking at me. Hello.
Oh, that's
Hello.
fun. Oh, did you
well,
die?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, my microphone was on too, so even if I wasn't,
Well, there's fingerprints.
You got EMF 2
Inside
in the
here.
hallway outside the place. Tetra, what's up, baby?
Well, I think it's
well,
over here.
I'm glad to have led you to that fingerprint before I died.
Because there's fingerprints inside this.
So
it's probably just
here's
in the hallway then.
It came from that way, that door. That's open right there to that wing. Yep, it came from over there.
Okay, this is where I got the EMF reading was in here. So it's probably just the hallway in general.
Where are you? Are you
It's,
here?
it's hunting. It's hunting. It came from the room over here.
You sure
The
it's
second
hunting?
room. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I don't hear anything. My flashlight wasn't going off.
It's in the hallway now. It's coming
Goodbye. I'm
back in the
dead.
chapel.
Dead.
Oh, this ghost has a body count now. It went straight to Arcane. All right, yeah, to the left,
Dark
behind the
King
door,
guy. No.
right there.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I've been impaled. I'm stuck on myself.
Where are you?
I can't
are?
leave. I'm
Are you
doomed
here?
to haunt this corner. Oh, I'm out. I'm good.
Oh, I was about to say because I didn't even
How
see your
old are you?
body or your spirit.
I was so stuck.
Are you
there.
here?
So it came from down that hallway and to the second room.
Weird.
It's hunting again.
Oh,
Hey, Peace, it may be a Dio.
well, our sanity is fucked for playing with all the objects.
Oh wait, Peace, where'd you go? Downstairs?
Yeah.
It's coming towards you.
It has to be a Dio. Because when it was
Or,
running
no, I
towards
didn't go
me,
downstairs. I forgot. I'm not downstairs.
Oh, okay. It's in the basement.
I went forward. Alright, so it's not a Dio then. It would have come straight.
oh, you know what? It would have been faster too. My bad. been much faster.
So at
It's
least we
chucking
can
stuff.
rule that out.
It is throwing stuff.
This is a long hunt for your first hunt. It is throwing everything it can along. Oh, it's done.
So when it saw me, it wasn't speeding up because it had a line of sight on me for a while.
Maybe it did have line of sight on me. I didn't see it. My flashlight wasn't blinking. Nothing was happening when you told me it was hunting.
No, it didn't have line of sight, but it definitely went straight to you. It definitely went straight towards you. Because as soon as it opened up the door, you were done.
Do we have
No,
any
it opened up the
evidence?
door. It killed me.
Well, yeah.
Nothing solid, no.
Just that it's
Oh,
not
well,
a
yeah,
Deogen. Oh, wait, you said
Oh,
fingerprints.
We have.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the fingerprints.
Oh, so it's not a
We
Deogen
have that.
anyways. Fingerprints immediately ruled that out.
Not in,
Is it hunting
does seem
again?
Like it's in this hall. Don't think
I don't think it is.
I just heard the door
based
close.
on-
I'll go back to the room it's hunting from.
I'd need you to open
Is
the
based
front
on the
door for me to keep an
temperature-
eye on it.
Based on the temperatures in here, it's definitely just in this hallway.
It's just a generic hallway.
Yep. Because every other room, the chapel, I go in either door on either side, go in the downstairs room, the other room across from it, it's all higher
Okay.
temperatures. Where are you?
The door is
Are you
shut
here?
still?
How old are you? Yeah, I haven't touched the
Okay.
door yet.
And we haven't switched the camera in the van yet, so I can't watch that for you.
It's hunting. It's hunting from the same room every time.
Where is it? Further down that one hallway? You said
Yeah,
it
it's
came-
to the
Yeah.
right.
Alright.
It's trying to make up its mind. It's coming towards the main hallway. To the chapel.
Oh my god, Blazing. When you died and you dropped the dots projector, it's going fucking nuts.
Wait, really? Oh, my screen is just steady.
It's not
Let me-
doing anything, but I can hear it. Oh, it's going downstairs. He's very stompy.
Yeah.
It's still throwing everything it can. It's gone?
First things first. Sanity, probably. I'm sure I don't have any.
But yeah, it's only slightly wiggling, but I can hear it, like, thunking around as it shakes. Like it's falling a million times a
Look
second.
at that, I have 0 sanity.
That's
You
fun.
seem to have question mark sanity.
Weird. Don't know why. I mean, we're clearly still alive.
Clearly.
Yes. Quite worked.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
still can't see the
watch.
camera. Rude. How dare.
It may be a Polty.
How far down this hallway did it come from?
I don't think it came
It's-
super far.
The second door, the one that's open, yeah.
Oh,
It's in that
actually
room
quite far.
hunting, so be careful. Be careful.
This is also the room the power's in.
Oh, that's nice.
And it does seem to be colder in here. Cool beans. Alright.
Huh.
I have a book.
This has been a weird map so far.
Yup.
If it gets cold enough for
Oh,
freezing
ghost
temps-
riding?
Ghost riding.
Okay, never mind.
I believe
Alright,
it's
I
a.
guess it's in here.
Demon
I
poltergeist or
believe-
myling.
It has to be a poltergeist. That thing has been chucking stuff the entire time I've been standing here.
It's hard to tell if it's demon with how aggressive it's been, but our sanity's like fucked, so like that's on us.
Oh. What do we need for poltergeist?
Spirit box.
It's either EMF 5, freezing temps, or spirit box.
Are you here? Where are you?
Freezing temps would be demon.
How old are you? Are you young? Are you old?
EMF 3?
Are
I
you
don't
angry?
think they like that question.
2 EMF 3s?
Is that an event
How old are you?
I hear?
I'm gonna go watch the door so I can tell you if it hunts.
Where are you?
Oh, Peace will know, because
Oh.
it hunts from in there all the time.
Yeah, but just like to know if it's an event or a hunt specifically, to be more
Oh.
sure. Alright, I am butt planted at door. This is our home now, chat.
I am foot planted in
Yay.
here for EMF. The oomph.
Em-
Oh my goodness. I'm dead, but that still scared me.
Oh, negative 1.2.
Yay!
What is?
Demon!
Wow, really?
We love that.
We love that for us.
Also, because your body was heads inside a wall and the candelabra thing, it's only a 1-star photo.
Aww.
Did we ever get a... Oh no. Blazing's body just poofed into non-existence.
Blazing's body
Really?
is in the corner by the doors.
I don't think Peace can see it.
Yeah, the double doors
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff. It's
Well,
your
these
head's
doors
also in a
are.
wall.
Just non-existent
Yeah.
for me.
Do you see the dots projector? Oh, it's moved. Oh no.
I picked it up. I picked it up and put it in the room.
Oh.
So
then
I'm-
what
I'm in
is
the
it?
corner.
Is it you that's making the noise then? What is making that noise?
I mean, my
Something
headgear is
right
on
here.
the ground.
Oh, it's probably your headgear then.
Because my head is in the wall.
Anyways, you should probably leave before you die.
Probably.
Well, it wasn't the headgear because I can still hear
Being
it.
a demon.
Maybe it's just me.
It must be, yeah, it must be your corpse in the wall making that noise. So
It's
funny.
beating his head against.
Okay, so not our best work, but demon. Where did? Oh no, Peace! What are you doing?
I wanted to pick up the headgear and see if it stopped the noise for you.
I'll go check. Oh, sweet silence.
Put it back. Put it back.
Okay, I'm in the van.
Alright,
I'm in the
demon.
house. Demonologist. Wow, that was a very interesting demon.
Whatchamacallit, at
It's
least.
very aggressive. I don't know why all of the events were making it show up in the freaking church with
Put some
us.
jobs ready for you.
That was so weird.
I mean,
And like
it's
we were getting
technically
readings
really
in the
only a wall.
hallway and but it was all the way back in that room. Like what even?
One more time and we get the $5,000.
Woohoo!
Student loans. Not even a dent.
Did we want to try it unrestricted?
We can.
Test to see if
No,
it
just
works.
For scientific purposes, research purposes. research
science.
purposes. As I am widely known for research purposes.
Alright, everybody ready up.
Oh, right. That's a thing.
It is a thing.
Yep, it is a thing.
I just sit.
Big chillin'.
Being chilly.
No, we don't like beans in our chili.
Big chillin' it is.
Do 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 do. Dee, 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 dee.
Right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the
Alright,
investigation.
photo. Cleanse with incense. Average sanity below 25.
Legally distinct camera. Bony, got it.
Yep. Don't you love the good old Bony brand cameras?
Love
Yeah,
it.
so skinny, so thin. I'm out of breath from trying to figure out what I want to bring in.
And look at all these items again.
Is it still everything? I wonder if that's a thing to do with the mode that we're on.
Some
Probably.
challenges, it give it to you. Not all of them, not all the time.
Gonna play with cards again.
I want to draw Pot of Greed.
If you get here quick, I'll share the cards with you. Card 1. Wheel of Fortune.
You would say that as I'm crawling at a snail's pace.
Oh, I didn't realize your speed was broken again. I'm sorry. I'll meet you
I'm
halfway.
almost
Card
there.
2. The devil. Here you go.
I'll meet you there. Card 2. You just still continue to draw the cards. All right. I play Pot of Greed. The Hermit. Alrighty. Card 4. The Hermit. I hate this.
Next card. The devil. Oh, thank you. Your turn.
All right. Card 6. Death.
Oh, that's fine.
Nothing happened.
Cool. 7. The hermit. The fool.
Is it hunting?
Is it?
I hear something. Let's close this door just in case. We'll be safe.
Go
if I
hide
pull
in the
a-
church.
Yes, the church will protect us.
At least
So
we can
if
see
I
it
pull
coming in here.
something, if it's the fool again, it doesn't matter. I'll still be dead. Oh yeah, it's hunting. I pulled another fool.
Hmm.
Oh, let me take the night vision off just in case. It's so very quiet.
Peace is very quiet. It's probably hunting next to them.
I think Peace is dead. Oh, what was that? Ambient noise.
Oh, hello. You want to pull
I
a
heard a
card?
scream. You're a loser, baby, a snoozer and a loser.
Turned into the pool.
No. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh. Oh.
What was it?
I was the hanged man,
hangman.
but it was a fool. Oh my God.
Alright.
It might still be
Make my
hunting
sanity
then.
even more.
Fuck
If
you,
it's
Ash.
Where are
turned
you?
into the fool.
I'm so helpful.
Well, alright.
Because I cussed at it.
Alright.
The mirror's broke. We don't have anything.
I wouldn't say we have nothing.
That music box is gonna break as soon as you use it.
It won't even start.
It may just be hunting this entire time. Let me walk out. I'll be the sacrificial lamb. Oh, it can only come from downstairs.
Yeah. And I was down there when you guys pulled the death card and I didn't hear anything.
Door open. Where's our sanity at?
Good question. Goodbye, I'm sorry.
I'm at 80%. That's nice. You two are not looking very
We're in
well.
danger. I might have done a thing with the voodoo doll.
Yeah, it's
How
at
did
10.
you do that thing?
It's at a 10.
I'ma go find me a ghost.
You're a loser, baby. You're smoother.
Pretty sure it's downstairs somewhere.
Has to be.
Thing
All of
with
that and
them-
it didn't kill us.
Oh yeah, like we don't have any other places to go up here but down.
Yeah, and from what I seen in the mirror when I first looked in there, it was definitely in a room down here.
From downstairs, you can only go that one way.
What was in the room? Could you
Yeah.
tell anything?
It looked there was one of these privacy curtains. Oh, you're. That's
I'm
unfortunate.
So scared. No.
Goodbye,
It's-
Arcane.
It's hunting, and the
Yeah.
corpse has stopped moving.
Are you dead, Arcane?
No. Still have sanity. For now. Oh, it's at 0. Nope, it's back again. Yep, it's gone. It's back again.
Hello.
Hello?
You,
Is it
you,
open?
you live?
I live. Is the door
I don't
open?
know. Blazing,
Yeah.
is the door open?
Oh yeah.
This one that it locked on me. That you were
Oh,
on
I
the
don't
other
know,
side of.
I ran back upstairs and grabbed the monkey paw to
How
revive
dare
you
you!
if you died. I was gonna bring you back if you died.
I
Oh, yeah.
accidentally found the only hiding spot in that hallway, I swear to God.
So on
Oh.
the restricted,
I
it locks the wing that it's in.
I noticed! Oh my god, I was so scared!
I totally forgot about that.
Oh. Alright, I should go probably take sanity stuff, huh?
Nah, I already snorted it all.
No. You thought the stream froze? Yeah, I was making the same face for a very long time. I can't open this fucking
That's-
door, but it's not
It's
locked.
Probably a
it's hunting
problem.
again.
Oh,
Who's downstairs? No one. Oh, so you're safe. I see dots on the map downstairs. Where am I looking at? You're both upstairs?
Distinctly not.
I see Arcane upstairs.
Hmm?
Where are you, Peace?
Distinctly not upstairs.
I don't see you on the map. Oh, I do. You're so blended in that room. That is so hard to see. Because you're in a room that's supposedly have light in it. Oh, it's done. You guys are safe. For how
Don't
long?
mind me
I
just
can't
crocheting during a hunt.
I
Well, there's nothing else I can do. I couldn't leave the building.
wish I tell which room it's in.
Let's come take some sanity pills, Peace, so that we can actually be in there for any amount of time.
No, I snorted it all. Do we have any evidence?
Hey, we got our sanity below 25. And no, we don't have anything. Oh, it's hunting again.
How much of that sanity stuff give you? Because you're at full sanity.
Huh, probably more than I expected it to.
This may be on like either easy or intermediate. Because it gave you so much sanity.
I'm gonna take these to Peace. Where's the door? Door's open. Where are you at?
First
Still in the
floor.
basement.
Peace can never leave the
Bringing
basement.
you sanity juice.
Sans Undertale juice.
Yep.
Did you know that Sans is Ness?
Oh my god. Where are you?
Huh?
Where are you?
Nope, I'm in the basement.
Take your sanity juice.
Take your joy.
How did you manage to perfectly drop that on it? Okay, now we can be in here for
Where-
any amount of time.
I'm here. I can't tell you how much sanity you have, but I can tell you that you have sanity.
We should be largely full now.
So is it this room that you were in, or?
Arcane hid in the first room behind the bed.
Oh, it is warm in here. It's 70 degrees.
That just means it was able to get to me quickly, not necessarily that that's the room it was in.
But I know it has in a room with one of these privacy curtain things. It was like one of the big ones.
Okay. I'll walk back that way, slowly.
That room is warm.
Okay.
That room
I'm
doesn't
back
have
down here
one
with an
in it.
EMF and a crucifix to try to figure out where we're working with here.
This padded room seems safe. Oh, it's back here.
Oh, did you find it?
Yeah. Peace, you were right, but the privacy one was hiding the room that it was really in.
Oh, there's a room back there? That's so sneaky.
Oh, is it in that stupid room I always forget about?
EMF 5? In the hallway?
I'll put the book down in this chair.
EMF 5 on
Oh, it is
this
in,
wheelchair.
It's in this stupid room I forget about.
But it's cold in
Is
the
it
other
just
room
in
now.
this hallway?
It might just be a generic hallway. I can go get I can go get the second crucifix
Oh
and
no,
put one in the room.
it's this room because it's almost freezing in here.
But I got EMF
But
5 in the
Arcane got
hallway.
EMF 5 in the hallway.
It could just be roaming.
Are you here? Oh, you know, if I turn on the spirit box.
That might.
Where are you? Oh.
Oh,
That was fast.
oh, it's talking all the time, and it's
Oh,
writing.
Ghostwriting?
Oh,
Ghostwriting,
well, I guess we're done.
EMF 5, spirit box. It's a spirit.
Oh!
I'm joking. The spirit's killing me. Ah.
Somebody
It was
bring
ghost-
some incense. Let's incense the room first.
I'm going for it.
Oh my god! It was ghostwriting in spirit box and choking at the same time.
Alright, should I do it in the hallway or in the room?
I got the spirit box, like, at the threshold of the door, so I do it, like, just outside it and then go in it, see what
Okay.
happens. We got plenty of things to get it if it doesn't count.
Yeah, I'll start in the room and then walk towards the hallway.
Oh my goodness! Almost died. That spirit. Once we found out where it was game over for me.
Like, I love how we probably could have gotten this over with rather quickly, but we decided to just fuck around with the cursed shit instead.
Ugh. That thing almost killed me. There we go. We got it.
Okay, yeah, it was in that room. I doubt we want to wait for another hunt to get the other saging done.
What?
Didn't we have to do both? Or was it just the
No,
one?
we need capture a photo of the ghost as the
Oh.
other.
Okay.
third.
Let me
Object.
mark the spirit before it kills me. Oh, it's already marked.
Yeah, it is default marked, at the very least.
Oh man. I have no clue where that choking came from. Well, actually, I do.
Alright, cameras. PC or sanity's back at
Yeah, I
0.
got the-
Oh,
yeah, I know.
that's a 10.
There's a reason for it.
Okay.
Be brave.
I got the photo of the ghost. That's why.
Ah, I see. I guess that'll do it. Oh, did you summon it?
Maybe.
Uh-huh. Alright, well, I guess we're done. Everybody got spirit?
Yeah. Because it's default marked for everyone.
Yowdy. I guess we didn't really get any
Yay.
pictures of anything else. Did we want, like, salt and shit?
Oh my goodness, the CCTV is underneath
Eh.
the table. That's crazy. It didn't like just go
Alright,
outside the
goodbye,
monitor. It
Goodbye.
transcended space and time.
Perfectly safe.
That's all things should.
We've gotten pictures of each individual cursed object.
We had not.
I like how the picture just popped up
Oh,
in
the
the
bone
van.
is also just in this room,
Oh,
by the way.
I'll take a picture of it and grab it.
Is that no? That's a saw.
No. That's the bone. That's funny.
This mirror made me feel weird. We found some remains, salt. The picture shows that the remains is over. The salt is over the bone.
Oops. These are amazing pictures.
Is this still like a localized pictures where everyone's pictures doesn't look the same?
Probably.
Yeah, it's very.
I can see Peace's picture of the ghost, though. It's really good.
If it's like my picture, it does look good. It's like right next to some fire.
Yeah, it's like on fire. Look. Oh, God.
What is going
it
on?
Hunting?
Oh yeah, it's an out of 10. A constant 10.
Okay, don't
Who is
die.
it hunting? Who's at the top of the
I'm dead.
stairs? Oh, that's...
Well,
I got lost. And then I just
Oh.
had to commit to where I was.
That was you right there.
no, again.
You got my dead body!
Alright, I'm running away.
Oh, jeez. Well. Now I see why I'd hunted. Peace's 0 sanity was in the building.
Oh yeah.
Here I thought I was perfectly safe with so much sanity.
Oh no, after that summoning circle, it was a wrap.
Okay, well. We can leave now. We got so many pictures.
Funny thing is, we would
Got all
have
the pictures.
actually had everyone alive if the van magically didn't open back up.
Yep.
What a shame.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Hey, it's still a perfect investigation.
Yeah, this is on like beginner because you only get a 1 times bonus.
Yeah, well.
Lame.
And that
Hey.
did not
More
count,
money.
by the way.
Perfect.
So we have to do it on the big one.
All right,
We got this.
to the big one.
To the big one!
The big one. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Sending.
Ready up.
And I just moved away from the screen. It was like, get back over here.
Get back here.
Hard yank.
Alright, let's see what we can do here, shall we?
Poison.
That's not what I want. Put it back. Game. Why can't I put it back?
Is everyone here? Oh. Can I put it back? I put it back. You now have 2.
Zoom.
Power. Or chunk.
Power!
Gonna be very. Oh wait, we have the mirror. We can find out where it is automatically.
Yeah, Piece is taking a picture of all of the things. Alright, let's make sure. Tarot, voodoo, mirror, circle, Ouija board, monkey paw, nothing.
Why did that not count as a summoning game?
The summoning
Equally,
circle
did
did
it right.
count, but I think... Oh, there's the music box. It was the music box, I guess, that did.
catch
What
'em
the-
all.
It's only a 1-star music
game.
box. Silly game. Oh well.
Stupid piece of.
It sounded like you were
garbage.
doing the Poke rap for cursed items.
Oh, is it really in there?
Oh?
Oh wait, where is it?
This way. This way.
Oh, is it in the little office?
It's in here.
Ah, it's in the
Hold
waiting
on,
room.
hold on. You're going too fast for old lady over here.
Are you here?
No ghost orbs.
Where are you?
Oh,
It's not
EMF
more
5
than time.
for like
Right.
half a second. Oh man, you really had to be paying attention to that.
How old are you?
I'm so glad I know how to read this now. The amount of times I've missed an EMF 5, probably. Like,
Oh,
How old are
wait
you?
on that.
Where
I'll
are
continue
you?
to bring in stuff very slowly.
alright, I put the crucifix under the table to try to cover more of the room.
Yes, hide it so it doesn't know that it's there. I'm gonna trick the ghost.
Was that a hunt?
No.
That
Okay.
Are you
there's.
here?
Oh, I can't see.
I
That was a level
fucked
9.
on out of there
How old are
so
you?
fast.
Where are
I
you?
was like, nothing happened, but then with the
How old are
night
you?
vision goggles, this is a black line instead of a red line.
Where are you?
I got
Are you young?
dots. There's a book in there. The
Are you
camera's
old?
in there. Let me move the camera to the.
Are you angry?
Maybe.
Are you grumpy?
Doesn't seem to have spirit box.
Alright, I put a crucifix closer to the front of the room. Try to cover more of it.
Oh no, the paranormal mic. Hopefully it'll be quick.
Paranormally.
Oh, let's see if I can get it.
It walked through my salt. I don't have a camera. There's a camera in here. Haha. Oh, well, fine. Oh, you're not. Okay, you're just
You-
doing that.
Seems to be no.
Haha.
No, I was just looking.
I need to, yeah, get the door out of the way so I can take a nice self picture. No! Shut the door!
Oh, I got the paranormal.
There you go.
We don't need this anymore. Yeet. How is the temperature looking in here? It went down slightly. It touched the door.
Yeah, I don't think it has UV.
You write in the book.
Alright, no UV.
It's only 4.9 degrees. 7.4. 7.2. .7. It touched the door again.
Yeah, there should be a black light thing in there somewhere. But I don't think there's a... Whatchamacallit?
Oh, so I guess it's just this. The last thing. Oh,
Yeah, no, still nothing.
we can do this to limit it to being a Onryo.
Do we only have EMF 5 or did it do something else?
No, I think we only have EMF 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Do you even need EMF 5 to be Onryo? Or am I just wasting my time walking back?
Yes.
You think you're wasting your time?
I am wasting my time. What else is new? Is this full coverage? Where'd the dots go?
Good question.
Is it on this side of the wall? Where did it go?
I don't know.
Oh, it's over here. That's not where I put it.
One. It's not, no.
Oh!
That's where I put it after you placed it on a weird wall and put it on a different... I'm making you crazy.
Oh, whoops, I made the camera float. Get back
1.8.
here.
I was trying to put it. I put it on that wall. Then I was gonna put it on this wall.
There we go. That's better.
1.9.
I'm gonna put that there.
Can you write in the book?
1.6. EMF 5 again. That's
It
not
threw a
just blink.
tag at me.
Are you here?
5.
Where are you?
Minus 0.3.
Alright, so freezing temps. So Shade Oni Twin.
Oof.
Orbs means nothing.
The twins. We can easily test for the twins in the truck. I haven't seen the cricket line yet.
Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
So that crooked line, it's like once you see it, you can't unsee it. Oh no.
Watching for dots.
I'm watching for crooked lines for twins. I was watching.
Oh, there's dots, I think, that just walked in front of me.
Oh,
Or I'm crazy, one of the two.
I guess I couldn't see it. It was too far out of the camera's current.
It'll be a Oni if it's dots.
I switched to the other camera that I put in there.
Is
See
it hunting?
Dots!
I don't think so. Oh, yep, there's the dots.
Cool.
It is an Oni.
Oni.
Yeah, it's hunting.
Oh, it is
No, it's
now.
not.
Oh, okay.
It's
Just
eventing currently.
just eventing. Okay, that's fine. It can do that.
Oh,
That's allowed.
that was a long 10.
Blazing, we need to go drop our sanity. Peace is doing
My
all the heavy
kid-
sanity lifting. Walking around with my flashlight off, dropping my sanity real good. Uh-oh. Don't like
Uh-oh.
that.
You don't like the 3 activity it's doing?
That does sound like a
Aww,
hunt.
I was going for it. I was gonna get a super up close picture of it. I got some further away ones just because. How's our sanity looking?
Doesn't seem like it's moved.
That's helpful.
Because we're on the lowest difficulty. Well, not the lowest. We probably are on amateur.
We also turned on lamps so we have light.
Likely.
Yeah, we need to see.
No,
It
we
goes when it comes
don't.
for us.
We need to
Turn 'em
drain
off.
our sanity by sitting in the dark. Oh hey, it blew one out.
No one
Oh, it
likes
blew the other one out.
light.
Perfect. Why'd you shut the door on me?
No reason.
Trying to get me killed.
No, you'll be safe in there, I promise.
That was scary. It hasn't touched either of the crucifixes. So it hasn't even tried to actually hunt.
Are you sure about that?
I am. Oh. I'm less sure. How did it kill you?
It didn't kill him.
I told you you'll be safe.
I just heard you choking.
Oh, now he's
Choking
dead.
part 2.
What did you do? Oh, the cross in the church is on fire. That's a thing.
What
How
happened?
did you
in here?
die? Did you play with did you play with the cursed object?
Maybe.
Seems like it.
I mean, does this
Alright, tarot
fire not...
cards. Oh, hello.
What
Tower.
did we
Is this
play
fire?
with?
You'll never find out.
The hermit. Oh, you monkey pod. Maybe. Where's your
No.
body?
I'll never tell.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to bring him back. Devil.
No! Leave me dead.
I wish for life.
No, the hermit! The fool!
No!
No, I just saw you blink into existence in front of me and then vanish again.
No, Peace is dead.
What? I'm not dead.
Peace isn't dead.
Oh, so I guess the last time it was a life for a life.
That's mean. Alright, well, I guess we can get out of here.
Well, we got our sanity.
Oh.
Or not.
I'm in danger.
Don't
No,
die.
I'm in danger.
Stop
Goodbye.
dying.
Remember me.
No!
I didn't even draw the
Yay.
card. I couldn't even hide in there. There was nowhere to hide in there. What the
Oh,
heck?
I can't see.
Where did it come from?
It came from in there with you.
Die at.
What? I'm
Yeah.
between the pews on the right.
Yeah, it came from in there.
Oh, right. I see.
How did it come from in here?
They go.
Oh man, I can't even see where my stuff is when I died. I'm trying to pick up my headgear. I don't know where it is.
This is rude.
Okay, I'm leaving.
I'm drawing cards again.
No.
No, yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Crazy noises.
I almost made it. I guess Peace didn't like the idea of me leaving. You
Peace
brought
is-
me back to life
Uh-oh.
just to kill me again.
I hear singing.
Well, does this mean it doesn't count for you guys?
It's been counting all the other times we died.
Oh, alright. Do we have our marks?
No.
Oni?
Yes.
I
You
got
don't
it
have
now.
Oni marked?
Bye.
Don't leave!
Too late.
Nobody has sanity.
Oh. Peace opened the van for you again.
Ah! I
Alright,
made
send
it!
it, Peace. Hope you have Oni marked.
Ugh. I died just so I can die again.
Hey, complete a weekly challenge mode. Let's go. We did it.
Yay!
There's some jobs ready for
I
you.
got the achieve.
Woo! We're so good.
More
If you
achievements
can
now.
believe, you can achieve.
Woo!
Who says you need to be alive? Oh my goodness, I thought it would have halved my bonus because I died.
I'd be so mad if it halved the weekly bonus.
No, that doesn't count. It only.
Hey, I got an extra 500.
My flashlight leveled up.
Mine did too.
Woo!
Level 2
Oh my god, the
flashlight?
XP is so still going. Oh my god, the XP, it's still going. I leveled up again. I unlocked professional. My EMF reader upgraded, and it's still going.
Now you can.
$5,000. Damn.
You are
You
now
can
level
upgrade your
18.
flashlight
21!
now, and
I can
you won't
drink.
have
Oh, 21.
the
UV
this
light
crappy
upgrade.
flashlight.
It has not
still
updated on this
going.
screen yet.
Oh my god, it's still going.
Oh, and this screen says
Oh,
18.
it stopped. But someone's blocking my screen and I can't see it.
Oh.
I almost leveled up again. Mhm.
I saw P say, "Oh," and then they walked
There we go.
away.
Leveled
it
up.
backed up out of frame. Oh, there it is. It updated now.
That was wild. I wish that you didn't have to do the challenges 3 times. That's a little annoying.
They wanted to make sure that you are sufficiently
Alright,
talented.
let's see. Which cards did I get? What am I missing? Looks like I'm missing 2 cards still. I'm missing the actual High Priestess because I only got the Fool. And I don't know what the other one is.
Death? Looks like the death card.
But I pulled
Yeah.
Death.
Have the ugly face guy.
But doesn't
Death and the High
isn't Death the
Priestess?
one that kills you? Oh no, that's a Hangman.
No.
What does Death do?
No.
It
Death
starts
causes
off-
a cursed hunt.
That's what I drew.
Sweetie, use the stairs, Tetra. You can do it. That's why they're there. You don't need permission.
But stairs. Stairs are
She
difficult.
has stairs to get into the bed, and she acts like she needs permission to use them.
But stairs are difficult.
I
you
know. You silly puppy. Alright, that's probably a good place to stop, though.
Is it really?
I think so.
Mm,
It's
we've
an
almost
8.5
done 9
hour,
hours.
almost 9-hour stream.
24 hours, you say?
Nope.
No, no. Not again.
How fast can I shut that down? That would require a lot of money that should probably be saved for the subathon later this month.
Maybe on that date there might be some suggestions for that
We'll see.
to happen.
We'll see.
For for the money, but
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Well, thank you guys for playing.
Thank you for hosting.
Always good to have some chaos. Alright, can I finally do some Jenga without all of the blocks falling?
Can I be Godzilla? Oh. Oh! You were Godzilla.
who did it?
Arcane was Godzilla.
I know, I didn't do it! Not on my screen.
You're the only one over there, you bumped it.
I ran through it after. On my screen, whoever took a block, like, his whole arm, like, swiped through it is what it looked like. But I guess I might have, but it didn't look like it to me.
On my screen, you moved, and after Peace took it, and like, you bumped it.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness. Oh, wrong button.
Oh, that's wrong. Yeet.
Out for love. Oh. Out for love.
Throw all the blocks. Alright, chat. But that is where we are gonna go ahead and be. Oh wow, nice stack. That is where we're gonna go ahead and call it for the night, chat. Appreciate y'all hanging out and lurking and chatting and whatnot. I know it's a kind of chill time that y'all just kind of lurk mode for, and that's okay. Oh my gosh, Tetra.
Rawr.
Well, yeah. Appreciate you guys playing as well. Always a fun time. Gonna go ahead
I
and
enjoy this game a lot, so.
gonna go ahead and dip and say goodnight to everybody. So y'all have a good one. Goodbye.
Bye.
Alright, chat. So, Friday, end of the week. No more streams until next week, chat. I think... Do I have something going on next week? Let me check my... I do. I have a dentist appointment on Monday, chat. And it's in the middle of the day. I will try maybe to get an early stream in then. We'll kind of have to just see. I don't know if I'm really going to have time for it. Hi, Dusty. So we'll just kind of have to see what happens with that. I can't really make any promises there. But we'll make it work. We'll figure it out. Yeah, more doctor. This time it's dentist stuff, though. Just gotta get my teeth checked out, make sure they're all looking good. Just the yearly appointment. No worries. Let's see if there's anybody left online for us to raid tonight, chat. Let's send you guys over to Melon Wolf tonight. They're playing some Destiny. Okay. Encourage you guys to stick around while we send you over to the raid, help spread the love. That's not the ending cam. That's the ending cam. Alright, chat. Let's see. Melon. You just got here. Oh, too bad. You're just in time for us to send a raid on out. And chat, y'all know the deal with raids. Be nice, follow Melon Wolf's rules, most importantly, have fun. Hope you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. And I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.